Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 395 Dwayne Hellbottom's Decision. On the Earth Union side, not only the lunar crater base, but even the Earth Union conference on Earth was boiling after receiving the news. That bastard Asniel. If he had enforced the resolution to use nuclear bombs, how could Zaft come up with such a thing? He's dead. There's no point scolding him. Where are the representatives of the Atlantic Federation? Why don't they come to the meeting? Asniel is dead, and the Atlantic Federation is in chaos. Those bastards of Blue Cosmos, are still thinking about how to fight for power and become the next leader. A bunch of idiots. Can't you see the threat above your head? Are you still fighting among yourselves? We can't just let it go. Artemis can't be destroyed in vain. The one who said this was the representative of the Eurasian Federation. The reason why the Eurasian Federation can sit firmly in the second seat in the Earth Union, in addition to being a loyal lackey of the Atlantic Federation, is that they own Artemis and are the only country in the Earth Union that owns a space fortress. Now that the Master is caught in civil strife and Artemis is gone, the two people who rely on him are gone. The Eurasian Federation's status in the Earth Union has plummeted, and it is impossible for them to swallow this. Calm down, Representative Joseph. Anger can't solve anything. You tell me to calm down? How can I calm down? Wait until Zaft's artillery fire hits us, and it will be too late to worry. Plant has sent a request for peace talks. We will never agree to it. We will never let the adjusters step on our heads. Although the people present did not have people from the Blue Cosmos and did not hate the adjusters so much, they would not allow the adjusters to step on their heads and treat natural people as slaves. So we must fight back. Immediately. Right now. There are still a large number of fleets at the crater base. Send them out immediately. General Sutherland, the Supreme Commander, has been killed. Who is the highest-ranking person at the crater base now? Dwayne Hellbottom. When Dwayne Hellbottom was mentioned, everyone was silent. If it was anyone else, they would just push him up, but Dwayne Hellbottom was an exception. He had been suppressed within the Atlantic Federation. Although he was very capable, he was not reused. Pushing him up at this time would not only be good for the war situation, but also for the Earth Union. After all, there were still a few people who liked Blue Cosmos. But they also had concerns, that is, would the Atlantic Federation settle accounts after settling down? The severely damaged Atlantic Federation would not scare other forces, but once a conflict occurred, both sides would suffer. Promote him and let him serve as the acting commander-in-chief of the crater base. The representative of the East Asian Republic suggested, I know what everyone here is worried about, but the situation cannot wait. Even if the Atlantic Federation wants to settle accounts later, it should be after the victory of this war, right? Agree. Well, that's decided. According to the previous report, the 3rd and 4th mobile fleets have already set off. Telegraph Hellbottom and convey the appointment to him. At the same time, let him destroy the weapon of Zaft at all costs. Dwayne Hellbottom himself is in a semi-house arrest at the crater base. Although he still controls his own troops, he has not been replenished. Now there are only 10 warships left, and they are not equipped with MIS troops. They are still using Mobius. Moreover, around the 8th fleet, there is always a fully equipped mobile fleet on standby not far away, being watched closely. But at this time, Dwayne Hellbottom suddenly received a telegram from the Earth headquarters, telling him that he is now the acting commander-in-chief of the Moon Crater Base, which makes him feel that he has finally waited for this day. Dwayne Hellbottom immediately contacted the command center, and after confirming the authenticity of the appointment, he immediately commanded the remaining fleet to return to the base. The battleships could not be replenished for a while, but the MIS troops could still be deployed. Quickly resupply. The 5th and 6th mobile fleets board the ships and stand by. Once my fleet completes the resupply, they will set sail immediately. Understood. Telegram to the 3rd and 4th mobile fleets to disperse immediately and advance from the A-98 and G-25 directions to avoid being wiped out by the enemy's weapons. Understood. Gentlemen, this battle is related to the future of the Earth. I don't care what you thought of me before, but I remind you not to have any bad ideas. Otherwise, don't blame me for enforcing military law. Do you understand? Understood. Very good, speed up the supply. After we set off, everyone evacuates the crater base, and the 9th Mobile Fleet will escort General Halbottom. This. Everyone in the command center was stunned. They didn't know why Dwayne Halbottom would order a retreat. This was the headquarters of the Earth United Space Army. It cost countless money and was so far away from the front line. Why should they abandon this base? Follow orders. Follow the retreat procedure, otherwise we will all die if Zaft bombards us. Understood. And everyone was convinced. Dwayne Halbottom had already considered that they would not have time to destroy Zaft's Genesis, and surrender was even more impossible. If the attack of Genesis came to this base, they would all die. Dwayne Halbottom was saving their lives. Just as Dwayne Halbottom was about to leave the headquarters and return to the flagship Menelaos to prepare for sailing, the SIC reported to him in a panic. The 3rd and 4th Mobile Fleets encountered the Archangel at coordinate S05. There is also an unknown warship with him. What? Report the details. The situation is unclear, but a battle has already occurred. How could it be? Dwayne Halbottom was distracted. When he mentioned the Archangel, he thought of Malu and others, who were once his favorite students. He also heard about Alaska and the Archangel joining Orb. To be honest, he did not blame Malu for his idea. After all, in that situation, he would also defect. Moreover, according to Orb, Dwayne Halbottom believed that the people on the Archangel would be reused and live a better life. It was a pity that they might not have the chance to see each other again in this life. As a result, they met again as enemies, which made Dwayne Halbottom sigh. While sighing, he also wondered why the Archangel came to hinder them. Couldn't Malu think of what kind of disaster it would be if Genesis fired at the moon and the Earth? Even if she couldn't think of it, Yang Hui couldn't think of it. Wait, Yang Hui. There are only 2. Are you sure that the only ships blocking the 3rd and 4th Mobile Fleets are the Archangel and another unknown warship? There is no 3rd ship. Yes. Can the identity of the other warship be confirmed? No, can't be confirmed, but the database can confirm the existence of the 4 mobile suits: Freedom, Justice, Rebirth, and Covenant. Freedom, Justice, Rebirth, and Covenant, that's right. It must be like this. Dwayne Halbottom figured it out. Although he was in a semi-house arrest, he was not completely oblivious to what was happening outside. He had his own intelligence channels and had a certain understanding of the outside world, not to mention that Wang Liumai still maintained a secret contact with him. He knew that Yang Hui's dedicated Ms was called the Dawn Gundam, and that his 3 companions Gundams were called the Exa, the Cherubim, and the Devil. He also knew that the 4 mobile suits of the Zaft Army were the Freedom Gundam, the Justice Gundam, the Rebirth Gundam, and the Covenant Gundam. And now, only 2 of the 3 warships have appeared, and 1 is missing. With such a huge difference in numbers, Yang Hui, Setsuna, Lyle, T-Iria and others are nowhere to be seen, so they want to go deep into the territory of Plant alone. After figuring this out, Dwayne Halbottom immediately issued a new order. The 3rd and 4th fleets maintain their formation and retreat. The 5th and 6th mobile fleets set sail immediately and meet up with them at coordinate G11. Retreat. Everyone was stunned again. That's right. Retreat, preserve our strength, and after the 5th and 6th fleets arrive, we will rush through their blockade in one go. Got it. Also, seal all nuclear bombs and don't allow them to be used again. This. General. This won't work. Without nuclear bombs, how can we compete with Zaft? Were we afraid before we didn't have nuclear bombs? This. Or do you plan to let the tragedy of Julius 7 or Artemis happen again? But Zaft has nuclear weapons. Believe me, it can't fire a second shot. Dwayne Halbottom said firmly to everyone. Got it. The reason why Dwayne Halbottom ordered the nuclear bombs to be sealed and not allowed to be used was that he had no good feelings towards nuclear weapons. It was okay to lift the ban, but it could only be used as a deterrent. Once used, it would be a disaster for all mankind. Secondly, he already knew what Yang Hui was going to do, and he was betting that Yang Hui could successfully destroy Genesis. This was also a last resort. The goal of the Earth Army fleet was too big. It was impossible to sneak into the territory of Plant to destroy Genesis secretly. To attack Plant from the moon, the large fleet had to cross the double defensive Boyet's fortress and Yakindui. It was difficult to complete in time, and the manpower was even tighter. Therefore, Duen Halbottom decided to cooperate with Yang Hui's actions and organize the fleet to attack Boyet's fortress. On the one hand, using Boyet's fortress as a cover, the Zaft army dared not launch Genesis at the main fleet. On the other hand, it would gain more opportunities for Yang Hui's actions and contain the garrison of Boyet's fortress, and even part of Yakanduwa's defense force. After issuing the order, Duen Halbottom returned to the Menelaos, returned to his room, locked the door, took out the secret communicator and sent a message to the other party, informing him of his thoughts. As for whether the other party could receive it or not, and what they would do if they received it, he didn't know, but he had done everything he could. Next, things depended on human efforts. I hope it's in time, Yang Hui, the Earth, human beings, it depends on you. Chapter 396 Exposed. Then don't hide it. What's going on? Malu and Lakis frowned when they saw that the 3rd and 4th mobile fleets of the Earth Army had weakened their attacks and even began to retreat in an orderly manner. Notify the MIS troops not to pursue and wait and see. Malu and Lakis immediately gave the order. The retreat of the Earth Army fleet was very abnormal. Although they were being suppressed, they were not at a disadvantage. As long as they were ruthless, it was possible to break through their blockade. Moreover, Artemis was destroyed, and the Earth Army fleet should be in a hurry to destroy Genesis. Why did they retreat instead? At this time, Malu's communicator, which she had been carrying with her, rang. This is it. This communicator was given to her by Wang Liumeng. It was a secret channel for contacting Duen Halbottom. She also planned to contact Duen Halbottom after repelling the 3rd and 4th mobile fleets. Unexpectedly, the other party came to her first. All the messages sent by this communicator were triple encrypted, and a special decryption code was needed to view the content of the message. Wang Liumeng handed it to Malu, and after less than a minute of decryption, Malu saw the content. This is it. Captain Lamias, what message did the other party send? Lakis asked, and Bakalulu and others were also looking forward to it. They all knew that this communicator was used to contact Duen Halbottom. General Halbottom is now acting as the commander-in-chief of the lunar crater base. He ordered the 3rd and 4th fleets to withdraw. What? So fast? Everyone was surprised. How long has it been? Duen Halbottom has regained power and controlled the lunar crater base? This is impossible, right? Is it a trap? Bakalulu suspected. She suspected that the sender was not Duen Halbottom. Duen Halbottom had been exposed and the communicator had fallen into the hands of others. It's possible, but not certain. Malu and Lakis nodded in agreement, but they did not deny that this was Duen Halbottom himself. There's a follow-up message. The content says that General Halbottom has guessed Yang Hui's plan to go deep behind enemy lines with a single ship, and he will fully cooperate with Yang Hui's plan. What? This? Cooperate? Did they say how to cooperate? Lakis asked. Yes, he will lead a large force to attack Boyet's fortress, put on a disparate battle formation to attract Zaft's attention, and delay more Zaft troops from interfering with Yang Hui and his men. What about the nuclear bomb? Did he say anything about his attitude? Lakis asked. If this was really a message sent by Duen Halbottom himself, and what he said was true, then cooperating with him would undoubtedly be the best choice, but... 2 questions, how to confirm that the sender is Duen Halbottom? What is his attitude towards the nuclear bomb? Especially the latter question, attacking Boyet's fortress is no problem, but if nuclear bombs are used, then there is no basis for cooperation between them. Both nuclear bombs and Genesis are weapons that should not be used, and the use of nuclear weapons cannot become the norm. Yes, he said he has issued an order prohibiting the use of nuclear bombs. It's not very credible. Baki Lulu shook her head. It's not that she has prejudice against Duen Halbottom. The war has reached this point. The Earth Union and the Earth Army are already standing on the edge of a cliff. If they are not careful, they will fall into an endless abyss. And nuclear bombs are the sharpest weapons in their hands. Whether it is to deal with their own crisis or win this war, using nuclear bombs is the best choice. Even if Duen Halbottom is not a member of Blue Cosmos, he will not make the choice of disabling nuclear bombs to reverse the situation. This is a normal consideration from the position of a commander. That's right, and even if while this is true, how many people will obey the order issued by Mr. Halbottom to ban nuclear bombs? The Earth Army fleet is not a monolithic entity. Lakis reminded, which surprised Malu and Baki Lulu. It's true that Duen Halbottom's prestige in the Earth Army is not low, but it's only among the lower-level soldiers. The middle-level and high-level officers don't like him very much, otherwise he wouldn't be isolated and semi-confined. It's true that Dwayne Hellbottom is now the acting commander-in-chief, but he has just taken office, and most of the officers below don't like him. How many people will execute his orders? How many people will pretend to obey? How many people will agree on the surface, and then stab him in the back at the critical moment? Captain Ramius, I suggest retreating temporarily and letting the Earth Army fleet pass. We will follow closely. Once we find that the Earth Army uses nuclear bombs again, we will stop it. Lakis suggested. This is the most pertinent choice. If they are the only one, it's okay to drag it out like this. The longer it drags, the better. But now what they lack most is time. They must stabilize the Earth Army fleet as soon as possible, and then find a way to support the White Tiger. So they just need to retreat temporarily and observe the movements of the Earth Army fleet. The purpose of Archangel and Eternal is to prevent the Earth fleet from using nuclear bombs again. Now that this purpose has been preliminarily achieved, there is no need to fight the Earth fleet to the death. As long as the Earth fleet does not use nuclear bombs, they will not care about the battle between the Earth Army and Zaft, because the most important goal now is nuclear bombs and Genesis. As long as the use of nuclear weapons is prevented, the war will be prevented by more than half. Of course, this is the best case scenario. In order to prevent the worst situation from happening, they can't just leave and chase the White Tiger. They have to become supervisors. If the Earth Army uses nuclear bombs again, they will come on stage to stop it. Okay, it's decided. Malu and Bakalu nodded in agreement with Lakis's suggestion. After Archangel and Eternal recovered all the Miz, they turned around and left the battle area and disappeared again. On the other side, the White Tiger's journey was not peaceful. It bypassed the defense line of Boya's fortress at the fastest speed and the smallest arc, but just as they were about to pass through the defense line and go deep into the rear, they were discovered. Damn it! How did we get discovered here? The cherubim raised their guns and shot down several Xeon and gates, then turned around and shot down all the missiles flying towards the White Tiger. Boaz's defenders have expanded their defenses and reconnaissance range. Our plan has been exposed. Tiria's expression was calm, and the Angel fired 2 cannons at the same time, piercing through 2 Laurasia-class battleships. It can't be a spy. Setsuna replied calmly. The crew of the White Tiger were all carefully selected people, absolutely loyal to Orb, and it was even less likely that they were from the Eternal and Archangel. They had fought side by side for several times and had established a bond and trust with each other. Old Sarah saw through it. Yang Hui said to everyone while controlling the Dawn Gundam to clear the enemy planes in front of him, the actions of the Eternal and Archangel were noticed by the other side. Old Sarah didn't see us, but guessed our plan. What should we do now? There are more and more enemies. Luo shouted. It was also his first time to participate in a battle of this scale. He was very nervous. At the beginning, only a small fleet of Nazca-class and Tellurasia-class ships discovered them. The White Tiger knew that it had been discovered, so it naturally did not need to hide its whereabouts anymore. It opened fire at full power and quickly destroyed the reconnaissance fleet that discovered them, and headed towards Genesis at full speed. But not long after they went forward, they encountered the Zaft fleet again, and they were constantly surrounding them from all directions. Even if they could break through once, they would be surrounded again. Wong, recalculate the route, use all the energy on the engine, and we will rush straight ahead. Yang Hui made a decision immediately. Their whereabouts had been completely exposed, so they simply did not need to hide, and directly broke through the Zaft frontal blockade with the strongest attitude and tried their best to destroy Genesis. Understood. Wong knew that Yang Hui was going to go all out. All machines shrink the formation. Luo, your machines can't keep up with the speed of the White Tiger. Go to the left and right to fix the modules, and bind to the White Tiger. Understood. X6 the Exa, Red Astray Gundam and Blue Astray Gundam that were originally wandering outside the circle returned. The Exa, Cherubim and Devil guarded the White Tiger. The Red Astray Gundam and Blue Astray Gundam arrived at the designated position and fixed their machines on the White Tiger. The eyes of the Dawn Gundam lit up, and the golden wings were fully opened. The golden light points gushed out violently, spraying to the sides and the front. The Zaft army knew how it should respond, and also poured firepower madly on the Starlight Wave, but they could only delay it, not stop it, let alone repel it. The golden light points slowly approached, and Zaft's Miz and battleships retreated one after another. While retreating, they tilted their firepower to stop it from approaching. The enemy planes that failed to retreat in time were instantly covered with its body, and turned into cosmic dust in the violent explosion. Now, although the number of kills was not high, Yang Hui's goal had been achieved and the path forward had been opened. White Tiger, ignite the engines. Full speed ahead. The main engine burst into dazzling flames, more violent than before. The huge thrust made everyone on the White Tiger suffer from inertia. The White Tiger's speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the road opened for it by the Dawn Gundam, and then rushed out of the encirclement of the Zaft army. The Angel of Exa, Angel of Wisdom, and Angel of Virtuosity also had their engines fully turned on, following the pace of the White Tiger, while clearing out the enemy planes and ships that intended to approach. The Dawn Gundam maintained the full output of the X generator, as the tip of the arrow, fixed at the forefront, forcing back or destroying all enemy forces that wanted to block the White Tiger's way, scattering countless starlight along the way, and also leaving dense wreckage. I can see it. After about half an hour of sprinting, everyone was finally able to see the outline of Genesis with their naked eyes, but they now had to face more enemy forces. Exiac, Cherubim, and Angel of Virtue, intersperse and hunt. Break up the enemy's formation. Understood. X3 red and blue machines detach from the White Tiger. I will open the way for you. The White Tiger will rush into Genesis. Understood. X2 Exiac, Cherubim, and Angel of Virtue no longer had the burden of protecting the White Tiger. They instantly turned into tigers out of the cage and separated in 3 directions, like 3 sharp knives inserted into the Zaft army's formation, stabbing, slashing horizontally, and chopping vertically. In just a few moves, the Zaft army's formation was cut into pieces. Countless explosions burst into life and then disappeared in a flash. Chapter 397 No, I won. The Dawn Gundam still faced the greatest pressure to clear the way for the White Tiger, advancing all the way, approaching the Genesis, and then slowing down the speed of the assault. Wang, have you found the landing entrance? Yang Hui asked anxiously. Wait a little longer. I found it. Okay, break in. Red and blue machines go together. Understood. X3 The Dawn Gundam turned and came to the back of the White Tiger, blocking the pursuers who were rushing like a wave. The beam submachine gun never stopped shooting, and the light of the bit continued to illuminate the entire universe. Until the White Tiger successfully rushed into the landing entrance of the Genesis, Yang Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. The first stage was completed. The remaining work was to wait for the blasting team to successfully destroy the Genesis from the inside to protect the White Tiger. Beep beep. Huh? The alarm sounded. Yang Hui frowned, and immediately retracted the bit on the left side to attach it to the wing, and turned back to protect the Dawn Gundam. The next second, dozens of beams fell on it, and the thrust generated by the explosion pushed the Dawn Gundam a long distance. Cruise. Seeing the dark gray Gundam approaching rapidly and the Dragoon that had just been taken back, Yang Hui knew that cruise was coming. ZGFM, X-13A, Providence Gundam, the last Gundam of the X series developed by Zaft equipped with an anti-neutron jammer, has been adjusted and strengthened based on the ZGMF, X-09A Justice Gundam and ZGMF, X-10A Freedom Gundam. Its size is also much larger than that of Freedom Gundam and Justice Gundam. Like the previous 2 machines, its high versatility and sports performance are retained. In terms of armament, the right arm of the machine is equipped with the M221 Judgment beam rifle, which is larger than ordinary beam rifles and more powerful than the Sirius used by Freedom and Justice Gundam. The left arm is the MV-05A composite weapon shield system. In addition to the lightsaber that can be extended from the front, it also has 2 energy cannons. The most distinctive weapon of the machine is the large-scale infinitely-induced weapon unit, the Dragoon System, Disconnected Rapid Armament Group Overlook Operation Network System, Separate Integrated Control High-Speed Mobile Weapon Group Network System, on the back. This weapon was not in the original design, but was specially designed for the extremely excellent spatial recognition ability of Arlu. Cruise during the later design and manufacturing process. See you again, Yang Hui. I didn't expect you to be so crazy. But you've stopped here. Cruise's crazy laughter came from the communication. The godly Gundam approached rapidly, released the Dragoon behind him again, and fired at the same time with a Judgment beam rifle and the 2 beam rifles of the composite weapon, continuing to push the Dawn Gundam back. Haha, is that so? Yang Hui sneered. He knew Cruz's plan, pushing him away step by step, and then as long as he entangled himself, the White Tiger would lose its strongest protection. The Astray Gundam Red and Astray Gundam Blue alone could not protect the White Tiger. As long as the White Tiger is destroyed, Yang Hui's plan will fail, and at the same time he will win, because no one can stop Genesis from firing. Genesis fires again, the flames of war will burn the whole world, and no one can extinguish it. He only needs to wait for the final result, the destruction of the world is enough. But Cruz still underestimated Yang Hui. The Providence Gundam is indeed excellent, in this world, at this time. The bit is recovered and gathered on the wings, and the wings are crossed in front of the body to resist the volleys of the Dragoons and beam guns. Good opportunity. The vision of the Dawn Gundam was completely blocked. Cruz controlled the Dragoons to quietly go around the Dawn Gundam and surround him. Just as it was about to fire, the wings flew up, the flames behind it burst out, and it rose rapidly, staggered the point where the beams crossed, and then boom boom boom. The beam submachine gun fired in succession, and 11 Dragoons lost 4 in an instant, and the 3 large Dragoons were completely wiped out. What? Cruz was shocked. The attack of the Dragoon was strange. Cruz also knew that Yang Hui would not need much time to adapt to the attack mode of the Dragoon. But he did not expect that Yang Hui's adaptability was so strong. In addition, when his vision was blocked, he gave up his defense, rose to dodge, and shot and hit. This series of actions was done in one go without any hesitation, as if Yang Hui was a prophet who could see through the future. It seems that Zaft's research on Dawn is not very thorough. Yang Hui's voice entered Cruz's ears, and the alarm of survival instinct sounded wildly in his mind. The Godzwill Gundam immediately retracted all the Dragoons and retreated quickly. Bit fell off the wings and rushed towards the Godzwill Gundam like a wave, and the speed was faster than the Godzwill Gundam. Humph. If you can't hit it, then there is nothing. What? Seeing that it was about to be caught up, the Godzwill Gundam turned at a right angle and moved to the left at a high speed. Who knew that the golden wave that should have been dodged by him turned with the Godzwill Gundam as if it was full of vitality and chased him away? In a panic, the Godzwill Gundam threw the composite weapon in his left hand towards the direction where Bit was attacking, and took the initiative to shoot and destroy it when it came into contact. The shock wave of the explosion blew away the chasing waves of Bit, and countless light balls exploded, and the golden ocean was replaced by flames. But that's not all. In a few seconds, Bit broke through the smoke and fire and rushed towards the Godzwill Gundam. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Godzwill Gundam dodged left and right, and shot it down at the same time, but this is not a program setting. It's mind control. Cruz was surprised to find that Bit actually seemed to have life, dispersing, reorganizing, tracking, and dodging, just as strange as the Dragoon he controlled. Did you finally find it? The Dawn Gundam spread its wings and floated, returning to its original position little by little, with the golden light surrounding him. Yang Hui looked expressionlessly at the Godzwill Gundam, which was teased by Bit like a monkey, dancing in the rain of light, and from time to time he commanded the idle Bit to destroy other MIs that tried to approach the Dawn Gundam or the White Tiger. Damn it! Cruz gritted his teeth and cursed, cursing himself for underestimating Yang Hui, and also cursing the people in the technical department for being a bunch of rubbish who failed to detect this important information in advance. Cruz's strength is really not weak. Yang Hui dares to guarantee that he is stronger than Kira now. Now he is at full firepower. Not only has he entered the transformer mode, but he is also concentrating on controlling all of Bit's movements. If it were Kira, he would probably be able to hold on for about 20 minutes before he could no longer hold on, but Cruz has been entangled with Bit for half an hour and can still keep the body intact. However, the so-called body integrity refers to the Godzwill Gundam itself, not including the Dragoons. In addition to the 4 Dragoons that were destroyed at the beginning, there are only 3 small Dragoons left to help Cruz support Bit's crazy attack. The evasive movements are getting more and more, and the amplitude is getting larger and larger, which proves that Cruz is about to reach his limit. Forget it, let's end it. The Dawn Gundam moved, and its body turned irregularly in a circle. The 2 guns fired continuously, and after destroying all the enemy planes around it, it changed its gun into a sword, flapped its wings, and quickly approached the Godzwill Gundam. What? Cruz only felt something flash past his sight, and then the cockpit became dark, and the red alarm kept flashing. Cruz knew that he had lost this battle, and it was a complete defeat, but Cruz still had a smile on his face, a very confident and proud smile. I won, Cruise. No, Yang Hui, I won. What did you say? Yang Hui frowned deeply, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Before Genesis was completed, I left a backdoor in the system and tampered with the data. In half an hour, Genesis will be launched again, and the target is the Earth. At this time, the command center inside Genesis was in chaos, and people's voices rose and fell. What is going on? Why is Genesis's target the Earth? Someone modified the program and locked the program, and it cannot be changed. There is only half an hour left before the launch. Then find a way to cancel the launch program. It can't be cancelled. Damn it. Patrick Sala slammed his fist on the table, his expression ferocious and terrible. He wanted to win the war, but not at the cost of the entire Earth. Without the Earth, the adjusters will be a group of cosmic refugees, and they are refugees who may perish at any time, so Patrick Sala never thought of using Genesis on the Earth from the beginning. And now, someone has tampered with the system and completely locked the system. This is not only to destroy the Earth, but also to destroy the natural people and the adjusters together. What about the rats that sneaked in? Did they do it? Patrick Sala questioned. No, according to the records, this secret program was implanted at the beginning of the establishment of Genesis, and the enemy's sneak troops have not entered the core area yet, so it is impossible to tamper with the system. Then quickly eliminate them, then unlock the system and cancel the launch program. But the Genesis system? No buts. It must be done. Got it. Got it. Beep beep beep. MR. Speaker, I received a communication request from the enemy aircraft. It's Dawn. Dawn. Yang Hui. Take it in. Patrick Sala's eyes were complicated. He didn't know why Yang Hui, who is an enemy at this time, would initiate a communication with him, but he wanted to know what Yang Hui was going to say, and at the same time he didn't want to hear the enemy's voice, but considering the emergency situation, he still took it in. MR. Speaker Sarah. Just tell me, boy, what do you want to do? After not seeing each other for a long time, without exchanging pleasantries, Patrick Sarah looked at the young face on the screen, feeling deeply moved. All the memories of his fight with Yang Hui flashed through his mind. It was a pity that this outstanding young man was not an adjuster. Why was he not a plant member? Then I'll be frank, Mr. Speaker Sarah, within 15 minutes, I will destroy Genesis from the inside, please leave immediately. Chapter 398 Death of Patrick Sarah. What? Are you kidding? Do you think I will let you succeed? Patrick Sala roared in a low voice. He didn't want Genesis to hit the Earth directly, but he didn't want Genesis to be destroyed. This was the key for the adjuster to win the war. If Genesis was destroyed, the Earth army could still use nuclear bombs to attack plant. Would that mean the situation was completely reversed? Moreover, it cost a lot of money to build Genesis. You want to destroy Genesis with just one sentence from you? What a joke. This is not a discussion, but a notification. Yang Hui said to everyone with a cold expression. He had contacted Wong and learned that the blasting team's breakthrough was fiercely resisted and could not move forward. If it dragged on like this, there would be no time to stop Genesis from hitting the Earth directly, so Yang Hui could only let the White Tiger retreat, and the Dawn Gundam rushed into the interior of Genesis alone to destroy it from the inside. This is very dangerous. The Dawnbreaker Gundam does not have heavy firepower that can kill with one strike. In order to destroy the Genesis in a short time, it is necessary to find the storage location of the nuclear explosives inside, then detonate it, and evacuate to a safe place before the nuclear explosion affects itself. But now there is no time to care about so much. Once the Genesis opens fire, the Earth will be destroyed, and there will be no future. Humph. Then you try it. Patrick Sala snorted coldly and hung up the communication directly. His heart was complicated. On the one hand, he did not want the Genesis to be destroyed by Yang Hui. This was the hard work of Zaft and the biggest bargaining chip to win this war. Once it was lost, his efforts for so many years would be burned to ashes. On the other hand, he could not bear the responsibility of the Genesis hitting the Earth directly. If he failed to stop the Genesis from hitting the Earth directly, even if the war won the final victory, it would be meaningless. MR. Speaker. The adjutant standing behind him was panicked. They were also anxious and did not dare to let the Genesis hit the Earth directly. According to the report of his subordinates, the system of the Genesis was locked and could not be unlocked in a short time, so, letting Yang Hui destroy the Genesis was the best choice. No matter how powerful Genesis is, it is just a weapon. Without Genesis, They still have a huge space fleet, as well as Yakanduwa and Boyaz Fortress. The outcome of this war is not over. Moreover, even if the Earth Army still has nuclear weapons, so what? The White Tiger single ship went deep into the Genesis to destroy the Genesis, and the Archangel and Eternity also went to stop the Earth Army's fleet. Isn't it to prevent both sides from using nuclear weapons? Genesis is gone, and the Earth Army wants to use nuclear weapons. Will they just watch and do nothing? Don't panic. Hurry up and crack the Genesis system, terminate the launch program, and order nearby troops to stop Yang Hui with all their strength. We must stop him. But, the Earth fleet, with a long-legged ship and the Eternal ship holding them back, in a short time. There's a call from Fort Boyaz. The Earth Army's main fleet has arrived at Fort Boyaz and entered a state of exchange of fire. What? Patrick Sala was slapped in the face before he finished speaking. He stood up and questioned his subordinates. What's going on? Where are the Eternal ship and the long-legged ship? Did they block the Earth Army fleet? No. I don't know. No trace of the long-legged ship and the Eternal ship was found. Wait, the Eternal ship and the long-legged ship were found entering the combat area from G-84. The Earth Army's nuclear bomb forces were found. Stop them all. Don't let a nuclear bomb fall on Boyaz. Yes. Freedom, justice, rebirth, and covenant were found. The Earth Army's nuclear bomb forces have been intercepted. The reports that came one after another made Patrick Sala slump back in the commander's chair. The entire battlefield was now in a mess. Genesis was in danger, the garrison was messed up by Dawn, Exa, Cherubim, and Dias. Boyaz Fortress was attacked by the main fleet of the Earth Army, and at the same time, Archangel and Eternity were also disrupting the situation. He didn't know what order to give was correct. Mr. Speaker. How long will it take to unlock the system? Patrick Sala asked, rubbing his brows. It is expected to take another hour. A bunch of trash. They didn't dare to answer, but the two adjutants looked at each other, a hint of cruelty flashed in their eyes, and quietly put their hands in their arms. Tell them that they must crack the system within the time limit, otherwise they will be court-martialed. Before he could finish his words, Patrick Sala felt a cold hard object pressing against the back of his head. What are you doing? Rebellion. Without even turning around, Patrick Sala knew that there was a gun against the back of his head, and besides himself, there were only two adjutants in his position, and only the two adjutants could quietly draw their guns and hold him hostage. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, we can't let your stubbornness destroy a plant and the earth. The adjutant said apologetically. HMPH. Stubborn? Destroyed the plant? Everything I did was for the plant, for our tribe. No, you did it for yourself. Please give the evacuation order, Mr. Speaker. What if I say no? Excuse me. After apologizing, an adjutant continued to threaten Patrick Sala with a gun, and another adjutant gave orders to everyone over Patrick Sala. Everyone evacuate Genesis immediately. Notify all surrounding troops. Stay away from Genesis. When Patrick Sala's voice stopped abruptly, everyone in the command room had noticed what was happening above, and they stopped what they were doing and looked up. The noisy command room fell into silence for a while. They also wanted to evacuate Genesis in their hearts. After all, the technical department had said that it would take an hour to fully unlock the system, which meant that they could not stop the launch of Genesis, and Yang Hui had already broken into the interior of Genesis. Judging from Yang Hui's attitude, he would not change his decision just because the people here did not evacuate, so no one wanted to stay here and wait for death. As a result, the situation changed drastically again before the adjutant finished speaking. At the moment when the adjutant relaxed, Patrick Sala turned around abruptly, grabbed the pistol behind his head, and shot the adjutant twice without hesitation. Turning quickly, another adjutant's body bloomed two bright blood flowers. Humph, traitor, it's not a pity to die. Patrick Sala said indifferently, and ordered everyone present to return to their posts and continue their work. Everyone was stunned, and didn't know what to do for a while. Emotions such as fear and panic made them at a loss. At this time, gunshots rang out again. Bang bang. Puha. The adjutant, who was thought to be a corpse, actually moved. He turned around in the air with difficulty, held the pistol tightly, aimed at Patrick Sala as much as possible, and fired two shots in a row, one hitting the abdomen and the other penetrating his left chest. That's enough. Hurry, go, everyone, go. The roar was the last sound. After blooming the last glory of his life came to an end. He died, another lieutenant also died, Patrick Solo also died, and the mountain that weighed on everyone's head had disappeared. The instinct for survival prompted them to rush out and leave Genesis as quickly as possible. At this time, Genesis was in chaos. The command system suddenly disappeared. No one knew what to do next. The lucky ones met the escapees on the way, and after learning the whole thing, they fled Genesis together. The unlucky ones were like headless flies circling inside Genesis. The demolition team and assault team belonging to the White Tiger fought and retreated after receiving the order, and successfully returned to the White Tiger. Wang, what about Yang Hui? Is he really going to do that? Luo asked anxiously. As a mechanic, he was the one who knew best how dangerous it was for Yang Hui to destroy Genesis from the inside alone. Well, Dawn has entered Genesis and is looking for the location of the nuclear explosives. Let's go help him. Don't go. Seeing the red Gundam astray turning around to enter Genesis, Wang immediately stopped him. The performance of the red Gundam is not as good as Dawn. If you go, you will only hinder him. But, damn it. Luo knew that Wang was telling the truth. If it was just the Dawn Gundam, after detonating the nuclear explosives, the Dawn Gundam's mobility might have allowed it to evacuate to a safe area before being affected by the explosion, but the red Gundam astray couldn't do that. But it was precisely because it was the truth that Luo was unwilling to accept it. Believe in him, Luo, he has never let anyone down. Wang said. Inhale exhale, what are we doing now? Luo took a deep breath, suppressed his unwillingness and impulse, and asked Wang for instructions. Red and blue machines escort the White Tiger to evacuate and wait at S45. Understood. X2. The same order was also conveyed to the Angel of Exa, Angel of Wisdom and Angel of Virtue. The three of them were startled at first, and then immediately cleared the enemy planes around them and met in the direction of the White Tiger. Really? Is that guy really going to do this? Lyle complained dissatisfiedly. Yang Hui has always been like this. Setsuna answered Lyle calmly. No need to help him, he will complete the task successfully. Tieria said affirmatively. Tisk, I just don't like this feeling. Yet, me too. Setsuna nodded in agreement. They all didn't like that Yang Hui always liked to put himself in the most dangerous position after coming to this world. So call me when you beat him up. Huh? Lyle thought for a moment that he had heard it wrong. How could Tieria say this? If you don't call me, I will help him beat you up. Okay, it seems that you have made progress too. Tieria, grow up. Huh? Shut up. Although the three were joking with each other, they did not stop moving. With their previous efforts, the Zaft Army's defense formation was already in disarray, and now the command system was in chaos and even more disorganized. They did not have the ability to chase down a certain MiZ or a certain battleship. They just cleared a retreat route of the White Tiger and then protected the White Tiger to evacuate to the designated coordinates. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, The Last Step to Peace. The Dawn Gundam moved forward and eliminated all the blockers. It took countless turns inside Genesis and finally arrived at the core area. Through the detection of nuclear radiation, it soon found the storage area of the nuclear bomb. 5 minutes left. Yang Hui looked at the time, parked the Dawn Gundam aside and got off the plane, and began to set up. The safest way is to set up a timed detonation device, and then evacuate to a position where it can be safely evacuated from Genesis after calculation, in case someone removes the set timed detonation device and is too late to stop it. After setting up, Yang Hui immediately returned to the Dawn Gundam, and then came to a safe position to wait, and contacted the White Tiger as soon as possible. Where are you? We have successfully left the combat area. We will wait for you at S45. Okay. After confirming that the White Tiger was safe, Yang Hui was relieved. As for whether the Zaft troops had evacuated to a safe area and whether they would be affected by the explosion of Genesis, that was not his concern. When the countdown reached the last 20 seconds, the Dawn Gundam burst into flames and left Genesis at the fastest speed along the shortest route. When the Dawn Gundam rushed out of Genesis, the countdown also came to an end. The Dawn Gundam did not stop and continued to fly towards the safe area. Along the way, there were many MiZ and warships of the Zaft army running around like headless flies. Yang Hui could not care so much, bit attached to the wings and ran at full speed. As long as there were MIS or warships blocking the Dawn Gundam, they were all split in two. There was no stopping the Dawn Gundam steps for even a second. At this time, Genesis began to twist, and fierce flames broke out inside. The energy of destroying the world erupted instantly, tearing Genesis into pieces. The light of the flames shone on this universe like the sun. For a while, everyone could not adapt to the strong light and closed their eyes. Slowly, the burning pain subsided, and people opened their eyes slightly, watching the brilliance of the sun exploding for a long time, and it was difficult to restore the brain's function for a while. This is Genesis. Genesis exploded. How could it be? At this time, Isalia Jewel, who was still in charge of the command in Yang Hui, was the first to come to her senses and inquire about the current situation. Why did Genesis explode? Where is Speaker Sarah? Yes. Under Isalia Jewel's roar, the subordinates gradually came to their senses and began to confirm the current situation in a panic. Yes, it was Dawn. Dawn broke into Genesis and detonated the nuclear bomb. Friendly warships report that most of the people inside Genesis have evacuated in advance, and Dawn issued an explosion warning in advance. But Mr. Speaker, don't hesitate, tell me. What happened to Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker has died in the line of duty. How could it be? Upon hearing the news of Patrick Sarah's death, Isalia Jewel lost her backbone and seemed to have lost all her strength. The same was true for everyone who was also Patrick Sarah's loyal followers. They are all the backbone of the radicals and loyal followers of the adjuster supremacy doctrine, but their core and pillar has always been Patrick Sarah. It was Patrick Sarah who made them see the hope of achieving their goals, and now. At this moment, the door of the command room opened, and Irene Kanaba, who was supposed to be dismissed and imprisoned, rushed in with soldiers and controlled all the backbones of the radicals such as Isalia Jewel. Irene Kanaba, you. Long time no see, Isalia Jewel, and everyone present. After discussion by the Supreme Council, it has been decided to arrest you and everyone present for treason. What? Treason? What's going on? As one of the representatives of the Supreme Council, why don't I know? And you? You are a prisoner, how can you participate in the Supreme Council? Isalia Jewel roared. An hour ago, you were no longer in office, and I was reinstated. Patrick Sarah has also been removed from the positions of Speaker of the House and Chairman of the National Defense Committee. All of the Sarah faction is guilty of treason. Damn it, you bastard Klein faction. If Isalia Jewel still hasn't figured out what's going on, all these years have been in vain. This is the Klein faction taking advantage of the opportunity to seize power. But knowing it is knowing it, the die is cast, and she currently has no way to resist. Otherwise, she will be fedible at without waiting for her to be convicted. Irene Kanaba asked the soldiers to control all the Sarah faction backbones present, and announced to the innocent soldiers present, Patrick Sarah, Isalia Jewel, all of the above are arrested for treason. Now I will take over the command and immediately open the global communication channel. Got it. Some people understood something, and some people didn't understand anything, but they all acquiesced to the fact that Irene Kanaba temporarily took over as the commander. There was no way. This was a game between the top leaders. As grassroots personnel, they could only execute it, and even had to distance themselves from the Sarah faction to prevent being implicated. After the global communication channel was connected, Irene Kanaba immediately issued an order in a speech, notified the Zaft Army and the Orb Army in the universe. That's right, it was the Orb Army. Although Orb was now in a state of fall, the leadership team headed by Yang Hui was still there, and they also had very terrible armed forces in their hands. After the discussion of the Supreme Council, Orb was still treated as a country. At present, Plant has begun to prepare for armistice negotiations with the Earth Army, the Orb Army and the Plant member states. In view of this, the Plant Provisional Supreme Council proposes to the Orb Army to cease all combat activities in the current universe. I repeat, the Plant Provisional Supreme Council proposes to the Orb Army to cease all combat activities in the current universe. Sir Kanaba, there is a communication request to be connected. Pick it up. Understood. The communication was connected, and Yang Hui's voice appeared on the big screen. I am Yang Hui, the Commander-in-Chief of the Orb Army. On behalf of the Orb Army, I accept the proposal of the Plant Provisional Supreme Council. We are willing to accept the armistice request. Thank you very much, Sir Yang Hui. Irene Kanaba breathed a sigh of relief. The Orb army led by Yang Hui was the biggest variable in this war. Although they were small in number, no one would doubt their weight anymore. If Yang Hui insisted on not ceasefire, then the armistice negotiations would become a joke, and even if Zaft reached a peace agreement with the Earth Army, it would be meaningless. It doesn't matter. Orb's position will not change. I hope there will be no more estrangements in this world. I understand, Mr. Yang Hui. Now the main fleet of the Earth Army is attacking the Boyaz fortress. We have also proposed a ceasefire negotiation in a timely manner, but the main fleet of the Earth Army seems to have rebelled. Some of the fleets ignored our request. You see. I understand. I will telegraph the Archangel and the Eternal to stop the war. You should prepare for the peace talks as soon as possible. Your extreme behavior in this war has caused very serious consequences. Please give the whole world a satisfactory explanation. Yang Hui reminded. We will prepare well. That's all. After the communication ended, Irene Kanaba asked the accompanying Klein faction senior officers to take over the command. She was still self-aware. She was not cut out for this. Moreover, the battle near Yakanduwa had been declared over. All she needed to do was to gather the troops and clean up the battlefield. You traitors, you are the traitors of planned. Yui Klein faction, you actually surrendered to the natural man. When Irene Kanaba passed by Isalia Jewel roared angrily. Originally, they had the upper hands in this war between the adjusters and the natural man. Even if Zaft lost Genesis, the Earth Army still had nuclear bombs. The troops led by Yang Hui were targeting the nuclear weapons troops. Without Genesis, wouldn't the only target they were targeting be the Earth Army? Isn't that the invisible ally of the Zaft Army? The Zaft Army still has a large number of troops. As long as they can send more troops to join forces with the garrison troops of the Boyaz fortress to destroy the main fleet of the Earth Army, the entire universe will be their backyard. At that time, they will continue to launch a counterattack and recapture the Carpinteria base and Gibraltar base that fell on Earth. But now, because the weak Klein faction decided to negotiate for peace, all this has been destroyed. With the destruction caused by Genesis, Isalia Jewel could imagine how much the plant would have to pay to complete the armistice and peace talks. Selling out the interests of the country to fight for a short-term peace and their own interests, what else could this be but traitor? Correct your mistake, Isalia Jewel. What we want is peace, equal peace talks, and the target of the temporary Supreme Council's peace talks is Orb, not the Earth Union. What? Isalia Jewel widened her eyes and looked at Irene Kanaba in disbelief. You actually surrendered to a country that has already fallen. You should know better than me about the Orb army led by His Excellency Yang Hui. After that, Irene Kanaba ignored Isalia Jewel's arguments and waved her hand to have her and the backbone of the Seraph faction suppressed. She had to return to the temporary Supreme Council immediately. They still had to prepare for peace talks and the price to be paid for the armistice. Yang Hui received a request for a ceasefire, and the White Tiger naturally received it as well. They had no objection to Yang Hui's acceptance. They came here to stop the war. Genesis was destroyed, and the Plant Council proposed a ceasefire and peace talks. This was the best result. Now, there is only one step away from peace. The only obstacle is the Earth fleet that is patient and unwilling to give up the fight. What's the situation with the Archangel and the Eternal? The Dawn Gundam returned to the White Tiger, and Yang Hui came to the bridge without even having time to change his clothes. It's very bad. Irene Kanaba didn't tell the truth. Not only are there people in the Earth Army who are unwilling to cease fire, but there are also people in the Zaft Army. Now the Archangel and the Eternal have been hit by a joint attack from both forces. As expected, the White Tiger will provide full support and call the Zaft Army to let them restrain their own people, otherwise I will terminate the armistice agreement. At the same time, tell Meru to contact Halberdan and take care of his subordinates, otherwise we will join forces with the Zaft Army and fight them together. Chapter 400 The war is over. In the Boyaz Fortress war zone, the main fleets of the Zaft Army and the Earth Army issued a ceasefire order after receiving the ceasefire proposal from the Plant Provisional Supreme Council. But not everyone is willing to stop the war. The Seraph faction of the Zaft Army was angry because the Earth Army used nuclear bombs again, and the Blue Cosmos in the Earth Army was fanatical for the false pure blue universe, and they all wanted to completely wipe out the other side. Damn. These bastards. Duan Halbottom looked at the friendly troops who did not listen to the order to stop with an ugly face. When he learned that Plant had sent a ceasefire application, he was very happy and agreed after a little thought. Of course, he didn't know that Genesis had been destroyed, but he could guess that if Genesis was still there, Plant would never ask for a ceasefire. He bet right, Yang Hui really succeeded in destroying Genesis, but he didn't know where they are now and what kind of results they have achieved. After analyzing the result of the destruction of Genesis, the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the Earth Union disappeared, and Hellbottom was relieved. Now the initiative returned to the hands of the Earth Army, because now only the Earth Army has nuclear weapons that can be used at any time. Whether it is war or peace, it is the Earth Army that has the final say. In fact, Hellbottom hesitated whether to accept Plant's request for a ceasefire, because this is an excellent opportunity to hurt Plant and establish the status of the Earth Army as the winner. But considering the existence of the Archangel and the Eternal, and the White Tiger and Yang Hui who are unknown and may join the battle at any time, Hellbottom did not dare to use nuclear weapons to threaten Zaft to surrender. After weighing the pros and cons, Hellbottom finally chose to accept Plant's request for a ceasefire. But he wanted a ceasefire, and most of the soldiers who were tired of fighting also wanted to stop the war and rest, but the Blue Cosmos, mixed in the fleet, was unwilling to accept it, and even got out of his control at the beginning, and directly disobeyed orders and used nuclear bombs on Boyas Fortress. Fortunately, the Miz troops of Archangel and Eternal stopped the nuclear bomb from hitting Boyas Fortress in time, but this also inspired the Blood of Zaft army and showed amazing fighting power. There were also a group of people who were unwilling to cease fire and fought with the people of Blue Cosmos. This was not only out of the control of Hellbottom, but also out of the control of Plant Provisional Supreme Council. This group of Dam Sarah faction. Order them to stop immediately. The commander of Boyas Fortress roared angrily. He had lost face because someone disobeyed his orders, not to mention that he received news that Genesis had been destroyed. Zaft was now at a disadvantage, and he was tired of the long battle. It would be good to end the war early. They didn't respond. Damn it. The commander was incompetent and furious. Disobeying orders violated military law, but the ceasefire had just ended and many people were still confused. If the troops were ordered to attack the disobedient friendly forces at this time, it would inevitably expand the impact and war, and make many people who were still wavering rejoin the battle. The Longlegs and the Eternal have taken action. Freedom, Justice, Rebirth, Covenant, and the Miz units belonging to the Longlegs and the Eternal have joined the battle and launched attacks on both sides. The commander was stunned for a moment, and soon laughed. Aren't these the best tools? He almost forgot about them. Order the troops to maintain their formation and retreat, and exit the battle area. Understood. Well, at the same time, let them be vigilant to prevent the Earth Army from sending out nuclear bomb units again. Yes. Stop it. The war is over. The Freedom Gundam equipped with a meteor system opened fire at full power, and together with a Justice Gundam, it once again fired colorful cannons, immediately clearing a large area of Miz, but they did not kill anyone, just made the other side lose its combat capability. At the same time, Kira, Athrin and others kept shouting on the public channel, hoping to persuade both sides to stop fighting. Don't get in the way. For the sake of the pure blue universe, the adjusters must be eliminated. The barbaric natural people should surrender to us. Go to hell. Inferior species. Although everyone kept shouting, no one paid attention to them. Instead, they kept cursing in the public channel, becoming more and more emotional, thinking more and more crazy, and fighting more and more tragic. Stop it. Kira cut a human stick with a sad face to stop them from continuing to kill each other. He really couldn't understand it. It was obviously over, the war was over, the battle was over, the Earth Union and the planned, the adjusters and the natural people, finally ushered in the opportunity for peace. Why did they still want to destroy it? It's useless, Kira, these people are crazy, and words alone can't stop them. Aslan reminded Kira loudly. At this time, he was sober and realized that the people of the Sarah faction and the Blue Cosmos were all brainwashed fanatics. No one could stop their pursuit of faith. Fanaticism and madness, perhaps, only death can. Stop being so nagging, Kira. Stop them with all your strength, or more people will die. Yes, Kira, I know you are sad, but now is not the time to be sad. Nicole and Diego also reminded Kira to stay awake at this critical moment. Whether he could understand their thoughts or not was a matter for the future. They must end this twisted battle as soon as possible and not let the war burn the whole world again. Well, I know. The shaken and confused eyes became firm again. The seed in his mind exploded, and his pupils seemed to disappear. Kira, whose concentration and physical ability were fully improved, only had the goal in his eyes, which was to make everyone who was still fighting lose their fighting ability and end the goal of this battle. Godfeld, heroic, launch. Missile launchers 1 to 6 are loaded with giant hammer missiles, targeting the Nelson class in the upper right corner. Launch. Under the instructions of Bakalulu, the Archangel continued to show its ferocious claws, and the beams penetrated one battleship after another. The missiles flew together and exploded on the surface of the battleship. But Kira is not Kira, and Archangel is not Freedom Gundam. The goal of stopping this battle is the same, but unlike Kira, he does not show mercy, just cutting people or destroying the engines and weapons of the battleships. Instead, he sinks them directly. Even the miss that approach will be destroyed by the porcupine formation and missiles. Captain, the message from the White Tiger is received. Melia reported excitedly when she saw the message from the White Tiger suddenly arrive. Read it out. After hearing this message, the exhausted people immediately cheered up and looked forward to the content of the message. Yang Hui ordered that this ship and the Eternal end the battle as quickly as possible, and telegraphed the Zaft Army and the Earth Army to control their troops, otherwise they will be listed as our hostile targets. If one side stops and the other does not, we will join forces to completely destroy the other. Upon hearing this, Meru immediately contacted Lakis of the Eternal. Lakis, did you receive Yang Hui's message? Yes, I know what to do. Please. After hanging up the communication, Lakis immediately started the full-channel broadcast. Notice to the Earth Army and Zaft Army in the combat zone, please stop fighting immediately. The war is over and the opportunity for peace has arrived. Do you want the extinguished flame to burn the whole world again? Think about your friends, think about your family, think about your compatriots. Don't let the flames of war burn them. Don't let the peace that has come with great difficulty disappear because of your impulse. Maybe this is the unique power of Lakis. The two armies that were fighting to the death were temporarily stiff. The Zaft soldiers recognized Lakis' voice, and the Earth Army who didn't know Lakis felt as if a refreshing breeze had blown away their manic hearts. At the same time, inform everyone in this universe that the Commander-in-Chief of the Orb Army, His Excellency Yang Hui, has accepted the ceasefire request from the Plant Provisional Supreme Council, and the commanders of the two armies have also issued a ceasefire order. However, if the orders of both sides are not implemented, it will be regarded as a provocation to Orb, and the Orb Army will declare war on forces that are unwilling to stop fighting. The first half of the words were said to the soldiers present, and the second half was said to the senior officers of the two armies, especially Dwayne Halberton and the senior officers of Zaft. This was already a sensitive period, and the war that should have been stopped was in danger of breaking out again at any time. If Orb joined as a third party at this time, the opportunity for a ceasefire would really be ruined. Moreover, although Orb had few people, it also made everyone present realize their combat effectiveness. Once the Orb Army joined the opponent's camp, it would be devastating for them. Hurry up and bring those bastards back. If not, defeat them. The fleet moves forward, the weapon system is activated, the target is the fleet ahead that has not stopped fighting. Both Dwayne Halberton and the commander of the Boyet's Fortress immediately issued orders, asking the troops that did not disobey orders to stop their own disobedient troops and forcibly stop the continuation of the battle, and even locked their weapons on them, and directly defeated them if they did not listen to the advice. At this time, a golden meteor cut through the universe from afar and came to the center of the battlefield, with its wings spread out, completely separating the two armies like an angel descending. At the same time, there were also the Angel of Power, the Angel of Wisdom and the Angel of Virtue. In order to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible to support the Archangel and the Eternal, the four Gundams used large thrusters again to go ahead. Yang Hui. Seeing the arrival of the Dawn Gundam, the Angel of Power, the Angel of Wisdom and the Angel of Virtue, everyone on the Archangel and the Eternal breathed a sigh of relief and was very excited. Yang Hui arrived in time, so the battle was declared over, which they firmly believed. The war is over. If there is still anyone who wants to fight, I will fight with you until you are completely wiped out. The cold and fierce voice reached everyone's ears, and everyone who heard it shuddered. Looking at the angel shining with golden light, no matter how fanatical or crazy they were, they would completely cool down at this moment, and even feel shivering cold because of the cold tone and invisible power. Chapter 401 Return Home. Fanaticism is like a stimulant, it is time-limited. The two sides in the fierce battle had a brief stagnation under the infection of Lux, which also eased and weakened the madness. Then the friendly forces of both sides stepped forward to block and aggravated the vacillation. Finally, Yang Hui and others arrived in time, and the invisible power completely cooled the fanaticism in their heads. Bring those idiots back quickly. Take advantage of now to control them. The commander of Boyaz Fortress and Duin Halbottom immediately issued orders. The Zaft army was better off. After all, they still had Boyaz Fortress as a support, but the Earth Army's fleet did not have it. When the Orb Army really declared war on them, with the current combat power, Duin Halbottom, as a wise general, could not think of any other way to prevent the Orb Army from completely destroying the Earth fleet, except for using abandoned pieces to seduce and then self-destruct nuclear bombs. But they all didn't know one thing, that is, Yang Hui, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria were relieved after seeing the two sides cease fire and retreat, because they were too tired, and it was also the end of their strength. Think about it, since entering the border of Plant, the White Tiger has been in a battle, and it is a high-intensity battle. It raided Genesis all the way, faced the tight defense line of Yakandui, and then came to Boyaz Fortress at full speed to support after destroying Genesis. During this period, there was no rest. Even an Iron Man would melt, right? But the four of them did not dare to relax. They finally won the opportunity for peace. If their true state was exposed at this time, it would reduce the deterrence and the war might be restarted. It was not until the two armies retreated to a certain distance and ensured that they would not easily start a war again that Yang Hui and the other four relaxed a little. It happened that the White Tiger also arrived at this time, and the four Dawn Gundams returned to the White Tiger. Ha, ha, ha. After getting off the plane, the four of them relied on others to support them to stand. The moment they took off their helmets, sweat scattered, their hair was wet, and their faces were weak and pale. Seeing this, the people around immediately helped the four people to the lounge. Even the doctor came and checked the physical condition of the four people. After finding that they were just tired and weak, they breathed a sigh of relief. Really? I didn't die on the battlefield. I was almost exhausted. Lyle complained with a smile. It's just about the same as that time, Setsuna said. Hearing this, the four people all laughed softly. Others couldn't understand, but they knew which time Setsuna was talking about. The plan was successful, and everything was worth it. Tieria's mouth curled up slightly, and the people accompanying them looked surprised. This is rare to see. You can't relax yet. There's only one last step to the perfect success of the White Dove plan. Yang Hui reminded the three people not to capsize at the last moment because of laxity. That's your job, it has nothing to do with us. Lyle teased. Oh, that's right, the last step of the White Dove plan is to rebuild Orb after the peace talks. Diplomacy, politics, construction and other tasks are the work of Yang Hui, Wang Liumri and others. Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria are just soldiers, responsible for fighting. I really can't. I think you can also get involved. Get lost. X3 even Setsuna and Tieria cursed at the same time after hearing this. They were not good at these things at all. Instead of talking nonsense with politicians, it would be better to just shoot them. Did you find a helper? Asked Lyle. Hearing this, the lounge fell into silence. The expressions of the four people were very solemn. Yang Hui waved his hand and asked the others to leave, leaving the four people alone to talk. He can't appear in public, you know. I still stick to my opinion. This person is very dangerous and cannot be left. Tieria's suggestion is pertinent. If we start from a rational point of view, no matter the sins he committed or his character, he should not live in this world anymore. Public execution and announcing his conspiracy to the world is the best way. First, it can focus all the hatred of the world on him, put the responsibility of the war on him, and let people all over the world have an outlet to vent their negative emotions caused by the war. Second, it also gives Plant and the Earth Union a chance to step down, and will not push both sides too hard. Third, the mastermind who has been hiding well was caught by the Orb Army, and the conspiracy of the war was exposed by the Orb Army. Orb's reputation in the world will be raised to a higher level, and it is not only the deterrence of force, but also respect and gratitude. But, if he is let go, it can also gain huge benefits, and it is not just a temporary gain like executing him, but a more long-term benefit. Cruz, who can calculate the whole world, naturally needs no further explanation of his wisdom and means, and the reason why he can hide behind the scenes to control the direction of the world must be that he has his own intelligence network and connections. Maybe he can get some information from crews that they want to know but have never been able to find. Not only in this world, but also in other worlds, Cruz's methods and style are very suitable for the dirty things in the dark, which is exactly what the Promise Fortress team lacks. After more than 10 years of life in this world, he has seen a lot of darkness and filth, and has worn a hypocritical mask for a long time, which made him deeply realize the importance of the dark side. Yang Hui once knew that light and shadow are two in one, and the world is not black or white, but he has always placed himself in the category of light, including all his team members. And people like Cruz are one of the best candidates to fill the shadow of Promise Fortress. Only when light and shadow are combined, the world is complete. Use it first, otherwise it will be a waste of effort to spare his life. Yang Hui spread his hands and said, "Haha, are you sure you have tried your best?" Lyle rolled his eyes and complained, "Of course, it took me a lot of perseverance not to stab him with a sword." "Forget it, you can do it yourself, but..." Lyle paused for a moment, and his expression was exactly the same as that of Setsuna and Tieria. "I will keep an eye on him, and if necessary, I will shoot him without hesitation. One sword. One cannon. Should I take a hammer?" Seeing the three people talking about crosstalk seriously, Yang Hui covered his face. At this time, the door of the room was opened, and the four people did not stop talking. Yang Hui had already ordered not to disturb them. The only people who could come in unobstructed could be Wang and Wang Liumei. "How do you feel?" Wang and Wang Liumei sat down on the edge of Yang Hui's bed and asked with a worried look on their faces. "Just tired, not injured." Yang Hui smiled and gently held the two women's hands, telling them not to worry. It would be great if there was a solar furnace. Wang and Wang Liumei sighed. They knew that the reason why Yang Hui was so tired, in addition to the long-term high-intensity battle, was also closely related to his use of the transformer mode. Without the assistance of GN particles, the consumption of using the transformer form was too great. "There is no way. I can't go back for the time being. The solar furnace cannot be brought out, and the cost of unlocking the fortress technology is too high. It is not something we can afford now." Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He also wanted a solar furnace. With a solar furnace, whether it is a battleship or a MiZ, at least there is no need to think of other ways to solve the problem of flying in the atmosphere. With the assistance of GN particles, Yang Hui's combat time will also be greatly increased. "Yang Hui, I remember that before leaving our world, you studied the pseudo-solar furnace, right?" Tieria asked. He was the one who cared the most about the solar furnace. Until now, he has maintained his persistence in the Heavenly Man plan, and even used the same idea in different worlds. "I have studied it. If it is a pseudo-furnace, I can make it if I have time. Then. But it is not easy to use." Yang Hui shook his head. He knew that Tieria wanted to use the pseudo-furnace to replace the solar furnace temporarily. This idea is desirable. Although the pseudo-furnace is not as good as the solar furnace, it has the characteristics of GN particles, such as anti-gravity and interference with electromagnetic signals. But there is a problem that must be solved, otherwise Yang Hui will not destroy the Great Wall to improve combat effectiveness. The pseudo-furnace has no TD filter layer, and the GN particles it produces are too toxic. I still need to spend time to solve the problem of filtering toxicity, which takes time. Although the pseudo-furnace is not as good as the solar furnace, the resources it needs are much higher than those of the nuclear engine and the anti-neutron jammer, not to mention the new ultra-compact energy battery. Another point you may have overlooked is that the pseudo-furnace cannot recharge itself and has a time limit for activity, which is currently not as good as the nuclear engine. This is indeed a problem. The red GN particles produced by the pseudo-furnace are extremely toxic, causing damage to both the human body and the environment, and the damage is irreversible. If this problem is not solved, then the existence value of the pseudo-furnace is really not as good as the nuclear engine. Similarly, to assist Yang Hui in entering the transformer mode for combat or communication, a high concentration and high purity GN particle field is required. The red GN particles are not pure enough first, and secondly, it is difficult to reach the required concentration if they cannot self-generate GN particles. But, the characteristics of GN particles are still very important. Apart from anything else, I am tired of using aircraft. Lyle said, not only him, but also Setsuna and Tiriak. Well, after the peace talks are over, I will try to solve the problem of toxic filtration. If possible, I will try the dual engine system. Leave it to you. By the way, Wang, what is our current route? Yang Hui asked. The Eternal will return to L4 and hand over to the terminal. The Archangel and the White Tiger will return to the Heavenly Pillar, and then we will all land on Earth and return to Orb. Yang Hui had no objection to this result. The three-ship alliance was a cooperation rather than a subordinate. The Eternal was still a Zaft ship and did not belong to Orb, so returning to the terminal to stay was the right choice. The Archangel had already joined the Orb army during the defense of Orb, so it was natural for it to return to Orb with the White Tiger. Contact Mina and ask her to send a message to the troops on Earth on my behalf that it is time to go home. Chapter 402, Separation, and finally Marriage, extra chapter for Beachjin Mufin. The Eternal, Archangel and White Tiger were saying their final goodbyes. The war was over. Not only were the warships of the three-ship alliance going to separate, but so were the people. For example, the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam did not leave with the Eternal. Kira did not belong to the planned, and Orb was his homeland, so he would not leave with the Eternal. The Freedom Gundam would not be returned, and he still needed this power. He had promised Yang Hui that if Orb took the same path as Blue Cosmos, or the Seraph faction, he would use the power of the Freedom Gundam to become Orb's enemy. Aslan would not go back either. Patrick Serra was his father. All the Seraph faction members were arrested and questioned. Although he was not a Seraph faction member, his last name was Serra, and his identity was too sensitive. He would definitely cause a lot of fluctuations after returning, so he simply followed Yang Hui and others back to Orb. As for his mother, Renaya Serra, Yang Hui also promised Aslan that he would safely take her to Orb to reunite with Aslan. Nicole and Diego are going back to Plant. After all, their families are in Plant and have not been liquidated, so they still have to go back. However, they have different choices for the future. Diego still plans to return to the Zaft army. After seeing so much and experiencing so much, he has a different understanding of his identity as a soldier, but he still wants to fight for his country. Nicole plans to retire. The war is over and it has entered a peaceful era. He thinks that he is not suitable for fighting and does not need to stay in Zaft. After retirement, he plans to complete his previous goal and become a musician. Others also have plans to retire, such as Marialia and Sai. The former plans to travel around the world after retirement, and the latter plans to go home and inherit the family business, etc. There are also Andre Balderfilta and Aisha Trine. They are also tired of the life of fighting and plan to retire and live in seclusion. The location is naturally Orb. They have enough experience to understand that the contradiction between natural people and adjusters will not be resolved so easily. Peace is only temporary. There may be another war at any time. After all, Blue Cosmos has not been completely destroyed, the Atlantic Federation is still there, and not all Seraph factions have disappeared. There is another reason. The long-term garrison in North Africa has also made the two fall in love with the gravity environment of the Earth. There are not many countries on the Earth that are willing to accept adjusters. Orb has acquaintances, is an absolutely neutral country, and has a strong military force. Naturally, it is the best choice. Of course, more people will still choose to stay in the army. They are originally soldiers and can do nothing else except fighting. Father should act as the Speaker of the Temporary Supreme Council. When everything is sorted out, I will go to Orb to find you. Lux said to Yang Hui. Why? Don't you want to be the first female speaker? Yang Hui asked with a smile. Siegel Klein will definitely give up his position. After all, he is old and doesn't have so much energy to work on national affairs. Most of the older generation have retired, and it is time for him to retire. After experiencing the betrayal and pursuit of old friends, he is also tired. At the same time, although he and Patrick Serra have different political views and even had a life and death conflict, they were once good friends and this cannot be changed. Patrick Serra's radical measures have caused dissatisfaction among the people, so Siegel Klein will naturally be disliked by the people. As a member of the Three Ships Alliance that prevented this war, Lakis will not only not be affected by the surname Klein, but also have an unprecedented reputation. With Lakis's ability and means, plus the support of the people and the Klein faction, it is not too easy for her to become the chairman of the Plant Supreme Council. Unfortunately, Lakis is not interested in this. If it weren't for the war, She only wanted to become a diva and bring the song of peace to everyone. Now, Lakis's goal has changed a little, from becoming everyone's diva to becoming a certain person's exclusive diva. Do you hope so? Oh, Lakis's question stunned Yang Hui. He knew that if he said he hoped, Lakis would return to plant and accept Siegel Klein's job no matter how reluctant she was. This was also the greatest support for Yang Hui, but looking at Lakis's pretty, cute and serious face, Yang Hui couldn't help but gently hold her face and kiss her. SHH. Now there were more than just Yang Hui and Lakis. The main figures of the three ships' alliance were all around. Wang Liumi, Malu and Bakalu smiled at each other. They knew that this moment was inevitable, especially Wang and Wang Liumi. They knew that Lakis loved Yang Hui earlier than Yang Hui himself. Malu and Bakalu were not jealous either. Well, it should be said that they were not qualified to be jealous. They were the last two. Even Wang and Wang Liumi, who had a formal engagement, were not jealous, so naturally they would not be jealous either. Mew, Andre Bartfield and others whistled, teasing Yang Hui for finally accepting Lakis, and congratulating Yang Hui for having another fiancé. However, one person in the crowd was very embarrassed. What do you think of an interview? Diego jokingly nudged Aslan next to him with his elbow. That? Actually, Lakis and I. Aslan, are you okay? Nicole was really worried about Aslan, but in this situation, it made people feel that he was also teasing. No. It's okay. There's nothing between Lakis and me. It would be a lie to say that it was okay. After all, they were once engaged, and although it was a political marriage, Aslan also had a good impression of Lakis and thought about pursuing her seriously, but their work did not give him this opportunity. Now the engagement was broken, and the little wife who was once destined to be kissed another man, and in front of him. I'm afraid only Aslan could hold back from getting angry, right? Soon after, the kissing couple separated. Lakis' eyes were filled with tears, because Yang Hui was finally willing to accept her, and this kiss was also an answer to her previous question, that he didn't want her to become the first female speaker of Plant. She knew Yang Hui, if Lakis herself wanted to become the female speaker of Plant, then he would not force her to stay by his side, but if she didn't want to, Yang Hui would never force her, and he would not sacrifice his freedom as a woman in exchange for benefits. Wait for me to come back. Well, my secretary position is reserved for you. The two most reluctant people said goodbye, and the others would not delay, hugged each other, bumped fists, clapped hands, and returned to their respective battleships. Well, everyone, let's see each other again after everything is over. Bon voyage, and see you again if we are lucky. Come to Orb when you have time, the commander-in-chief will host. Go away. Why should I pay for your meal if you treat me? You are our boss. Well, then, your salary and bonus will be gone. No. Ha ha ha. It's the same if you come to Plant, brother Yang Hui will pay for it. Go to hell. What does going to Plant have to do with me? You married the most beautiful princess in Plant, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Give an order now. No one is allowed to go to Plant for the rest of their lives. People from Plant are not allowed to come to Orb. No entry permit will be granted. Ha ha ha. The Eternity separated from the Archangel and the White Tiger. Although the war was over, everyone did not dare to enjoy the space travel leisurely. The peace talks would begin soon. Orb had a lot of work to do, and they also needed to return to Orb immediately to arrange various matters of reconstruction and diplomacy. Well done. Returning to Heavenly Pillar, Mina praised with a rare smile. To be honest, she had expected failure from the beginning. After all, there were too few people, and they intervened when the conflict between the two forces was the most intense. This was tantamount to a person actively sticking his hand into a meat grinder, trying to stop the operation of the meat grinder with his flesh and blood. As a result, not only was it successful, but it was also done very well. All three battleships were intact, and the MIS troops on board only lost 6 M1 heretics. None of the aces that could be named were lost. This can be described as a complete victory. Luckily, there was an accident on the way. It's good to be alive. Orb is a mess now, and you are waiting to deal with it. We will take a rest and then go back to Earth. What is the specific situation of Orb? The First and Second Fleets have successfully taken over the control of the mainland from the Earth Army. The Earth Army has completely withdrawn from the territorial waters of the mainland. The citizens scattered all over the country have begun to return. I have to say that your decision is right, Yang Hui. Due to the timely retreat, the war only affected Hatsushima and the Izanagi coast. The city was almost not damaged. Many citizens said that they just went abroad for a trip. That's good. But some people left and never came back. As she said that, Mina handed a list to Yang Hui. This list recorded that the former high-level elites of Orb had completely left Orb and had no intention of returning. Among them were the Salient family and other families that were threatened by Yang Hui. There must be more people who will not return than this list, but the people who can be paid attention to by Mina are definitely not ordinary citizens. Do I need to take action against these people? Mina asked. It would be better if these parasites left Orb, but they couldn't let the traitors go easily. The Sahuk family was originally responsible for the dark side of Orb, which was exactly her jurisdiction. No, from now on, the Sahuk family no longer needs to be responsible for the dark work. You are the commander-in-chief of the Orb Space Army, not the head of the assassins. Yang Hui said with a smile. Has someone chosen? Mina didn't think Yang Hui would be so naive as to give up the dark side. If he said so, there must be someone to take over her job. That's right. But his identity is very sensitive, so let's forget about meeting him. Huh? Hearing this, Mina raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, you make me even more curious now. Curiosity can kill, you should be the one who knows best. I understand, I will hand over the network below to you. That's the best, speed up the preparation of your fleet, only one, White Tiger class, battleship cannot become a space fleet. That depends on how much benefit you can get. Okay, is the shuttle ready? We can leave at any time. Then let's go. Yang Hui got up and left the office. When he reached the door of the office, he stopped and turned his head to look at Mina. I have fulfilled my promise. Sorry, I've been a little busy these days, and I just saw the news of your reward today. I'll make it up to you. Thank you. Chapter 403 Triple Trinity Strategy. White Tiger class, warships cannot fly in the atmosphere, and only the Archangel can land on Earth, but the Archangel still needs repairs, so it cannot depart immediately. Yang Hui, Wang Liumei, Setsuna, Lalanti area can only take the lead in a large shuttle. After landing at the relatively intact airport, Yang Hui first asked the prepared ground crew to transport the 4 machines of the Dawn Gundam, the Angel of Exa, the Angel of Wisdom and the Angel of Virtuosity back to the hangar of the secret dock. A mysterious large wooden box was also transported together. It is said to be a very sophisticated instrument, and the confidentiality level is very high. It is not allowed to be opened without authorization. Welcome back, Commander-in-Chief, Chief of Staff, Minister of Foreign Affairs. The commander of the First Fleet, Jelta, led the fleet back to Orb from Papua New Guinea and was responsible for the defense of Orb. When he learned that Yang Hui and others had returned, he immediately brought a captain and officers to greet them. What's the situation at home? It's relatively safe. The takeover of the mainland went smoothly and there was no conflict with the Earth Army. After receiving the notice, the citizens also carried out the return procedures in an orderly manner. Although a small number of people took the opportunity to cause chaos, they were quickly suppressed by us. It's just what? After the First Fleet left Papua New Guinea, things became a little restless over there again. And the Earth Army's fleet has stayed at the territorial border and has not left. I'm afraid. Don't worry about the Earth Army's fleet. The civil strife in the Atlantic Federation has not ended yet. They dare not do anything. Just keep an eye on them. Then how about Papua New Guinea? The giant floating platform will move towards Papua New Guinea. The Second Fleet and the Third Fleet will be enough. Understood. While talking and giving orders, they came to the main building of the administrative district. The Ministry of National Defense had been destroyed in the Battle of Orb, and only here can be used now. Moreover, although Yang Hui is still only the commander-in-chief of the army, Uzmi and others died in the line of duty. Yang Hui can only take over as the chief, but it has not been officially announced yet. Entering the main conference room, this is the highest authority body of Orb and the place where major decisions are made in Orb. There are more than 20 seats. Generally speaking, this conference room is full when it is in use, but now there are only a few people. In addition to Yang Hui, Wang and Wang Liumei, there are also Jurta and officials who have returned to Orb, but their number is not large. The younger generation has either not grown up yet or has not been officially appointed yet. Emperor, you are in charge of all the troops in Orb for the time being. The main thing is to maintain stability in Papua New Guinea. Any unrest must be suppressed as soon as possible. Understood. Looming, restart the intelligence network in an all-round way and provide good intelligence support. At the same time, contact the forces that are friendly with us and test their bottom line. This must be completed before the peace talks begin. Understood. Jelta, the First Fleet enters the second combat preparation. Although there is no sign of danger for the time being, it is better to take precautions before it happens. Yes. Then, Yang Hui issued several appointments in succession, filling the vacant core positions, and all the problems that needed to be solved, such as domestic security and internal affairs, were put on the agenda. This was just a hasty temporary meeting to temporarily stabilize the country, and it lasted for 3 hours. After the meeting, Yang Hui collapsed on the sofa and stared at the ceiling with his eyes blankly. Haha, what's wrong? Are you tired at this level? Wang Liumi sat on Yang Hui's legs, hooked her hands around Yang Hui's neck, and teased. I'm tired. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken on these tasks from the beginning. This is really more tiring than a big war. Yang Hui put his arms around Wang Liumi's slender waist and buried his head in her arms. Managing a country is really too complicated. Although he was secretly controlling Orb before, he didn't have as many things to consider as he does now. Apart from other things, he generally didn't care about the internal affairs of the people's livelihood. It was enough for Uzmi and others to worry about it. He also needed to worry about domestic security, rebuild the police agency, etc. In the past, he only needed to formulate the general direction of the policy and then hand it over to Uzmi and others to worry about. He didn't care about how to implement it specifically. He just wanted Orb to be free of chaos, and he could do whatever he wanted. But now, these are all his jobs. Be good, hold on for a while. When the world is stable and the people below are trained again, you can hand it over. Wang Liumi stroked Yang Hui's head like stroking a child and comforted him. Yang Hui hummed and didn't say anything, just rubbing in Wang Liumi's arms. Of course, he knew all this. This was just one of the stops on the endless journey. They couldn't stay in this world forever, so they needed to cultivate confidence in trustworthy people who could manage this world for them after the journey in this world was over. Just like that, he quietly hugged his lover and relaxed his whole body, relieving the fatigue he had been feeling. About an hour later, Yang Hui left Wang Liumi's arms and asked her to tidy up his messy clothes. Let's go and continue working. The people should have known that we are back, but we still need to hold a press conference to calm the people's hearts. Well, I'll arrange it right away. Wang Liumi nodded and took out her pad to arrange the press conference. Then, Yang Hui looked at Wang again. We don't need to worry too much about the army for the time being. The Atlantic Federation dare not move. The Eurasian Federation is too far away from us and cannot affect us. Other countries either cannot provoke us or have good relations with us. The focus now is on the stability of Papua New Guinea. I know all this, but there is a problem, Yang Hui, our troops may not be enough. The reason for mentioning this matter is not because of how much loss Orb's army has suffered, but considering that after this peace talk, Orb's territory will be further expanded, extending from Papua New Guinea to Indo-West. The land has expanded by nearly one-fold, and naturally more troops are needed to garrison, but at present, Orb's army really can't support such a huge territory. Recruiting soldiers requires population, money, and materials, producing weapons and equipment requires money and materials, and rebuilding the local area requires money and materials. There are holes everywhere, and don't forget the reconstruction of Aurora Society, and Hyuga, the establishment of a space fleet, and a certain goal that Yang Hui needs. To be honest, Wang is already considering persuading Yang Hui to change the original goal to more money and material compensation, otherwise, Orb will not be able to eat fat in one bite, and will be choked to death. In this case, our Triple Trinity strategy needs to be modified a lot. Yang Hui said to Wang. The goal of this peace talk, in addition to a large amount of materials and money, is that the Indian and Western territories are necessary, in order to completely block the eastward route of the Carpentaria base, and at the same time border with the East Asian Republic, which has always had a good relationship. This is also the current limit of Orb's size. Of course, this is a request to the Earth Union, or more precisely, to the two major forces of the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation. Needless to say, the Atlantic Federation wants compensation from the Eurasian Federation because the Eurasian Federation, this lackey, is a jerk himself. When Orb fell, He was making trouble in Papua New Guinea. Now that he has been given an excuse, how can he not be dealt with? As for the Eurasian Federation using the destruction of Artemis as an excuse to refuse, that was done by Plant. What does it have to do with Orb? Then on the other side, there is Plant. Although Plant did not launch a military strike against Orb, and was even ambushed twice by Orb, it is a fact that they threatened the Earth with Genesis, and it is also a fact that Genesis was destroyed by Yang Hui and his men. It is also an indisputable fact that the opportunity for the ceasefire and peace talks was brought by the Orb army led by Yang Hui. With these points, Orb is qualified to make demands on Plant as a victorious country. And Yang Hui's goal is the Boyat's fortress that was rescued. The Triple Trinity Plan, the Orb native land on Earth, Papua New Guinea, and the territories and giant floating platforms from Indo-West, the heavenly pillars, in the universe, the Boyat's fortress, and the Heliopolis, waiting for Plant to repay the debt, the universe, the land, and the ocean that will be vigorously developed, the Triple Trinity, established Orb's dominant position. But there is no way. We are short of everything. The mainland is not bad. The losses are not big. The people should be willing to contribute. Papua New Guinea will be stable. The giant floating platform will be fine. If it doesn't work, we can ask the Scrap Recycling Union for help. But the newly acquired territories are difficult. Wang said with a headache. This is indeed a problem. Wang Liumi said seriously, it's okay on the ground. The areas that have been occupied by the Zaft army have been liberated and have been in a state of anarchy. They will stabilize soon after they move in. The manpower can also be local. If the local people don't feel a sense of belonging to Orb, then we can improve their treatment. The problem is the universe. When will the Archangel land? It is expected to be in a week. Don't come down for the time being, act as the space army, use the Kusanagi, and all the special forces will go to the universe to support the scene. Yang Hui said, covering his forehead. There is no other way. Orb's Space Force really only has 3 warships available at this time. Yang Hui even took into account the combat power of Kira and Aslan, and estimated that the situation in the universe can be stabilized for the time being. It seems that you still don't plan to give up. Wang asked with a sigh. I can't give up. If I give up, our plan will have to be greatly changed, and we don't have enough time left. There are so many things to do. Yang Hui was also very troubled. The Triple Trinity strategy is the ultimate goal of the White Dove plan. The subsequent plans are all formulated based on this strategy. Giving up any corner may cause the subsequent plans to collapse. Okay, I know. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Hui hugged Wang, stroked her hair, and comforted Wang with the warmth of his arms to relieve her fatigue. Then how are you going to compensate me? Wang asked. When I'm not so busy, I'll go on a date with you alone for a day. Just 1 day. Then, 2 days. Humph. 3 days. No more. Your sisters are still lining up. Humph. You're a playboy, I'm twisting. Hiss. Ah. Chapter 404 Dangerous Cruise. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, a week had passed. Orb had a lot of things to rebuild. With the concerted efforts of everyone, it changed almost every day. It took only 2 or 3 days for ordinary citizens to resume their normal lives. The commercial streets and Central Park regained their lively and prosperous scenes. What made Yang Hui feel gratified was that after the citizens who returned to Orb resumed their normal lives, many of them voluntarily joined the construction team. Even women, children, and the elderly who could not move heavy objects joined in. They could not do heavy work, so they took out food and water from their homes to reward the busy workers, or took the initiative to undertake easy work such as delivering messages and recording. Moreover, what made Yang Hui and others happy the most was that some of these people, the adjusters and the natural people, 2 groups that were completely separated outside Orb, were perfectly integrated at this time. Seeing this picture, all the efforts are worth it. Yang Hui and others stood on the hillside and looked at the busy crowd below, and smiled. Isn't this our goal? Orb's rebirth is not only about restoring the country, expanding the territory or improving the military, but also about unity and solidarity. Wang said. But we can't relax yet, the distortion has not disappeared. Setsuna reminded everyone that the scene of the Orb people united as one is indeed comforting, but this is only an Orb, and Orb is only an insignificant part of this world. Just as Setsuna said, the distortion has not disappeared, and this world has not yet seen complete peace. Peace is only temporary. The blue cosmos, that is dead but not dead, the scattered and lurking Seraph faction, the Death Merchant, Logos, that secretly controls the world, and the mysterious black hand hidden behind these forces, which is bottomless. Although you are right, can't you not spoil the mood at this time? Yang Hui said depressedly, covering his face. Everyone was happy and the fatigue of working for a week was relieved, but Setsuna's words ruined the atmosphere. I haven't learned to joke yet. Suddenly, Setsuna lowered his head in disappointment, leaving Yang Hui and others dumbfounded. PFFT ha ha ha. He really couldn't help it. After a brief surprise, he burst into laughter. Setsuna was so funny. He was actually disappointed because he couldn't tell a joke. What's wrong? Setsuna looked at everyone in a daze. He didn't understand why they were laughing at him. Did he say something wrong again? Thinking of this, Setsuna couldn't help but feel even more disappointed. He lowered his head and pounded his shoulders and was about to leave. The atmosphere was so good, it would be bad if it was ruined again. Wait, where are you going? Lyle grabbed Setsuna and asked in confusion. Leaving, I don't want to ruin everyone's atmosphere anymore. PFFT ha 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 ha. I just realized that Setsuna is actually dazed. Too funny, ha ha ha. Stay here, it's quite fun. Yes, if anyone wants to leave, it should be Tairia who leaves. It's hard for a zombie face to smile. You guy. Tairia was originally pursing his lips and laughing secretly, but Lyle suddenly threw the pot on him, and his fist immediately hardened. One person chased another, and Yang Hui and others stood aside to watch the show, not stopping them, until both of them were tired. Yang Hui clapped his hands. Okay, we've rested enough, let's get to work. Yang Hui and others were just taking a break from their busy schedule, taking some time to rest. Everyone was very busy. Wang Liumei was in charge of both domestic and foreign affairs. Wang was responsible for all matters related to the military and national defense, and even Setsuna, Lyle, and Tairia had their own tasks and work. If the three of them hadn't happened to complete their tasks and come back together today, they wouldn't have been able to take a break from their busy schedule together. Beep beep beep. At this moment, Yang Hui's pad rang. He took it out and looked at it, his eyes solemn, because it wasn't a message or a call, but a reminder set in advance, reminding Yang Hui that Cruz's treatment was completed. Yang Hui. The people who had planned to separate gathered together again. After all, they had to meet a person like Cruz face to face, otherwise they would not be able to rest assured even if they trusted Yang Hui without reservation. Yang Hui nodded, asked them to tell the people below that their respective work would be postponed for half an hour, and then took them to see Cruz together. Arriving at the secret dock, they walked around for a long time and went deep underground before they stopped. After a lot of verification, fingerprints, irises, ecological characteristics, body shape records, the door was opened, and the people who entered the door saw Cruz sitting next to the treatment cabin to rest. You are here. Cruz raised the drink in his hand, looking relaxed and comfortable as if this was his home. How do you feel? Yang Hui asked Cruz. I have never been so relaxed. Cruz was happy with excitement. He had been suppressing it by taking medicine before, but he could always feel the pain inside his body. Now, he really didn't feel anything strange. His genetic problem should be perfectly cured. That's good, let's talk next. Okay. Cruz glanced at the people behind Yang Hui, and then his eyes returned to Yang Hui. They really needed to have a good talk. Now his life was saved. Although revenge failed, he had no regrets. What he needed to consider now was the future that he had never considered before, and a certain doubt in his heart. What are you going to ask me to do next? Cruz asked Yang Hui directly, without asking Yang Hui hypocritical questions like why did you save him? Or why did you recruit him? Now that the bet has come to fruition, and Yang Hui has indeed cured the terminal disease of gene deficiency, his life is naturally sold to Yang Hui. Take over Orb's intelligence network, and there is a dark side. As expected. Cruz raised the corner of his mouth. He had already guessed this answer. Since Yang Hui and his team came to prominence, he has carefully studied them and found that they like to use open plots. Although they also need dark things, they will never use them unless they have no choice. Wang's command, Wang Liumei's political ability, and the combat ability of Setsuna and the other two, although he may not be worse than them, this team has a clear division of labor, and his functions should not overlap with theirs, so, only those dirty things in the dark have a place for him. You take a rest for 2 days, and then Liumei will hand over to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Cruz saw Yang Hui getting up and leaving, and asked, "You won't restrict me? Your companions don't like me very much? How do you know I don't? I'm really flattered that you trust me so much. Then use your actions to prove that my choice is right." Yang Hui. When Yang Hui and others walked to the door, Cruz stopped them again and asked the doubts that surrounded his heart, "You are not from this world, right?" Catch a stop. As soon as Cruz finished speaking, Yang Hui and others' faces changed drastically. Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria drew their guns and pointed them at Cruz at the same time. If Yang Hui hadn't stopped him in time, Cruz would have had 3 more blood holes on his body. Ho ha ho ha, as expected. I guessed it right. You really are not from this world. There was no need for them to answer. Cruz had already known the answer from their reactions, and the doubts in his heart were finally answered. How did you find out? Yang Hui asked Cruz with a cold face. Your age, your ability, and your machine. I see. That's right, Cruz discovered the clues from these 3 points. They are really too young, and at the same time, they have abilities, maturity, and means that are not suitable for this age. It doesn't make sense to say that they are precocious. As natural people, they have abilities far beyond those of adjusters. This is unreasonable. Is the gene adjustment technology just a joke? There are also 3 people's machines. Although they are also Gundam, they are too different from all the current series. However, this is understandable. It's just a difference in design and aesthetics. But Yang Hui's machine, the X-generator, of the Dawn Gundam, this kind of weapon is incompatible with this world in Cruz's eyes. The deeper Cruz studied Yang Hui and others, the more certain he was about his guess, so he asked such a question. It must be said that Cruz's wisdom really scared them. They did not appear in this world out of thin air. They all have growth records since childhood. Even if ordinary people discovered these problems like Cruz, they would only think that they were a group of monsters and would never think that they were not from this world. Cruz not only thought of it, but also from the attitude of his question, he was very determined that he was not wrong. So, can you go to other worlds? Cruz asked. You are not qualified to know this. Yang Hui said to Cruz. It seems that I have to work hard and try to gain your trust as soon as possible. Cruz spread his hands and said, but his eyes were shining with excitement. He didn't care what purpose Yang Hui and his team had. He had done the craziest things, so what was there to be afraid of? What he cared about was that Yang Hui and his team really had the ability to go to other worlds, so, how exciting would his future be? How much human nature would he see shining or falling? I hope so. This time their departure was not terminated again, and Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria still had reluctant expressions. I said, he is very dangerous and cannot be left. Tieria brought up the old matter again, and this time, his proposal was supported by Setsuna and Lyle. No, now. I think he will be a great help to us. After a little thought, the Emperor said to the 3. Why? Tieria asked. He is very smart. He can guess that we are not from this world. He can also see that we do not trust him. We do not trust him and give him intelligence and assassination tasks. Does he think we do not have any precautions? Wang Lumai asked the 3 people. This. You are right, Tieria, he is indeed a very dangerous person. Yang Hui added, but if he is worthy of our trust and joins us sincerely, then, this danger is not to us, but to our enemies. Chapter 405 Peace Talks begin. Orb is particularly lively today. Planes are landing in Orb's airport one after another. The first fleet has entered the second-level combat readiness. M1 heretics are guarding around the airport. At the same time, there are airstrike teams constantly patrolling the air or welcoming the arriving guests. The road leading from the airport to the central conference room has been completely cleared. The roadside is crowded with citizens and passengers. Because of the cordon and the soldiers on guard, they can only stand on tiptoe and look around, looking forward to the arrival of the moment that everyone is looking forward to. The reason for this is that both Planned and the Earth Union have unanimously decided to set the venue for the peace talks in Orb instead of the original, Julius 7. First, although the 2 sides are negotiating, the contradictions and conflicts between the adjusters and natural people have not been completely eliminated. Neither of them is willing or dare to go to the other's territory. Second, Orb is the only victorious country and a rare country where natural people and adjusters coexist peacefully. It is most qualified to be the host. How is the situation? Yang Hui asked at the newly established National Defense Headquarters. There is no abnormality at present. The plant delegation just arrived at the airport and is on the way to the main venue. The delegations of the East Asian Republic, the Eurasian Federation, the United States of South America, and the same organization in South Africa have safely checked into the hotel. The representatives of the Oceania Union will land in 10 minutes. The Atlantic Federation delegation called and said that due to weather reasons, it will be half an hour later than the scheduled time. The Royal News reported. Haha, a dog can change its nature. Telegraphed to the Atlantic Federation that the peace talks will be held as scheduled. The weather problem will be solved by itself. Yang Hui sneered. What a bullshit climate. The weather forecast shows that the route from the Atlantic Federation headquarters to Orb is clear and cloudless, which does not affect the itinerary at all. The reason why they find an excuse to be half an hour late is that they are used to being arrogant and want to show off their status. Yang Hui will not spoil them. Come if you want to, don't come if you don't want to. It's okay not to participate in the peace talks. What will the Atlantic Federation face at that time? Just stand up and sit down and take responsibility. Okay. The Emperor had no objection to this. Originally, Orb was the only victorious country in this peace talk. As the defeated country, the Atlantic Federation had not yet completely stabilized its internal affairs, but it began to show off its power. Who gave you the face? Where are the people from the African community, the Equatorial Union, and the Kingdom of Scandinavia? Yang Hui asked. The representatives of the African community are on the list of the plant delegation. The people of the Kingdom of Scandinavia will go with the Atlantic Federation. Other forces have no intention of participating. Hearing this, Yang Hui nodded. The African community was originally a pro-plant force, so it was understandable that it would go with a plant delegation. The same was true for the Equatorial Union and other forces. Although they were forced to join the Earth Union, the entire war had nothing to do with them. From beginning to end, they had never sent any troops, or in other words, no troops could join the war at all. Now that the Atlantic Federation has been defeated and is in civil strife, they just took this opportunity to redetach from the Earth Union and regain their status as a neutral country. However, the situation of the Kingdom of Scandinavia is intriguing. What's going on with the Scandinavian Kingdom? The answer given by the Intelligence Department is that the Atlantic Federation has fully moved into the Scandinavian Kingdom and taken over all political power. The so-called king is just a mascot. The Emperor said to Yang Hui, but he thinks this matter is not that simple, and has sent more people to investigate. Scandinavia. Haha, this place again. Yang Hui smiled thoughtfully. This kingdom that was once neutral and now serves as a bootlicker of the Atlantic Federation has collected a lot of interesting intelligence. Although it is scattered and cannot reach the core, it makes Yang Hui feel that this country is full of a weird atmosphere. How many people do we have in Scandinavia? Because of the intelligence from Mr. Markio, we sent a lot of people, but we didn't find any other problems, so we withdrew one after another. Yang Hui, are you worrying too much? According to our investigation, this country is a rotten country, otherwise Siegel Klein and Mr. Markio wouldn't have left their homeland. Send more people to investigate it carefully. I have a feeling that there is something wrong with this country. But, we have investigated everything we can, and we found nothing. Have the royal family investigated it? We have checked it. The royal bloodline is passed down from one generation to another, and it is hereditary. It is very clean. That's the problem. The struggle for royal power is very clean. Do you think it's possible? I understand. The struggle for power is full of all kinds of filth and darkness. Even if Scandinavia is just an effect, and it has been rotten for many years and has no ambition, but this is also the power of a country. For several generations, there has been no ambitious people. The royal family is all mediocre and incompetent, so what about the senior officials? What about the nobles? There has never been any? Thinking this way, I found the problem. A country is clean and united, no problem. Orb is qualified to wear this hat, but even within Orb, there are many struggles for power and profit. The top ones are the Asha family and the Sadhok family. I don't know what they are fighting in secret. Well, go change your clothes. It's almost time for us to go. Okay. Yang Hui and Wang changed into formal clothes for the peace talks, met with Wang Liumari in front of the main venue, and walked into the venue together. Is everyone here? Yang Hui asked Wang Liumari. Except for the Atlantic Federation, everyone who should be here has arrived. Then we won't wait. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui pushed open the main door with both hands and walked into the venue under the attention of everyone. Wang and Wang Liumi followed closely, only half a step behind Yang Hui, and then followed by senior officials from various departments of Orb. A huge circular round table was arranged in the main venue, and behind the round table was another large ring, leaving a passage in the direction of the main door. The arrival of Yang Hui and others attracted everyone's attention. Everyone present knew that whether today's peace talks could go on and whether the two sides could reach a peace talk and cease fire depended on the expressions of the three leaders. They were also mentally prepared to be slaughtered by Yang Hui. However, everyone knew that the main victims would definitely be Plant and the Atlantic Federation, which had not yet arrived. As for other forces, they would only be compensated with resources and money. Who made them choose to acquiesce when the Atlantic Federation attacked Orb? Yang Hui, Wang, and Wang Liumi sat at the main seat of the round table, and Wang Liumi began to preside over the meeting. Please wait a moment, the representatives of the Atlantic Federation have not arrived yet. As the number one lackey, the Eurasian Federation saw that the peace talks had begun before their master arrived, and immediately reminded him. No need to wait, as a representative of a country, you should first learn to abide by the time. Wang Liumi smiled and answered neither servilely nor arrogantly. But the Atlantic Federation is also one of the main participants in this meeting. If we start before they arrive, what if we cause their dissatisfaction? Without his master by his side, the Eurasian Federation representative, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, softened in the face of Wang Liumi's invisible but suppressive aura. Seeing that the representative of the Eurasian Federation actually behaved like this, most people sneered in their hearts with disdain. The negotiations have not even started, and the opening remarks have not been finished, but you have softened. Isn't it completely taking away the initiative? Sorry, can I understand the Eurasian Federation's statement as it's okay to be dissatisfied if you're late? Face is so big. The smile on his face did not diminish, but the invisible oppression became heavier and heavier, causing the representative of the Eurasian Federation to sweat. No. I didn't mean that. Representative of the Eurasian Federation, don't be nervous. The Atlantic Federation representative is late. It has nothing to do with you, right? Yes, it has nothing to do with our country. The representative of the Eurasian Federation knew that Wang Liumi took the initiative to give him a way out, so he took it. However, he also knew that Wang Liumi had another intention, which was to let him express his position and whether he would firmly support the Atlantic Federation. The representative of the Eurasian Federation did not dare to continue to resist. Not to mention that the Atlantic Federation people had not arrived yet and no one would support him. Even if they arrived, the Atlantic Federation, as a defeated country, would not be able to protect itself. Very good, then let's continue. First of all, thank you. The official and smooth opening remarks, this time no one interrupted, quietly listening to Wang Liumi's speech, very formal, but also very long-winded. To sum up, there are only a few meanings. 1. Everyone has come thousands of miles to attend the meeting, thank you for your hard work too. The theme of the meeting is Peace Talks 3. Orb is still a neutral country 4. Orb's knife has been sharpened, everyone is ready to be slaughtered. Then all parties spoke again, expounding their own positions and views. Anyway, peace means that they hope for peace and hope to end the war. After all these useless and lengthy nonsense, they went straight to the most important part of the distribution of benefits. Yang Hui, Wang, and Wang Liumi did not speak first, but waited until they had finished speaking before speaking. They were not interested in arguing like buying vegetables in the vegetable market. As long as they spoke and put forward their own demands, it was a notification, not a negotiation. The representatives of the big forces were the same. At this time, the more anxious they were, the less initiative they had. The venue fell into a strange silence, but soon, someone could not sit still. It was the representative of the Oceania Federation. Mr. Yang Hui, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Orb for liberating Papua New Guinea from Zaft. At the same time, I would like to ask you when you are going to return the territory of the Oceania Federation to us. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at the representative of the Oceania Federation incomprehensible. Anyone who is not a fool knew that the so-called humanitarianism was bullshit from the beginning. Orb just like that piece of land. How could it be returned after it was conquered? Moreover, UB is the most powerful party now, so doing this is tantamount to touching the tiger's butt. Then, Everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Hui and the other two, waiting for their answers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 406, Orb's Greedy Request. Hearing this, Yang Hui and Wang continued to sit in their seats with a smile on their faces, without making any move to speak. Wang Liumi smiled lightly and calmly said to the representative of the Atlantic Federation, "If you're joking, it is indeed a bit funny. Your government abandoned its own citizens at the beginning of the Zaft invasion. We believe that you voluntarily give up your obligations and powers. We only provide humanitarian assistance at the request of the interim government established by the people. Under the friendly cooperation of both sides, the interim government agreed to incorporate the territory of Orb, which has nothing to do with you. How can it be returned? That is false. The interim government has not been recognized by anyone, so it has no effect." The representative of the Oceania Federation argued nervously. Although the Earth Union had recovered a large amount of territory in Australia, with the start of the armistice talks, the Zaft army returned to the Carpentaria base, and Australia was still in danger. The territory from Papua New Guinea to Western India is much safer. Although it is still across the sea from the Carpentaria base, there is Orb to the east and the East Asia Republic to the north and west. With two major forces eyeing it covetously, Zaft should not dare to act rashly. What? It seems that your information is blocked. As far as I know, the interim government is jointly elected and recognized by the local citizens. After learning about it in detail, we also recognize the legal validity of the interim government. Therefore, your statement is not valid. Besides, I have just said that the moment you abandoned your citizens and fled, you gave up your responsibilities and powers. At that moment, you should not have a legal existence. Hearing this, the representative of the Oceania Federation was sweating profusely and fell back into his chair weakly. He heard that Wang Liumi meant that not only would he not return the territory of Papua New Guinea, but he even told him that you are no longer qualified to speak on behalf of the Oceania Federation. Letting you sit at the same table with us is already a charity. If you are shameless again, get out. Everyone present sneered, as if they were watching a clown. However, they also had a preliminary understanding of Orb's strength, and raised their vigilance to a higher level, ready to bargain with Orb. Then some small forces spoke. Although they did not participate too much in the war, as a member of the Earth Union, they knew that Orb would not let them go easily, so they took the initiative to stand up and handed over a list of compensation to Orb, which was a small amount of materials and money, as well as concessions in diplomatic policy. But no matter what the amount in diplomatic concessions were, since they took the initiative to stand up and bear the responsibility, and also made a letter of surrender to Orb, Orb was not a country that bullied others by taking advantage of its power, and accepted it without hesitation, and at the same time assured them that Orb would never interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, which also made them feel relieved. At this time, the late dojo finally came. A group of people pushed open the door and walked in arrogantly. The leader was wearing the general uniform of the Earth Army, and his expression was very ugly. What? It started before everyone arrived? What's the point of such a peace meeting? Or, is this Orb's way of hospitality? The senior official came to Yang Hui and asked with his head down. Yang Hui still kept smiling, raised his eyelids and glanced at him, and his smile became colder. Can you speak on behalf of the Atlantic Federation? Humph, I am the head of the delegation for this peace talk, so I can speak on behalf of the Atlantic Federation. Really? Well then. With a contemptuous smile, Yang Hui turned to Wang and Gilter who were sitting behind him and said, "The First Fleet has entered the first level of combat readiness and is heading towards Alaska. Wang, formulate a combat plan, let the Angelus, and Angelus go with the 1st Ms Battalion, and prepare my mobile suit as well." Wow. Everyone present was shocked. They knew that Orb would be very strong in this meeting, but they didn't expect it to be so strong that it would directly send troops to attack without a word. This was tantamount to a declaration of war. The Atlantic Federation representative who had just been arrogant was immediately panicked. He originally just wanted to save some face and at the same time use a strong attitude to tell everyone present that the Atlantic Federation is still the most powerful country in the Earth Union. As a result, Yang Hui actually mobilized troops directly, which was completely beyond his expectations. You can't do this. Isn't Orb advocating peace? Declaring war on your own initiative is against the principle of peace. Haha, this representative, I want to remind you. Yang Hui stood up for the first time in the meeting, looking at the representative of the Atlantic Federation, with a cold and ruthless smile on his face. I didn't order our army to attack you. If you have poor hearing, I can introduce you to an excellent doctor. That's right, Yang Hui's order was just to let the troops advance in the direction of Alaska, without the words attack and target, so it was not a declaration of war on the surface. Sir Yang Hui, now is a period of ceasefire and peace talks. It's not appropriate for you to do this, right? At this time, the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes who followed the representative of the Atlantic Federation came out and said to Yang Hui calmly but seriously, "It's indeed inappropriate, but is your approach appropriate? King Orf." Yang Hui stared at this man with a smile, looking at him constantly, trying to find more secrets from him. King Orf, a middle-aged man in his 50s, is the current king of the Kingdom of Scandinavia. Since discovering the problem of the Scandinavian kingdom, Yang Hui has been curious and wary of this middle-aged man with dignity. Just now, he discovered a very serious problem, which was a very small action of the Atlantic Federation representative. When King Orf started to speak, the Atlantic Federation representative subconsciously took a half step back, but in less than a second, he controlled himself and retracted his foot. This action was very small, but it could reveal a lot of things. That is, the Atlantic Federation delegation, on the surface, was led by this ignorant officer, but in fact, it was led by King Orf, and King Orf must have a very high status, and it must have been a long time. The status that was only raised in a short time could not make the Atlantic Federation people who looked up to the top so respectful, let alone subconsciously retreat and give way. Our lateness is understandable. You know, humans are always insignificant in front of nature. Really? It seems that I need to reorganize our country's climate observation department. No one is a saint, and everyone makes mistakes, just like the Atlantic Federation, don't you think? Sir Yang Hui. In a simple conversation, King Orf made Yang Hui feel difficult. Facing Orb's strong attitude and threat of force, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and had a reason to advance and retreat. He was completely different from the stupid main representative. The order continues to be executed, go to the Bering Sea to conduct military exercises, and no active attacks are allowed. Once the words are spoken, they will be spilled. In the current situation, if Yang Hui retracts the order, then all the attitudes and upcoming requests of Orb will become a joke, and Orb will no longer have any deterrent power. During the peace talks, wars should not be provoked again, so Yang Hui ordered the fleet to go to Alaska's doorstep to conduct military exercises, and ordered not to actively attack others. Doing so not only gave both sides a step down, but also demonstrated the deterrent power of Orb's military, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, Yang Hui emphasized the word active, which was to tell the people of the Atlantic Federation that you can't stop me from showing off my power at your doorstep. You can do it if you want, but you will bear the consequences. Orb is no longer the country that you used to bully. King Orf did not argue with Yang Hui anymore. It was just a military exercise. As long as you don't cause trouble, there will be no war. Although it is very aggrieved to be shown off at your doorstep, there is nothing you can do. The Atlantic Federation suffered heavy losses in the war, and it will be slaughtered later. The internal situation is not completely stable, so it can't go to war with Orb again. Everyone in the Atlantic Federation took their seats one by one, and the meeting continued. The small forces ended, and the game between the big forces came. The first person to speak was the East Asian Republic. That's right, the East Asian Republic, which has always had a good relationship with Orb, did not participate in the action against Orb from beginning to end. The Atlantic Federation took action against Orb, and the East Asian Republic also maintained an opposing attitude. But it is an indisputable fact that they just stood by and watched after their opposition failed, so they had to pretend to do it and put forward their own conditions. Orb also accepted them happily and expressed that they would continue to maintain friendly cooperation with the East Asian Republic. Then, it was the wrangling between Plant and the Atlantic Federation. Oh, yes, the Eurasian Federation should also be included. The master has come, and the target is not Orb. The waist is hardened and it is firmly grasping the destruction of Artemis, While the Atlantic Federation and Plant are accusing each other of using nuclear weapons, although the nuclear weapons of both sides have not caused any damage to either side, only the Eurasian Federation is injured. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of wrangling, Wang Liumei stood up again and saw that both sides were tired of arguing. Now it was Orb's turn to appear. This is unacceptable. Fantastic, no one can accept such conditions. With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? After receiving Wang Liumei's list of conditions, the Atlantic Federation, the Eurasian Federation and Plant all angrily stated that they could not accept Orb's compensation conditions. The amount of materials and money can be negotiated, but other conditions are not negotiable. Wang Liumei said in a deep voice, "We hope that all parties present here will not forget that Orb also has nuclear energy technology, but in the war, even when Orb fell, it never used the forbidden power. What about you?" The Atlantic Federation once again attempted to use nuclear bombs on the colony satellites, and Plant attempted to bombard the Earth with Genesis. If our elites had not tried their best to stop it, can you imagine what the world would become? At the scene, everyone was silent. The representative of the Atlantic Federation wanted to make a harsh statement. Anyway, the people in the colony satellites were all adjusters, and it would be better if they weren't all dead, but King Orf held his legs under the table, so he dared not speak. Everyone knows that if both sides use nuclear weapons without regard for the consequences, the result will be the destruction of the Earth and the extinction of mankind. So, Orb is really qualified to put forward such greedy conditions. I can't make a decision on your terms. I need to discuss with my country. After a fierce ideological struggle, the representative of Plant said to Yang Hui. Not to mention the vast resources and money, he couldn't decide on Fort Boyats, but Obu's attitude was very clear. Resources and money could be negotiated, but Fort Boyats must be given to them. On the other side, the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation also had ugly expressions. The Indian and Western territories were not theirs, so they didn't feel bad. However, the request to expand to the territorial waters of Hawaii and Midway Island was to let the Atlantic Federation open the door to their home and not be on guard against the lion outside without any restraints. The Eurasian Federation was mainly for the vast resources. Once it agreed, the economy and production of the Eurasian Federation would be on the verge of collapse. Although Wang Liumei said that the amount could be negotiated, looking at the situation of Plant and the Atlantic Federation, it was known that the range of negotiation was pitifully small. We also need to contact our country. We are the same. Such conditions were not something the delegation was qualified to decide, and Wang Liumei agreed to this. Okay, but I hope you can decide before the military exercise begins. Chapter 407 Get Rich Overnight. The meaning of this sentence is very clear. The beginning of the military exercise is a time limit. If they do not give an answer within this time limit, then the military exercise may not be a military exercise. Plant and the Eurasian Federation are fine. One is in the universe and the other is thousands of miles away from Orb. Even if the war is resumed, it is impossible to affect them in the first place. But the Atlantic Federation is not like that. Once the war starts, Orb's fleet can attack Alaska in the first place. Although the Atlantic Federation's forces on Earth are not afraid of Orb, the Atlantic Federation is not a monolithic entity. The internal struggle has not yet completely ended. Today's meeting was declared over at this moment. Everyone dispersed and returned to the hotel. Although the peace talks have not yet ended, what happened today needs to be reported to their country. No matter what the result is, after this peace talks, the world pattern will change dramatically, and they also need to make some preparations in advance. This stinky boy, he really has a big mouth. Siegel Klein looked at the information sent back by the delegation and rubbed his temple uncomfortably. Father, what happened? Lux asked softly. Look, you found a good man. Siegel Klein handed the pad to Lakis. His tone was as resentful as it could be. Haha, this is indeed Yang Hui's style. Lakis chuckled after reading the message. Yang Hui has never been a person who suffers losses. Many people think that the fall of Orb has made Yang Hui suffer a great loss, but they don't know that this is the road Yang Hui paved for them, just for this one. If Orb does not fall, the Earth Army and ZAF do not use nuclear weapons, how can he ask for such a high price? But I'm afraid he will be disappointed this time. We can't agree to his conditions. Siegel Klein said melancholy. If it was personal property, Siegel Klein could pack up all the Klein family's property and give it to him, just as his daughter's dowry and his own pension insurance. But Boya's fortress is one of Zaft's important military fortresses, and it is the first line of defense with the Earth Army. It is impossible to give it to Orb. Even if he agrees, the Supreme Council will not agree, and all Zaft soldiers and citizens will not agree. Indeed. I think it's acceptable. Lakis said to Siegel Klein. Siegel Klein covered his face and was speechless. Women in love are poisoned. He believed that even if Yang Hui wanted the entire plan, Lakis would pack it up and give it to Yang Hui. But this time, he really misunderstood Lakis, at least not completely. Father, in my opinion, the Boyat's fortress is very important to Zaft, but it is not so important that it is indispensable. With the ability of plant, it is not difficult to use asteroids to build another one. But if we lose the opportunity to make friends with Orb or even make peace in order to cherish the Boyat's fortress, it will be a loss. Siegel Klein felt that what Lakis said made sense. The power currently displayed by Orb was really terrible. Plant was also panicking now. It was not appropriate to start a war again. No matter who the opponent was, it was worth exchanging a fortress for peace. But, just such a reason was no problem to convince the representatives of the Supreme Council, but it was too weak to convince the army and the people. At the same time, Plant's supplies and funds may not be enough. Don't forget that Plant still owes Orba, Heliopolis, and there is also a list that is painful to look at. So we need to work hard on the compensation of supplies and funds. After listening to Siegel Klein's concerns, Lux said, I know Yang Hui and his team. Their goal was the Boyat's fortress from the beginning. They didn't care so much about the compensation of resources. I'm sure the bottom line is only 1/4 of the request, so let the delegates talk boldly and confidently. Is it possible? Orb is now in a state of disrepair. It seems that it will have to build a new army on a large scale. The resources required are not a small number. Father, you know, I know, and Yang Hui naturally knows that Plant will never agree to this condition. If it agrees, it will shake the country. He will not make unreasonable demands that we cannot agree to. Therefore, the Boyat's fortress and supplies must be one primary and one secondary. The main goal must be achieved, and the activity range of the secondary goal is very large. I roughly calculated that 1/4 of the required resources is just within the acceptable range of Plant. Lux is not a professional politician. She just has excellent qualities, potential and skills. However, she has been following Siegel Klein to deal with the internal affairs of Plant during this period, so she has some contact with it. Therefore, she has a general understanding of the domestic situation and can roughly estimate the limit of Plant. Siegel Klein was silent after hearing this. Everything Lux said was correct and difficult to refute, but you do this, not just for Plant considerations, right? Father, you worry too much? Really? Yes. Seriousness and maturity are gone, and the big watery eyes blinked, which is cute and adorable. Siegel Klein covered his face. There are only 2 fathers and daughters here. Is it necessary to act and deny it? There is another question. How to deal with the opposition of Zaft and the people. Lakis gave Siegel Klein a reason to persuade the Supreme Council, but even if the Supreme Council was persuaded, it would be useless for Zaft and the people not to accept it. If this decision was passed by force, the trust and acceptance of the Supreme Council by Zaft and the people would drop to the freezing point, and everyone would have to step down. Siegel Klein didn't care about this little power, but he was afraid that the Sarah faction, who was hiding somewhere, would jump out and make trouble again, completely destroying the good situation. Leave it to me, Father, I will solve this problem. Lakis had already spoken, and Siegel Klein would not ask again. Lakis generally would not agree to anything from anyone. Once she agreed, she was sure to complete it. On the other side, the representatives of the Atlantic Federation also reported the situation back to the mainland. The local leaders were divided into several factions. Although they all cursed Orb Lion for asking too much, in addition to cursing, they also framed each other, saying that the faction of the representative was not strong enough, and even accused him of betraying the country. Some people also called for destroying Orb's first fleet and declaring war on Orb directly. If they could destroy it the first time, they could naturally destroy it the second time. Such a statement was attacked by the peace faction again. What kind of warmongering, antisocial, anti-human, destroying the world? As long as it was close to the edge, the big hat was put on the head of the war faction. They argued until late at night, but no result was achieved. Those who wanted to fight were only good at talking and did not dare to really do it. Those who wanted to negotiate felt aggrieved and could not accept such harsh conditions. In the end, the meeting dispersed, and the leaders of several major factions gathered together and connected to a remote video communication in a secret room. No one could convince anyone, so they asked the person who could decide with one vote. Accept Orb's conditions. But, this way, the Atlantic Federation will be completely open to Orb. If Orb wants to attack us, there will be no early warning line of defense. Orb will not take the initiative to attack us, at least not now. We have to delay time now. When the research over there has results, Orb can destroy them with a flip of the hand. The research over there has been decades, and there has been no progress at all. Will it? No. Understood. In this way, the Atlantic Federation also made a decision to accept Orb's conditions, but not to accept them completely. As Wang Liumi said, the amount of resources can still be discussed. The Eurasian Federation on the other side is exactly the same as its master. At first, it clamored that it would not accept it. If they want to fight, they can fight. Anyway, the Emperor is far away and they can't fight them. But after hearing that their master has accepted it, they can only accept it with frustration. The general direction was determined, and the next thing was simple. After about 3 days of wrangling, the three forces finally determined the specific amount of resources. Lakis was right. Orb did not exploit plant too much, and it was finalized at a quarter of the limit. Because the Atlantic Federation paid Midway Island and Hawaii, although Orb was strong, it did not have the ability to destroy the Atlantic Federation at present, so it only got half of the proposed amount. Finally, it was the Eurasian Federation, which was slaughtered. After much persuasion, it was reduced by half. In general, in this peace talk, Orb's gains were mainly Boyat's fortress, the territory of Indo-West, and the territorial waters and land extending to Midway Island and Hawaii. There were countless resources, which could be said to be rich overnight. Take resources for example, it is more than enough to rebuild Aurora Society, and, Kaguya, establish 3 reorganized space fleets, and add 2 more sea fleets and 3 MIS battalions. After getting the results, it is naturally busy. Yang Hui calculated that Orb's productivity is now fully open, and 1 year is enough to transform all the forces in the plan into reality. By then, Orb will also have the power to stand on top of the world. At the same time, a press conference was held to announce the results of the complete victory of the negotiations to the world. People in Orb were naturally excited, as if they had seen Orb's powerful posture. People in the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation were heartbroken and angry, cursing the incompetence of the government. Plant had Lux do the work in advance, so they didn't have too much emotion, but they were definitely frustrated and unwilling. There were other forces, most of them didn't care about it. Anyway, their losses were not big. However, after the representatives of other forces returned to their countries, the representative of the United States of South America quietly stayed and asked to meet with Yang Hui privately to discuss. Sir Yang Hui, congratulations on Orb's complete victory. The representative of the United States of South America congratulated, not only the victory on the battlefield, but also the victory in the negotiations was the core of Orb's strength. With Orb's current gains, everyone with a discerning eye knew that Orb's rise was unstoppable. Thank you, Mr. Anafi, but you didn't return to the country at this time, and you secretly came to me. It's not to congratulate Orb, right? Yes, Mr. Yang Hui, our country wants to get help from Orb. Chapter 408 No one available. What do you think? Do you want to intervene? After sending off the representatives of the United States of South America, Yang Hui summoned Wang Liumi and others. Even Cruz, who was not convenient to show up, participated in the meeting through voice. The request of the United States of South America was very simple. Orb sent troops to help them resist the invasion of the Atlantic Federation. Although the Republic of South America is a member of the Earth Union, its relationship with the Atlantic Federation has always been hostile, because the Atlantic Federation has been coveting the Panama spaceport for a long time. In name, the Panama spaceport is jointly owned by the Earth Union, but within the territory of the United States of South America, it is naturally under the jurisdiction of the United States of South America. So before the war between Plant and the Atlantic Federation went to war with the United States of South America and lost a large amount of territory including the Panama spaceport. The United States of South America has also been persisting in the struggle and has made great efforts to retain the existence of the country. Now, the Atlantic Federation is weak and orb has risen strongly, which has given the United States of South America hope. They hope to use the power of orb to regain the territory that belongs to them and lift the oppression of the Atlantic Federation on them. What is the reward from the United States of South America? Cruz's voice came from the pad on the table. Various policies and conveniences, equivalent to becoming a vassal state of orb, that's about it. Yang Hui said. Oh, you're dreaming. Not only Cruz sneered, but others were also dissatisfied with the reward from the United States of South America. It doesn't make much sense to be a vassal state. The only valuable thing about the United States of South America is the Panama spaceport. Now the Panama spaceport has been destroyed by Zaft. Orb itself has 2 spaceports, Kaguya, and the giant floating platform, which are enough for Orb to use. There is no point in having one more. Although South America has rich mineral resources, just like the Panama spaceport, will the Atlantic Federation look at the meat at its mouth and not eat it? Not to mention the level of technology, let alone the United States of South America, the Atlantic Federation, a technological power, is not as good as Orb. The same is true for the Army. The Army of the United States of South America has never been very good. The regular Army was crippled by the Atlantic Federation. Now the main forces resisting the Atlantic Federation are guerrillas and militias. The only thing that can still benefit Orb is population, but the current population of the United States of South America is mostly composed of the elderly, the weak, women and children, and it does not improve Orb's productivity much. So in one sentence, it is tasteless to eat and a pity to throw it away. But the United States of South America can't come up with anything else to pay. Yang Hui shrugged. To be honest, the reward from the United States of South America is all they can pay now. No more, can't be paid. Any more will be abandoned and merged into Orb. But this is impossible. Wasn't the South American War of Independence for independence? How could it be occupied by Orb after driving away the Atlantic Federation? Can the mining rights of South America be obtained? Cruz asked. In addition to the population, the rich mineral resources are worth Orb's efforts. The ones in their hands can transfer the ownership to us, but there are only a few. The good mines are all in the hands of the Atlantic Federation. Yang Hui said. This is really, Wait, I suddenly think this is feasible. Cruz said, the Atlantic Federation has suffered such a big loss this time, it will definitely not give up. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all knew that peace was temporary. Under the surface of the water that had just calmed down, there was always a turbulent undercurrent, and it would not take long to break this peace. The main enemy of the Atlantic Federation must be planned, and Orb will not let it go. After all, Orb made the Atlantic Federation fall into a big trap this time. Half of the mineral resources of the Atlantic Federation come from the mines in South America. What if we take these mines away? Do you think the Atlantic Federation will be angry? Wang asked. No. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Although Cruz did not answer, I think the answer is the same as everyone else. After all, the current situation of the Atlantic Federation is not too good. If the internal conflicts are not resolved, it will not easily start a war. Moreover, the peace agreement has just been signed. Peace is the main theme now. If the Atlantic Federation violates this theme, then it will be the target of public criticism. So, we should intervene and help the United States of South America regain the lost territory. Yang Hui decided. After expelling the Atlantic Federation's army in South America and regaining control of the mines, there will be a huge gap in the Atlantic Federation's resource needs, and the reconstruction of the army and the production of weapons will also be hindered. It's not possible to do it openly, otherwise we will be the ones who start the war. Ariel reminded. That's right, so we have to disguise it. Looming are our target resources, apart from the necessary expenses of the plan, enough to support the United States of South America. If it is mainly for daily necessities, yes. Wang Looming roughly calculated the resource reserves and nodded. Very good, you will discuss the specific matters with the representatives of the United States of South America tomorrow. After speaking, Yang Hui looked at Wang again. How many of our existing troops can still be mobilized? At present, only the newly reorganized 6th Fleet can be mobilized. Wang said with a headache. Although Orb's troops are relatively well preserved, there are only so many of them. Now Orb's territory has expanded again. Not only the Earth, but also the Boyaz Fortress in the universe, the reconstruction of Heliopolis, and the establishment of the Universe Fleet all require manpower. Now Orb's manpower is already very tight. The Sixth Fleet is a newly formed sea fleet, and its personnel are mainly composed of Earth Army soldiers who defected to Orb and newly recruited personnel. Since the reconstruction of Orb, Wong has started to recruit soldiers, not only in Orb itself, but also in the native population of Papua New Guinea. All those who can be mobilized have been mobilized, but there are still some vacancies. Are there any MIS troops that can be mobilized? Yang Hui asked. If they want to secretly help the United States of South America regain lost territory, only the sea fleet is not enough, and the ground fleet is also needed. However, ordinary tank troops and aviation troops are difficult to compete with the Atlantic Federation with MIS troops, so MIS troops are necessary. The 1st Special Battalion and the 1st Battalion follow the 1st Fleet to Alaska for exercises, and they will not be able to return for at least a month. Speaking of this, Wong felt a little resentful. Originally, the 1st Fleet, the 1st MIS Special Battalion and the 1st MIS Battalion were the backbone of the remaining Orb, but Yang Hui sent them all out with just one sentence, leaving her in a situation where no one was available again. Not only the above-mentioned troops, but also the 3 aces, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiiria. However, Wong also understood Yang Hui's decision. If the Atlantic Federation's attitude was not correct, they would not indulge it. It was necessary to send troops to their doorstep to let them know that Orb was no longer a soft persimmon. Well, let's do this. Transfer the 1st Squadron to South America. When the domestic affairs are almost dealt with, I will go there in person. You can't go. Cruz immediately opposed Yang Hui's proposal. Now there are countless eyes staring at you. If you move, the whole world will move. I can. You can't. Both you and your machine are too conspicuous and there is nothing to hide. Okay, I know, but if I don't go, who will go to calm the situation? Can't Barry and Zhang be there? Lyle asked. Their personal abilities are enough, but they can't coordinate the overall situation. They need someone who can see the overall situation and arrange the deployment. I'll go. You. Everyone looked at the pad on the table at the same time. It was Cruz who said this. The only people who are capable of coordinating the overall situation are you, me, Miss Wang and Miss Wang. You can't move, and Miss Wang and Miss Wang can't get away, so I'm the only one who can go. No, your identity is too sensitive, you can't go. Yang Hui refused directly. It's not that he doesn't trust Cruz, but Cruz's identity is indeed sensitive. Once someone he knows finds out, Orb will be caught in the controversy of public opinion again. Don't worry, I will hide my identity well. Not many people have seen my true face, and there is no other choice, right? Cruz said to everyone. Everyone was silent. Cruz was telling the truth. They really had no other choice. The only person who had the ability to complete the goals of the United States of South America without causing Orb to go to war with the Atlantic Federation was Cruz, except Yang Hui, Wang and Wang who stayed in the United States. In terms of intelligence, can you let go? Yang Hui asked Cruz. All the arrangements have been completed. All that's left is to wait for the results. Okay, be careful. After thinking it over again and again, Yang Hui agreed to let Cruz go to South America to take charge of the overall situation, because there really had no other choice. There were really too few talents in this area. The others also acquiesced to this decision. They didn't trust Cruz yet, but they trusted Yang Hui. Yang Hui chose to trust Cruz, so they would try to trust him. Well, Miss Wang, please let me know when there is a result of tomorrow's negotiation. I will immediately make a plan with Miss Wang. This can be regarded as a way for Cruz to take the initiative to lower his posture. In fact, his ability to make plans is not much worse than Wang's. It can be seen from his plan to instigate both Land and the Earth Army and attempt to destroy the world. But he did not carry out it alone, but took the initiative to find Wang to make a plan together. This is a concession, and it is also a way to seize the opportunity to cooperate with everyone and get closer to the price. No problem. By the way, Cruz, there is a new mission. You must arrange it immediately. I want to know the most detailed information about King Orf of the Kingdom of Scandinavia from his birth to the present. Also, send someone to keep a close eye on him. I want to know where he goes every day, who he meets, and even what he eats for every meal. Okay, I'll arrange someone to do it. Chapter 409 The True Meaning of Love. Everything in Orb was back on track. The reconstruction of the most important, Aurora Society, and Kaguya, was proceeding in an orderly manner. In order to resume the work of Aurora Society as soon as possible, the first and second factories had been rebuilt. The large equipment that had been dismantled and transported to the giant floating platform and heavenly pillar was also transferred back to start working directly to produce Ms. Take this and produce a batch as soon as possible. Arriving at Aurora Society, Yang Hui handed a design drawing to Erica Simmons. Erica Simmons opened it and looked at it. She was stunned at first, and then showed a look of sudden realization. Orb is surrounded by the sea, and it really needs a Ms unit for use in the water. This design drawing is not a dedicated Ms for use in the water from scratch, but a backpack module for use in the water of the M1 Heretic. The best thing about the M1 Heretic is its modular design. It does not require the body itself, but only needs to develop a backpack module to deal with different situations, and it can be used directly, which perfectly meets the requirement of using Ms all day long. If we want to design and produce Ms for each environment like SAFT, it will be difficult to form a system in a short time even if the size of Orb is expanded several times, so M1 Astray is the most suitable Ms for Orb's current situation. The same is true for the Earth Federation's Dagger. At the beginning of its development, Dagger borrowed the design of the Strike Gundam that can replace backpacks to adapt to various environments. Only one model can meet the needs of all environments. But Yang Hui knows that Dagger is not as good as M1 Astray now, but it will be on par with the current M1 Astray in a short time. And the Gundam, developed after the upgrade, has even exceeded the performance of M1 Astray. Therefore, M1 Astray cannot rely on its old capital, and the plan of upgrading and transformation will naturally be put on the agenda, but this plan can be postponed a little. Now Orb's top priority is to expand the number of troops to be enough to defend the entire Orb after the expansion, so as to make the composition of the army more perfect. The upgraded M1 Astray must also be modularly designed, so there is no need to worry about forming a new unit first and then eliminating it later, resulting in waste. At that time, it can directly replace the upgraded modules. To be honest, in Yang Hui's opinion, the MVF, M11C Murasame, Orb's second-generation Ms, is quite useless. The variable frame technology in this world can be considered perfect. There are precedents such as the G-Plan Aegis Gundam, and the second-generation X-Series Snatch Gundam and Forbidden Gundam. There is no need to redevelop this technology. But Orb cannot play the most important role of Murasame, which can transform into a fighter. With greatly enhanced mobility, it is good at running in surprise attacks, or rapid rescue. However, Orb will not take the initiative to attack because of its position and philosophy. If it is a local rescue, Yang Hui's newly designed flight backpack to replace the Shrike also has enough speed. Therefore, Murasame is useless to Orb. It is better to use the research and development and production resources on the M1 Heretic. Yang Hui. At this time, Maddock, who should have been on the giant floating platform, roared and walked towards him angrily. Huh? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment when he saw Maddock, but soon he was relieved. He was so angry because he had not fulfilled his promise with him. The Atlantic Federation, which should have been taught a lesson, ended up being his helper. You are a man who does not keep his word. While cursing, he reached out to grab Yang Hui's collar and was about to curse at Yang Hui's face, but Maddock's vision suddenly turned dizzy. The pain from his back made him come back to his senses and found that he was lying on the ground with one of his hands held by Yang Hui. Anger hurts your health. You are too old to get angry. Yang Hui said calmly. You bastard. You don't keep your word. Although he was restrained by Yang Hui, Maddock still roared at Yang Hui angrily. Now they have joined Orb and are under supervision, and their home has been destroyed by the Atlantic Federation. They can't leave even if they want to, but Yang Hui did not fulfill his promise and did not teach the Atlantic Federation a lesson. The two fleets of the Atlantic Federation were completely destroyed, the flagship Washington and Cesarin were gone, and Asniel was also killed, along with his subordinates' work of confidence. Aren't you satisfied? But you later joined forces with the Atlantic Federation. So, when you said to teach the Atlantic Federation a lesson, did you mean to destroy it? At this point, Yang Hui's face turned cold. That's not what I meant. Maddock felt a chill from Yang Hui, and his anger also cooled down. He is not stupid. It is really impossible for Orb to destroy the Atlantic Federation. It is the same now. Although the Atlantic Federation is in chaos and crippled, its foundation is still there. Apart from anything else, if a force that can threaten the Atlantic Federation declares war on the Atlantic Federation at this time, then the internal strife will stop immediately and they will unite to face the outside world. The reason why the Atlantic Federation is now called crippled is because the internal struggle is very serious. Once the internal struggle ends, the Atlantic Federation will be twisted into a rope, and it will be difficult for any force on Earth to compete alone. Don't worry. Yang Hui understood why Maddox was so angry and why he hated the Atlantic Federation so much. The headquarters of the Universal Union had consumed the efforts and hard work of countless people, and it was also their only destination. Their homes were destroyed and many companions died. This matter would be the same for anyone, so Yang Hui did not blame Maddox and pulled him up from the ground. There are still many opportunities. There is no need to rush. Opportunities? What opportunities? Maddox was stunned. It had only been a short time since the peace talks, and all forces had signed a ceasefire agreement. How could there be a chance to deal with the Atlantic Federation? The Atlantic Federation has suffered such a big loss. Will it give up? No. As Neil is dead, is Blue Cosmos completely destroyed? No. Maddox understood that Yang Hui meant that peace was only temporary and the war would definitely restart. Go and do your work. Since the other party already understood what he meant, Yang Hui didn't need to say more, just let him wait patiently. But Maddox did not leave, still looking at Yang Hui with burning eyes. What else? The Scrap Recyclers Union no longer has the distinction between the Earth faction and the Universe faction. Maddox's sudden move stunned Yang Hui. He didn't understand why he was telling him this. This matter has nothing to do with me. What I mean is that I have agreed with Madonna that we will all join Orb. Huh? Yang Hui looked at Maddox in surprise. The remnants of the Universe faction joined Orb because of the transaction, but although the people of the Earth faction had a permanent location on the giant floating platform, their relationship with Orb was still cooperation, not affiliation. Yang Hui had never forced this group of people who yearned for freedom to join Orb. What? Don't want freedom anymore? Haha, I understand now. Where is the freedom? Maddox's expression was vicissitudes and desolate. Before the Atlantic Federation committed a crime against them, they always believed that there was absolute freedom in the world and that they could survive in the cracks with their abilities. But the Atlantic Federation slapped them in the face. No, it should be a ruthless knife slashed on their necks, and they lost everything the moment they woke up, which made them see clearly that they were helpless because they were not big forces, but they just didn't want to attack them. Once they decided to attack them, they could be destroyed with a flip of the hand. After talking, Madonna, like Maddox, realized the embarrassment of their own situation. He was very glad that he chose Orb at the beginning. Orb did not force them when they were in the most dangerous time, but this was only now. Who knows what will happen in the future? Will Yang Hui attack them in the future? In this case, instead of waiting until they are crippled and forced to join Orb, or being directly eliminated by Orb, it is better to join Orb while they still have a good relationship. Haha, your men may not think so. Yang Hui sneered. If the people of the Universe faction paid a painful price and realized this and chose Orb as a shelter, the people of the Earth faction would obviously not accept all of them. Without personal experience, they would not know the feeling of grief and desolation. Well, we have asked everyone. Those who don't want to leave, let them leave on their own. Maddox said. Have you ever thought about what will happen to them in the future? Although not all scrap recyclers are talented, they can be considered capable people. Those with particularly outstanding abilities are on the lists of major forces. Before, they had the protection of the Scrap Recyclers Union and the mutual restraint of major forces behind them, so they couldn't do it. But now that the Scrap Recyclers Union is gone and they have lost their protection, these people will be captured by people from major forces once they are alone. It doesn't matter. Since they have chosen freedom, let them experience the price of freedom themselves. Maddox smiled bitterly. It is true that scrap recyclers are companions who keep each other warm, but they are not to the point of life and death. When they are together, they help each other. Since they have chosen to separate, they will go their separate ways. Okay, go back and prepare, I'll have someone contact you. Okay. By the way, that guy Luo. He's having a headache now. Haha, that's right, his goal is to be the strongest scrap recycler, but now the Scrap Recyclers Union is gone. No, that's not what I'm talking about. What is that? The pilot in your family, what's her name, the little girl Julie? Did she retire? Now she joins Luo's team. Yang Hui, Greek letter sigma, degree, Julie retired? Julie, one of the 3 female warriors of Orb, retired? To pursue her own love? Isn't that right? He still knows Julie well. She shouldn't be such a love-brained person, right? And how could he not know that an elite pilot like her retired? Coincidentally, at this time, Mayura and Isachi appeared in Yang Hui's sight, and he immediately called them over. Commander-in-Chief. X2 at ease, I have a question for you. Commander-in-Chief, please. Did Julie really retire? No. X2 seeing that the two answered without hesitation, and their innocent and confused expressions couldn't be more real, Yang Hui also looked at Maddock with a confused face. Unexpectedly, Maddock was also confused. He did see Julie in Luo's team a few days ago, and heard Luo ask her why she retired. Julie replied that she was chasing her love, but what is going on? Ah, Commander-in-Chief, you are asking about Julie and Luo being together, right? Mayura and Ashiki thought of something and asked Yang Hui. Well, what's going on? It's like this, it's true that Julie went to pursue love, but she didn't retire. She applied to Director Simmons and used retirement as an excuse to join Luo's team, monitoring Luo's every move as a spy, and then persuaded them to join Orb from the inside. Ashiki said. The true meaning of love is to tie your lover to yourself, this is what Julie said. Mayura added. Upon hearing this, Yang Hui and Maddox were silent. They raised their thumbs seriously and gave Luo their blessings in their hearts. Chapter 410 Cruz's New Identity. Arriving at the Ministry of National Defense, Yang Hui found Wang, who was busy. Seeing that she was staring at the map alone, Yang Hui quietly walked up from behind and put his arm around her waist. Feeling the familiar warmth coming from her waist, Wang smiled slightly, leaned back, and leaned into Yang Hui's arms. Are you tired? Yes. Although it was not a war, the cost of maintaining peace was greater than that of war. Wang had been tense and didn't notice it until Yang Hui's arms made her accumulated fatigue in the past few days surge up all at once. Take a break? I heard from them that you haven't had a good rest for several days. No, I can't rest now. The military exercise has already begun. The Atlantic Federation's attitude is ambiguous. I have to make arrangements for the backup plan in case the Atlantic Federation is desperate. It's almost rotten to death, so it won't jump over the wall, don't worry. Yang Hui directly picked up Wang horizontally, and then sat on the sofa beside him, letting Wang sit on his lap and rest against his chest. As long as we don't really do anything to them, they won't care about us. That's why people are worried. Wang's worries did not come out of thin air. The Atlantic Federation has been spoiled. It can be seen from the performance of pretending to be strong when attending the peace talks as a defeated country. It's precisely because they haven't made any moves that I'm worried about what they are planning. What about civil unrest? Although I know you are fooling me and want me to rest, I am very happy. Wang chuckled and stroked Yang Hui's cheek. That's right, whether it's Wang or Yang Hui, or even the top leaders of the big forces, as long as they have eyes, they all know that the civil strife in the Atlantic Federation is just a child's play. The Atlantic Federation cannot be split. Blue Cosmos will not allow it, and logos behind Blue Cosmos will not allow it. Even Yang Hui and the others know that the black hand behind logos will not allow it. Sister Wang, what's wrong? Am I here at the wrong time? At this time, Wang Liumei came in. Her work was arranged properly. Knowing Wang's hard work, she came to see if there was anything she could help with, and she saw this scene. Of course not. Yang Hui smiled, put Wang on his left leg, and patted his right leg. Wang Liumei laughed when she saw this, walked over, sat on Yang Hui's right leg, and leaned in Yang Hui's arms like Wang. Thank you for your hard work, Liumei. Yang Hui stroked Wang Liumei's hair and said distressedly. Actually, I'm fine. The People's Centripetal Force is still very strong. There are not many government affairs that I need to handle personally. I can just arrange them. But for Sister Wang, I can't let others do it. Wang Liumei was also worried that Wang would be tired. Military affairs are not like internal affairs. Orb's military expansion, garrisons in various places, new army training, etc. These things can be arranged for others to do, but there are also many things that can only be done by Wang alone. This is not distrust, but other than Wang, no one else has the ability to handle it. For example, intelligence analysis, the entire staff combined is not as good as Wang. Analyzing intelligence and making plans, they are only qualified to check for loopholes and provide advice for Wang. Setsuna, Lyle, Anti-area follow the First Fleet to conduct military exercises, which is the easiest, and even if they come back from the military exercises, they will let Setsuna and Lyle go to the universe to assist Mina in controlling the Boy-Az fortress and forming a space defense line. But these tasks are short-term tasks. After completing them, they will return to their country and continue to serve as instructors for MIS pilots and train excellent pilots for Orb. Yang Hui was in charge of the overall situation. Apart from the R&D work, he was responsible for the general direction of other things, and the specific details would be handed over to the people below. By the way, let's calculate the time. Cruz's side, Okay, Liumai. Wang Liumai planned to talk to Yang Hui and Wang about the South American situation. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was sealed by Yang Hui's mouth. After they separated, Yang Hui's Lianshan had a blaming expression. It was not easy to convince Wang to take a break, and you want to talk about work again. Do you want her to tire herself to death? Yes. Wang Liumai covered her mouth and giggled, with a dark expression on her pretty face. Sister Wang was the first, and I was the second. Sister Wang was exhausted, so I am the queen, right? You girl. It turns out that you have ulterior motives. You deserve to be punished. Wang, who heard the words, went berserk, pounced on Wang Liumai and began to tickle her. Ha ha ha. I was wrong, Sister Wang. Ha ha ha. Let me go. Ha ha ha. No. I must let you know today that your sister is your sister. Ha ha. Husband, help. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Wang's rampage could not be stopped by begging for mercy, Wang Liumai could not stand it anymore and could only beg Yang Hui for mercy. Who knew? When Wang pounced on Wang Liumai, Yang Hui had already left the sofa, walked to the door and locked it to prevent outsiders from breaking in and seeing the erotic scene, and then folded his hands and leaned against the wall to watch the two beauties playing. That's not okay. The affairs of the harem are managed by the queen, Wang, and I can't interfere. Haha. You. Haha. You and Sister Wang. Haha. Bully me together. Who told you to tire me to death? Just a joke. I took it seriously. Haha. Sister Wang is the best, at worst tonight. When Yang Hui and his two wives were taking a break from their busy schedule, in South America, Orb's transport fleet could already see the coastline of South America with the naked eye. Are we there yet? Cruz observed the situation on the shore with a telescope. He found nothing unusual, but he also maintained a high level of vigilance. Lord Vital, everything is ready. Yet, hearing the call from his subordinates, the corners of his mouth hidden behind the mask twitched, and then he answered his subordinates, the MIS troops will land first, the escort fleet will disperse, be alert to the surroundings, and we must protect the transport ship. Yes. After the subordinates left, Cruz held the mask in his palm and trembled all over. It has been several days, and Cruz still feels ashamed of his new identity. In order not to expose his identity, Cruz's identity can no longer be used. Now he still wears a mask, but it is different from the previous one. Now it is more like a helmet than a mask. The whole head is covered, tightly fitting without revealing anything. At the same time, it also comes with a voice changer function, which changes his voice. So why do you want me to call myself this name? Do I look like the forest god in Norse mythology? Is this revenge on me? Cruz didn't think there was anything wrong with using the name of God as his new identity. Anyway, what he has done is qualified to call himself a god. But, the forest god, it doesn't fit his image at all, right? You can even let me call him Loki. Moreover, although Cruz had no evidence, he was sure that the reason why Yang Hui called him Vital was definitely not because of the forest god, but for other reasons. Alice, when you live under the eaves, you have to bow your head. Cruz was a man who accepted his fate. He knew his fate before and accepted the ending of death. Because of his tragedy, he decided to take revenge on the world, and he was even unwilling to believe that his fate could be changed. When fate changed, Cruz ushered in a new life. It stands to reason that a person like him would not be willing to be inferior to others, but he still accepted his fate. Why? Because he found that his tragedy was changed, but also ushered in a new tragedy. Except for Yang Hui's side, he could not find a place for himself, and he not only regarded Yang Hui's side as his own place, but also succumbed to his own desires. The opportunity to go to other worlds, encounter more unknowns, the end of the infinite journey, his desire for knowledge kept shouting in his mind, asking him to explore all of this. Horizontal ellipsis. The orb fleet was getting closer and closer to the port. The M1 heretics kept jumping from the warships and landed on the land of the port. The warships escorted the transport ships closer and then spread out in a fan shape. The transport ship docked, and crews and a group of officials disembarked and were warmly welcomed. The President of the United States of South America personally came to greet them with senior officials. "Welcome, Mr. Vital." Although they were puzzled as to why Cruz was wearing a mask and felt that the other party was a bit rude, they were the one asking for help and needed patience and flattery. "I'm very sorry that I can't show my true face, Mr. President. A fire once took away my face and my voice." A hoarse voice came from under the mask. This was also arranged by Yang Hui for Cruz. His face was burned and his voice was hoarse. "I see." After hearing Cruz's explanation, the people of the United States of South America were relieved. Although they were also puzzled as to why it couldn't be cured. The current medical technology can treat burn scars. But everyone has their past. According to the official document sent by Orb, Cruz is the foreign minister this time, responsible for supporting all affairs of the United States of South America. There are also organized fleets and MIS troops coming. This makes them feel at ease. Orb did not send a small character who cannot show his true face to perfunctory them. Mr. Vital, please follow me. I have arranged accommodation for you. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. President. Both parties gave a few instructions to their subordinates, arranged the work of unloading materials, and then got on the car and left the port together. Mr. Vital, regarding our agreement with your country. Why? Does Mr. President think there is something wrong? No, Mr. Vital, there is nothing wrong with your country's request, and I believe your country will not be like the bandits of the Atlantic Federation. It's just that the ownership of the mine is completely acceptable to the United States of South America. Although the mine is owned by Orb, the workers used are still locals. This also solves the employment problem for the government of the United States of South America. Why don't they accept it? As for using mineral resources to expand armaments, the United States of South America does not have much ambition. Perhaps they have been bullied by the Atlantic Federation for a long time, and they just want to maintain the existence of this country in peace. I just want to ask, how does your country plan to complete our agreement? Hearing this, Cruz raised the corner of his mouth, with a hint of dominance in his calmness. You don't need to worry about this, Mr. President. We already have an action plan, and this kind of secret, the fewer people know, the safer it is, isn't it? Chapter 411, The Truth is Revealed. Cruz locked himself in the room and asked his subordinates to guard the door. No one could go in and disturb him. After checking the entire room and cleaning all the cameras and monitors, Cruz took out the pad and began to check the intelligence sent by his subordinates. Although Cruz is now responsible for supporting the United States of South America, it does not mean that he has handed over the intelligence network and dark work. The support operation of the United States of South America is just a trivial matter for him, and the several targets that Yang Hui asked him to focus on are the most important tasks. Well, it seems that the intelligence network of Shinrun is really excellent. There are results so quickly. Let me see. The newly introduced leader, Lotto Gibril, is very young. It seems that he is just a puppet. The core members are Adam Vermilly, Duncan Lewis Mockelberg, Bruno Asniel, Celestine Grote, Alvin Ritter. They are all extraordinary figures. Looking at the list of names investigated by the intelligence network, Cruz's smile became deeper and deeper. These names are all high-level people in the Earth Union, covering all four fields of politics, business, military and politics. They are all the best in these fields. And these people are actually core members of Logos. It is enough to see how dark this world is and how dirty human nature is. No, there are still good things. We can't just knock them all down with one stick. Cruz found that his idea was a bit problematic, so he made a correction. After checking the results of the Shinrun intelligence network investigation, he began to check the results of his own intelligence network investigation. The difference was not big. The list of the core layer had 2 or 3 fewer names, and there were a few more in the middle and high-level levels. After taking over Orb's intelligence network and the dark side, Cruz did not merge the two groups of people, but worked independently. The two sides did not interfere with each other, nor would they help each other, and they did not even know that the other side was actually their own people. The reason for this is that the intelligence personnel developed by Cruz personally are different from those of Shinrun. Most of them are free intelligence personnel and are not suitable to join Shinrun. At the same time, the styles of the two sides are different. The intelligence personnel with the system are more methodical, which is safe and effective for the entire organization. But sometimes, following the rules is ineffective and there is no wild way to use it. Therefore, Cruz likes to give different instructions to both sides, and then combine the results of both sides to get more complete intelligence. Well, there is still no news from Scandinavia. Something is wrong. No matter how I investigate, I can't find any problems. This shouldn't be the case. After reading the intelligence of logos, Cruz clicked on the investigation results of the Kingdom of Scandinavia, the king, and the nobles. It was still the same, as clean as a blank sheet of paper. This also increasingly indicated that there was a problem with the country of Scandinavia, and it was a very serious problem. This intelligence. Seeing one of the intelligence, Cruz frowned deeply. The intelligence showed that the intelligence personnel who were exploring Scandinavia saw some intelligence personnel who were once shown to be missing, but for some reason, all attempts to contact them failed, and no response was received when using special contact methods. Some people even found that the other party had become a different person after contacting them. Not only did they lose their memory and forget the past, but they even took the initiative to report them. Brainwashing? Or photocopying people? Well, forget it. It can be regarded as a little bit of a clue. With the current intelligence, Cruz could not get an answer, and more intelligence and evidence were needed. Cruz was not in a hurry. The clean white paper had already appeared ink spots, so what needed to be done now was to expand the ink spots, follow the clues, and find out more intelligence. After summarizing and organizing all the intelligence, and then packing it back to his country, Cruz put on the mask again and greeted the accompanying officers and staff. Lord Vital. Sit down. Everyone sat down, and Cruz also opened the simple projection map and marked the main targets of their trip. Everyone, I think you should have received orders from the Commander-in-Chief and the Chief of Staff before you set off. You should know that this trip is not just to deliver supplies to the people of South America. As soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes were solemn, revealing a hint of excitement. The 6th Fleet and the accompanying MIS troops were newly formed, and most of them were composed of recruits. But as the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Who doesn't want to make merit? Among them are the soldiers and officers who defected from the Earth Union to Orb. They are also eager to make merit. After joining Orb, they were not only not excluded and discriminated against, but were welcomed and treated very well. They also want to repay all this and want to rely on their merits to fully integrate themselves into the Orb army. As he spoke, Cruz marked 3 targets on the map and continued to explain to everyone. Intelligence shows that these 3 mines are small mines currently under the control of the Atlantic Federation, close to the border. In a week, the Army of the United States of South America will attack the Atlantic Federation's base, and what we have to do is to send a task force to sneak into the vicinity of the mines without being discovered, and take them down at the same time as the United States of South America launches an attack. Understood. X and others should also be prepared and prepare bait to track the people of the Atlantic Federation to grab them, giving us an excuse to join. But everyone must pay attention to safety and don't lose your life because of the bait, otherwise I won't be able to explain to the Commander-in-Chief and the Chief of Staff after I go back. Understood. X and everyone smiled when they heard it. They didn't understand this airborne commander, and they must have some resistance in their hearts, but now although the other party's words were not obvious, they were also asking them to pay attention to safety, which made them have a little acceptance and recognition of Cruz. After everyone dispersed, Cruz continued to stare at the target location on the map in a trance. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but the corners of his mouth showed that what he was thinking about must be not simple, and someone was going to be unlucky. Things on the mainland were in order. Yang Hui took his guards to the giant floating platform to inspect the work situation. The most urgent problem to be solved now was the establishment of the space fleet. Heaven's Pillar was running at full speed, and all production lines were replaced with a configuration of space battleships. The speed could not keep up with the plan, so the arsenal on the giant floating platform was now also running at full speed to manufacture battleships. How is the progress? Yang Hui asked Madonna, who is now one of the persons in charge of this arsenal. It's in line with your plan. 5 ZC class and 3 White Tiger class have been sent up. From rumors and film and television records, I saw the White Tiger class, just thinking that it was handsome and powerful, and it could carry 12 MIS, which was simply a perfect battleship. And now, after seeing the detailed information, he has become more determined in this idea. At the same time, not only the White Tiger class, but also the ZZ class, frigate and Killen class, mothership information, Madonna knew that Yang Hui's ambition was really big. ZZ class was okay, although it was a bit oversized as a frigate, but it was just so compared to the main battleship, but Killen class was a real monster. Not to mention the crazy firepower, just a carrying capacity of 48 Mrs. was enough to beat all the current battleships. Of course, the Gondwana class was not counted, which could already be called a mobile fortress. By the way, what are the results from the Research Institute? Yang Hui asked. The research progress in weapon backpacks is very fast. After all, we used to do this. Chatting all the way, Yang Hui and Mecha came to the Research Institute. What the hell are these? Browsing the various armed backpacks one by one, Yang Hui felt a headache, and could only say, Wild Road is worthy of being a wild road. Not everyone can be like Luo, and walk a smooth road out of the wild road. For example, there is a backpack that is specialized for close combat. It has 2 swords on the waist, and 6 swords on the back. At the same time, there are 8 mechanical arms that can be folded. When fighting, the mechanical arms can be unfolded, and 8 swords including beam swords can be used to fight at the same time, while the freed hands can use the wrist beam swords to attack. This is indeed specialized for close combat, and it can't be more close combat. There is no long-range weapon on the body, and in order to maintain mobility, the armor is very thin, a complete fragile assassin. What is this backpack for? You can't do it when playing Kamikaze Special Attack, right? There are also 4 huge cannons on the back, and thick armor as a meat shield. Anyway, there is nothing they can't do as long as you can't think of it. Tell me how to use these backpacks? Who are they for? Yang Hui asked Madonna with dead eyes. These designs are not completely unusable. Take the spider form of the melee special suit as an example. Yang Hui believes that if Setsuna saw it, he would definitely be overjoyed. However, this design is very complicated at first glance. I won't say much about the structure of the machine. The more complicated the armament, the more it tests the pilot's ability. Otherwise, why do you think most of the mass-produced standard machines have simplified armaments, and why are beam swords, shields and beam rifles used as standard? Where can Orb find so many ace pilots now? The existing ace pilots all have their own special machines, which are not used at all. So it's a pile of useless things, and there is no use. This, that? Madonna scratched his hair awkwardly. The instructions Yang Hui gave him at the time were the standard armed backpacks of the new generation of M1 heresy. The word standard requires that ordinary pilots can also use it freely. These designs do not meet the requirements. Well, forget it. Let's file them all away. Even though they are tasteless, it's a pity to throw them away. You should first think about how to increase the output power of the nuclear power engine and simplify it so that the White Tiger class and Kirin class battleships can fly in the atmosphere as soon as possible. Okay, I'll give the order. Chapter 412, The First Fleet of the Universe sets sail to deter planned. Heavenly Pillar, now is an exciting moment, because the first, Killen class, warship has been launched and is now setting sail for the first time. Mina sat upright in the captain's seat of the Killen class, and although she was confident and elegant with her legs crossed, her trembling body and the fire burning in her eyes showed that she was not calm. Energy activated, transmission line is normal, engine. Radar system detection, approach is cleared, no abnormality. Weapon system is online. All systems are activated, and the sailing procedures are ready. Lord Longed, please give the order. Yes. After hearing the report that all systems were normal, Mina stood up from the captain's seat, waved her hand, and aimed at the Sea of Stars, the flagship of the First Fleet. Killen, set sail. Understood. The XN engine ignited, and the black and gold behemoth slowly sailed out of the port of Heavenly Pillar. The lines were smooth and elegant, and the black and gold color scheme was full of nobility and majesty. At the same time, countless ferocious gun muzzles on the ship shone with dark cold light, which was chilling. The departure procedure is completed, and there are no abnormalities on the entire ship. Very good, order the First Fleet of the Space Army to come and join us, correct the route, and target the Boyets Fortress. Understood. XN with a blazing tail flame, the Kirin joined the First Fleet on standby in the front space. The first fleet of the Orb Space Army was thus established, consisting of a Kirin class, Mothership Kirin, 4, White Tiger class, main battleships White Tiger, Suzaku, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise, and 16, Zizhi class, frigates. The number of warships in a fleet is only 21, which is slightly insufficient compared to Zaft or the Earth Army. However, in terms of quality, it far exceeds the two major forces. The 16, Zizhi class, frigates are not comparable to the same positioned Laurasia, Nelson, and Drake classes. The White Tiger even showed performance that exceeded the Archangel class, surpassing all currently known warships, not to mention the last, Kirin class. It can be seen how luxurious the fleet Yang Hui prepared for the Orb Space Army is. As the commander-in-chief of the Space Army, Mina was also filled with pride. This was her ideal orb, with absolute power, standing on the top of the world, overlooking other countries in the world. She had to look at Orb's face before making any decision. Similarly, the current position was also her long-cherished wish. She finally walked out of the shadows, stood in the light, and showed her heroic appearance in front of everyone. Today is the day when Plant handed over the boy its fortress to Orb. As expected, after Plant announced that it would hand over the boy its fortress to Orb, it caused an uproar in the country and the military. A mutiny and civil uprising almost broke out, and the Klein faction who sold out the country for glory was directly driven out of power. It was Lux who took the initiative to stand up and give more than one speech, and even took the initiative to go to the colony satellites and troops where resentment was boiling to endorse the Supreme Council face-to-face, and used her influence in the civilian and military circles to calm the boiling resentment. However, it only calmed down the resentment, and could not make the people and the army accept it completely, so the political career of the Klein faction was over. Although it was not directly overthrown, it was certain that it would lose in the election of the next Supreme Council representative. However, in order to prevent the Sarah faction from coming to power again and causing war, during this period, not only did they intensify the arrest of the remnants of the Sarah faction, but they also deepened their ties with the neutral faction and other small factions. They did not ask them to accept the ideas of the Klein faction, but hoped that they could stick to the main theme of peace. One of them was highly regarded by Siegel Klein. Although he was not a member of the Klein faction and his ideas were different from those of the Klein faction, in Siegel Klein's view, this person's ideas were very similar to Yang Hui's. He did not take the initiative to cause war, but he was not afraid of the arrival of war. So now that the Klein faction is on the decline, Siegel Klein cultivated him as the next chairman of the Supreme Council, helped him cultivate his own faction, and helped him establish prestige in the eyes of the people. Sir Durandal, Orb called and will arrive in the space in an hour. He was wearing a black and white long-sleeved shirt, with lavender forearms and shoulders, red decorations on the chest and the bottom of the hem, and a head of black slightly curly long hair scattered on his shoulders. The handsome Federation was slightly feminine, but he always maintained a gentle smile, making people want to get close to him involuntarily. Yes, the man that Siegel Klein favored was Gilbert Durandal. Well, get ready, we can't be rude in front of the distinguished guests. Durandal gently instructed his subordinates, and then his eyes still looked through the glass at the boy as fortress in front of him, and he felt emotional. You have defended the country for decades for planned, and you can't escape the arrangement of fate? It's really pathetic. An hour later, the Orb fleet arrived in the space where they were, and the optical image could also see the appearance of the fleet, and it was released directly. Plant and Zaft, who were responsible for the handover signal, were stunned and could not speak for a while. This is it. Looking at the Orb fleet on the screen, Durandal's pupils shrank, and a great uproar was set off in his heart. Everyone thought that the White Tiger, which shone brilliantly in the second offensive and defensive battle of Yakandui, should be the most powerful battleship of the Orb army. Its performance surpassing that of the Archangel was enough for it to become the flagship of a space fleet. Who knew that the Orb space fleet not only had 4 White Tiger class ships, but also 16 extraordinary frigates? The one that attracted their attention the most was the Killen class, in the center of the fleet. It showed terrifying firepower without any hidden gun muzzles, and there were as many as 4 catapult decks in obvious positions, which meant that the miscarrying capacity of this battleship must be amazing, and it could launch a large number of MIS at the first time when the war started, and form a battle array one step ahead of the enemy. Orb has built a monster, Yang Hui, a terrible opponent, it seems that Zaft also needs. Durandal stared at the Killen and thought, the Orb fleet is calling. Durandal's subordinate's report brought him back to his senses. Take it. Yes. The screen lit up, and the heroic Mina appeared in front of Durandal. Minalon Sahak, Commander-in-Chief of the Orb Space Force, is here to take over the Space Fortress, boys. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency Sahak. At the first sight of Mina, Durandal judged that this was also a difficult existence. Our garrison has been completely withdrawn from the Boyaz Fortress, waiting for your acceptance. Very good, we will immediately send someone to check the Boyaz Fortress, and after confirming that everything is correct, we will officially take over the defense of the Boyaz Fortress. No problem. She hung up the call without any hesitation, which made Durandal more certain of his judgment. What is going on in the country of Orb? How come there are so many troublesome people? Durandal maintained his calm on the surface, but in his heart he cursed the injustice of heaven. It was fine that a monster like Yang Hui appeared in the small orb, but he also knew the information about Wang and Wang Liumei, and they must not be underestimated. He secretly called Yang Hui, Wang, and Wang Liumei the Iron Triangle of Orb. One person looked at the overall situation, one person led the army, and one person was in charge of politics, making Orb as stable as a mountain. And now, there was another person like Mina, which made him feel that Orb was becoming more and more mysterious and more terrifying. If my plan is to succeed, then Orb. About an hour later, the people of the Orb Space Army had already figured out the entire Boyaz Fortress and found no danger. They also confirmed that Zaf did not secretly interfere and sabotage the interior to make the Orb Army take over the useless fortress. As long as the people were in place, the operation of the Boyaz Fortress could be restored. Except for the production line being dismantled and all the data in the database being deleted, everything is normal. Okay, gather at the first port and assist our team to enter the port. Understood. At the same time, Mina called the Zaft fleet to inform them that the Boyaz Fortress had been explored and could be taken over, and asked them to send representatives to sign the handover agreement at Boyaz Fortress. Soon, in the main conference room of Boyaz Fortress, Mina and Durandal each took their people to sit on both sides to sign the final agreement. After both parties signed their names on the agreement, Boyaz Fortress officially belonged to Orb. Congratulations. After signing the agreement, Durandal extended his hand to Mina. Mina looked down, then looked at Durandal with a gentle expression, and finally reached out her hand to Durandal and shook it gently, then let go. Boyaz Fortress has guarded the gateway of plant for decades. I hope you will treat it well. Durandal said. You don't need to worry about these. Okay, now Fort Boyaz is still in plant. When will you move Fort Boyaz? After we have full control. Excuse me, we'll take our leave. Before Fort Boyaz completely leaves our border, the fleet will surround Fort Boyaz. Please forgive me. No problem. Durandal left. He wanted to get close to her and see if he could collect some useful information or deepen the understanding between the two sides. Unfortunately, Mina was a resolute person. She was very frugal in her answers and was obviously unwilling to communicate too much with Durandal. This also made Durandal feel difficult, and he decided to strengthen his intelligence exploration of Orb after returning. On the other side, Mina looked at Durandal's departing back with a deep gaze. She also saw that Durandal was not a simple person. When they met, Mina used her momentum to oppress Durandal, but the other party remained calm from beginning to end, without any emotional fluctuations, and remained neither humble nor arrogant. This is not something that ordinary people can do. This person is a fox and needs more attention. Mina decided, and sent a message back to the earth, to Yang Hui. My lord, the Boyaz Fortress has been fully received, and the system has been fully activated, with no abnormalities. Very good, the first fleet escorts the Boyaz Fortress set sail, and the target is the A-52 space domain. Understood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 413, Return of the Archangel. Today, Yang Hui, Wang, and Wang Liumei all had no work, and arranged all the affairs. The three of them, along with their secretaries and bodyguards, waited at Izanagi Port. Not long after they waited, they saw a burning red meteor falling from the sky. As the altitude got lower and lower, the high temperature slowly receded, and the Archangel regained its white appearance. Finally back. Seeing the Archangel getting closer and closer, Yang Hui's eyes were full of longing. Due to the backwardness of the space fleet, the Archangel had to help the heavenly pillar in the universe. Now, the first, Kirin class, was launched, heralding the official establishment of the first fleet in the universe and the acceptance of the boy as fortress. After Orb finally had enough power in the universe, the Archangel's mission was declared over and it could land on the Earth and reunite with Yang Hui. It's been 2 months now. Wang Lumei said. Well, the descent of the Archangel also indicates that our plan has succeeded. Yes, the Triple Trinity, the only thing missing is Heliopolis, which is still under reconstruction. It is expected to be completed next month, and we can move in then. It's difficult. Yang Hui shook his head. It is true that Heliopolis will be completed next month, but a colony satellite needs residents to be called a colony satellite. A colony satellite without people is meaningless even if it is built. The original, Heliopolis, was the cradle of those who were tired of war, but after experiencing a destruction, Yang Hui had no confidence that many people would be willing to settle in Heliopolis. If it really doesn't work, use it for agriculture or industry, and use official personnel to lead the people to go there. Wang Lumei suggested. Well, that's the only way. Let's put the industry on hold for now. We still have to speed up the establishment of the space fleet. The Aurora Society has been rebuilt, and a large number of factories have been built in Papua New Guinea and Insi, as well as giant floating platforms and heavenly pillars. The factories in these places are running at full speed to produce various armaments. Only in this way can we support the rapidly expanding army of Orb. So far, the naval fleet of Orb has been expanded to 8 fleets, including fully equipped MIS units. At the same time, the land garrison has retained 4 airstrike battalions and 4 tank units, and the rest are all MIS units. The conventional MIS battalion has been expanded to 10, and 2 air assault units have been established, and 4 underwater stealth units have been established. Even the elite special forces have been expanded to 2, led by Barry Ho and Jang Kelly respectively. But it is not enough. Not counting the space fleet, the number of troops on Earth is not enough. At least 2 sea fleets and 4 conventional MIS battalions are needed to completely cover the current territory of Orb, so as to ensure that the country is safe from any attack. Let's go. The Archangel entered the water and entered the dedicated port of the Aurora Society from the sea. Yang Hui and his party naturally had to go to the Aurora Society to welcome the returning people. Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, the Archangel, The hatch opened, and seeing the beautiful figure that Ren had missed, Yang Hui walked forward, interrupted their salute report, and hugged the 2 tightly in his arms, causing the 2 to exclaim in surprise. But feeling Yang Hui's embrace, the stiff bodies of Meru and Bakalulu began to soften, and they reached out and hugged Yang Hui. Welcome home. Yes, we are back. SHHH, great job, Commander-in-Chief. I am a role model for men. Congratulations. Captain. Vice Captain. The warmth was broken by the booing and laughter. Meru and Bakalulu, who were enjoying the warmth of their lover, suddenly realized that there were many outsiders present. They broke away from Yang Hui's arms with blushing faces and glared at him. The captain and the vice captain are shy. Forget about the captain, but you don't usually see the vice captain with such an expression. Take a picture. Take a picture quickly. Who dares? The angry roar swept over like a typhoon, sweeping away all the joy. Everyone was silent, standing at attention, with erratic eyes. Okay, you just got home, why are you so angry? The Emperor stepped forward and took Bakalulu's arm to comfort her. This is, they don't have the dignity of a soldier at all. This is not wartime, there is no need for dignity, can't you relax a little? Yes. The Chief of Staff is right. You guys. Bakalulu turned her head abruptly to look at the crew members who were making a fuss, wanting to teach them a lesson, but the Emperor was the Chief of Staff, with a higher military rank than her, and she was also the queen of the family, so she couldn't refute it no matter what her status was. She was so angry. Oh? Are you happy? No. Who knew? Just as she was about to make another fuss, making the deputy captain who liked to keep serious even more shy. It was to relax a little and continue to play around, but Yang Hui's voice was like a basin of cold water poured down. You're having fun teasing my wife, aren't you? No. And well, very good. Remember, That's my wife. Even if you want to tease her, I can only tease her, remember. Remember. And. Oh my. Baki Lulu felt very warm when she saw Yang Hui stopping everyone from fooling around, but the next sentence was not serious. How could this be helping her? It was just a different way of teasing her. And in front of so many people, as a tough soldier, how could Baki Lulu hold back? His right hand turned into lightning, found the target, grabbed the target, and rotated 180 degrees. Natal. Be gentle, be gentle. It's going to foul off. My ear is going to foul off. HMPH. There are still 20 seconds. Is this still counting? HMPH. You dare to refute me? It seems that the strength is not enough. Wait. There are still 20 seconds. HMPH. In order to save his ear, Yang Hui chose to endure for 20 seconds, otherwise, whether it was to increase the time or increase the strength, this ear might not be saved. The others also learned their lesson. Making trouble is not as fun and safe as quietly watching the show. Baki Lulu is indeed the most exemplary soldier. She said 20 seconds and it was 20 seconds. When the time was up, she immediately let go. She snorted and walked towards the meeting room with a rosy face. Playing is playing, but after the mission, the report should be done. Wang Liumi, and Malu followed Baki Lulu with a smile, leaving Yang Hui rubbing his red and swollen ears. It was almost pulled off. Natal is really merciless. He. Xanha. A lewd laugh caught Yang Hui's attention. Turning his head, he saw Arnold and others laughing at Yang Hui. The smiles were as lewd as they could be. You deserve it. At this time, Mew came out and teased. Privately, Mew would not treat Yang Hui as his superior, and he would tease him as he pleased. The deputy captain has shown mercy by not shooting you. You should be grateful. Nonsense, shoot me? And then be a widow. Deputy captain. Natal. Listen to my excuse. Mew suddenly stood at attention and saluted behind Yang Hui, scaring Yang Hui so much that he turned around and apologized without even thinking. But when he turned around, there was no sign of Bujalulu. Uncle Mew. He, just kidding. Yes, very good, this is a good tradition. Isn't it? Major Flecka, from now on, you will be transferred from the Archangel and immediately go to the recruit camp to serve as a MIS pilot instructor, responsible for the formation of the 11th and 12th MIS battalions. After the mission is completed, continue to be responsible for the daily training of the follow-up troops. What the hell? Just kidding, good, just take it seriously. Yang Hui patted Mew's shoulder with a sunny smile on his face. I retire. Rejected. Woo. The higher the rank, the more powerful he is. Privately, he can tease and joke with Yang Hui, but it is obvious that he forgot one thing. If Yang Hui wants to punish him, he can directly use his identity and issue a formal appointment. Even if he is asked to clean the toilet, he must go. So, young man, you have no martial ethics. He walked past a gray-white Mew and came to Kira and Aslan. Long time no see, you've worked hard. Long time no see, Yang Hui. No battle, no hard work. The three smiled at each other and gave each other a hug. Let's go, everyone, don't keep them waiting for too long. I'll give you half a month's vacation after the report. Yahoo! Long live. Commander-in-Chief, I love you. Don't. I'm a man, I like women, and I have a normal orientation. What about me? Mew pointed at himself weakly. You. Yes. Go to the recruit camp to report. No. Of course, this is all a joke. The recruit camp now has enough instructors, and Mew is now an ace pilot. How could an ace pilot be put down as an instructor just because of a joke when there is a shortage of people? It's not the time when there was an extreme shortage of manpower at the beginning. Arriving at the conference room, Malu and Bakalu complimented each other and reported their experiences in the universe. In fact, there was nothing to report. Now is a truce period, there will be no fighting, and no one will provoke the Archangel who has joined Orb with Kira and Aslan at this sensitive time. However, Dwayne Halberton contacted them more than once, hoping that they could return to the Earth Army with the Archangel. After all, it was the Earth Army's most advanced warship, and the crew members on the Archangel were all elites. But Malu and Bakalulu refused all of them, not only because the Atlantic Federation's high-level officials made them completely disappointed, but also because their men were the commander-in-chief of the entire army of Orb. It was impossible to wear the military uniforms that had already faded. Rather than returning to the corrupt Atlantic Federation, they would rather stay with their men. Wow. Halberton, this guy, dared to poach my people. He is very courageous. Forget it, Yang Hui, General Halberton is helpless. Malu saw that Yang Hui's smile became dangerous, and persuaded him. Although he had left the Earth Army, Malu still respected his former mentor. Yes, General Halberton is now appointed as the commander-in-chief of the lunar crater base, but he has not been able to fully control the crater base until now. He even sent generals from the Earth to restrict and monitor him. His situation is not good. Bakalulu added. Haha, that's his weakness. It's been so long and he still hasn't been able to fully control the crater base. He's lived a dog's life for decades. Yang Hui said disdainfully. Okay, let's not talk about it. I've already rejected General Halberton and explained the reason. And now we're back on Earth. I guess he won't look for us again. Malu continued to persuade. Okay, for your sake, I'll let him go this time. Chapter 414 The second stage that must be completed. In the secret room of the Yang family mansion, Yang Hui, Wang Liumei, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiria gathered here. Now it is a peaceful period, and each of them has a heavy task, so there is almost no chance for them to reunite. But today is the end of the first stage of the task, and everyone must be present, even Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiria who are still on a mission outside are forced to be recalled. This task is different from the tasks in the previous two worlds. It is not automatically completed when the time point is reached, but requires Yang Hui to submit it actively. There is no time limit, even if Yang Hui waits until everything in the Gundam seed world is over before submitting it. This is also because of the new task mode that appeared in the Fortress upgrade. Originally, Yang Hui really planned to delay the first stage of the task, and submit it together after completely investigating all the black hands behind Blue Cosmos and logos, so as to get more rewards. But now, the black hand behind the scenes has begun to show signs, and from the current situation, although it has not been fully investigated, it should have been completed 80%. Moreover, the infiltration of the Scandinavian kingdom has not made much progress. The civil strife of the Atlantic Federation has gradually subsided, and it has begun to stir again. Therefore, after Yang Hui discussed with Wang and Wang Liumei, they decided to directly submit the first phase of the task and directly start the second phase. There is no need to give up the second phase of the task for the 20% task reward. The first phase of the mission in the Gundam seed world has been completed, the second Yakandu offensive and defensive battle has ended, the members of the three-ship alliance have changed, and the personnel ratio has been recalculated. The calculation is successful, all important members survived, and the ordinary members lost 12%, and the reward was reduced. Stop Genesis from attacking the Earth. Investigate the truth behind Blue Cosmos. The calculation is successful, the completion rate is 87%, and the reward is increased. In the process of integrated calculation, the calculation is completed, and the reward is 1 construction opportunity, 2 building enhancement opportunities, 1 skill extraction opportunity, 1 skill enhancement opportunity, and a material gift package, small. The world deviation will be uniformly calculated after the end of the Gundam seed world. It is similar to the expected, with some reductions and some increases, and there is not much loss in adding and subtracting. However, from the task settlement, they also got a very important message, that is, their investigation direction is correct. Behind Blue Cosmos is logos, and behind logos is the mastermind. The most suspected mastermind is the Kingdom of Scandinavia, but it is only suspicion and speculation, and no concrete evidence has been obtained. Now, the investigation has reached 87%, which means that their suspicion and speculation are correct, and the missing 13% should be what the secret of Scandinavia is. The second phase of the mission is released: destroy the Atlantic Federation, Blue Cosmos, logos, librarian, organization, find out the distortion point of the world, eliminate the distortion point, and prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. P.S. If the prevention fails, it is judged that the commander currently has no ability to fight against foreign enemies. This world will be abandoned, all rewards will be cancelled, and the commander and his team members will be forced to return to the Promise Fortress. As soon as the mission was released, everyone was stunned, and then became quite solemn. Because this mission is very different from the previous mission release rules. This is the first time Yang Hui has seen a mission to eliminate a certain target, and it is also the first time he has seen a mission failure with a penalty of canceling rewards and forcing return. Mephis, what does it mean to give up this world? Literally, Commander, there is an existence in this world that should not exist in this world. Because it is judged to be inactive, the commander is judged to be able to eliminate it, but there are unstable factors, which may expose the plane coordinates of this world and attract foreign armies. At this stage, it is judged that the commander does not have the ability to compete with it. Therefore, once the plane coordinates of this world are exposed, I will implement Article 3 of the Commander Protection Code, and the commander and the team will be forced to return to the fortress and cut off all connections between this world and Promise Fortress. What exactly is the existence that should not exist? What is the foreign enemy? Yang Hui questioned Mephis. He guessed that it was probably the enemies mentioned in the database of Promise Fortress. To be honest, most of them are indeed not qualified to face them now, so Yang Hui needs to know what they are in order to judge the strength comparison between the enemy and us. The commander has insufficient authority. Then if we give up this world, what will happen to Malu and the others? Erase all memories related to the commander and give up. Can't we confirm the quota in advance? Take them away together when the mission fails. No. After getting the answer he didn't want to hear the most, Yang Hui's face became quite ugly, and his clenched fists were dripping with blood because his nails had pierced his skin. We must complete this task. Wang said seriously, and the others nodded in agreement with a firm and serious expression. After coming to this world for so many years, they spent countless efforts to complete the first phase of the White Dove Plan, laying a solid foundation for obtaining this world and stabilizing the peace of this world. All efforts cannot be wasted. In addition, they have also established countless ties in this world, fighting side by side, living and dying together. Even Jiria, who is the most indifferent to emotions, can't give up all ties and escape alone for safety. When will Cruz come back? Yang Hui asked Wang Liumeng. It is expected to arrive at I's Energy Port the day after tomorrow afternoon. It has been 2 months since Cruz led the team to support the United States of South America. At the beginning, Cruz personally led the team to join the battle on the front line, helping the United States of South America to regain a lot of territory, and at the same time obtained 5 small mines, 3 medium-sized mines, and 2 large mines for orb. It is only 1/5 of the entire South American mineral deposits, but it is enough for orb now. Moreover, the war between the United States of South America and the Atlantic Federation has entered a stagnant period. Both sides will not make any major moves in the short term, so there is no need for Cruz to stay in the United States of South America. After handing over the affairs, he will return home with souvenirs. All the remaining matters are handled by the 6th Fleet and the newly formed 9th MiS Squadron. After 2 months of battlefield baptism, they are no longer rookies. Although they are not capable of helping the United States of South America to completely expel the Atlantic Federation, there is no problem in helping them consolidate their current territory. Cruz's return is necessary. Supporting the United States of South America is just icing on the cake, not necessary, and Cruz's main job is intelligence and dark side work. Now, as soon as the second phase of the mission is released, even if Cruz does not plan to come back, Yang Hui will call him back to investigate the intelligence of the Kingdom of Scandinavia with all his strength. It is necessary to find out what the Kingdom of Scandinavia is hiding. Otherwise, rashly launching an attack will not only fail to complete the mission, but will also take everyone to death. Emperor, how far are we from the limit of the army expansion? There is still 18%. If it is more, we can't support it. Expand to the limit. Understood. Setsuna, Lyle, Tiria, you will come with me to the Dawn Society. It's time to modify your machines. Understood. X2 After thinking for a while, Yang Hui said to everyone again, I will go to the universe. Liumeng, help me contact DSSD. There is the technology I need there, and there are also planned. There are important things to discuss with him. You go in person. Yes, I must go in person for this matter. Yang Hui knew that his identity was sensitive and too many eyes were focused on him. Every move would affect the impetuous people's hearts, but there was no way. He had to go to plant in person to discuss this matter. Originally, according to the rules of the previous mission release, Yang Hui thought that the second phase of the mission should be related to the original plot and the Goddess of Wisdom and the Archangel. Even if he knew some of the things that were going to happen, he did not stop it in advance. But now it's not possible. Yang Hui can't let it develop anymore. All variables must be eliminated in the cradle in advance to ensure that there is enough energy to complete the mission in the end. Got it. I'll call the SSD and planned. When will we leave? I'll leave after Cruz comes back. You want to take him with you? Yes, there's something that needs his help. Okay, I got it. By the way, did Leica say when she'd be back? Just missed the time you left. She'll arrive in orb in 4 days. Wang Liumi felt sorry for Leica's. She assisted Sequel Klein to finally sort out Plant's affairs and put Plant on the right track so that she could reunite with her lover. But who knew that Yang Hui would go to Plant as soon as she came back? I got it. When she comes back, let her take charge of some of your work. Before Cruz and I come back from space, you'll take over his work. But her identity. Not many people knew about the relationship between Yang Hui and Lakis, and even fewer knew that Lakis would leave Plant for Orb. After Lakis left, she would be treated as a hermit or retired, so that the Plant military and civilians could accept it, because she joined the Three Ships Alliance just for peace, not treason. Once she appeared in public and handled state affairs for Orb, it would be true treason and would surely cause an uproar. Just make decisions behind the scenes, no need to show up in public. Okay, I know how to deal with it. Wait for Lux to arrive and ask her to find Tiger. Are you planning to become the boss of a shady company? The 5 people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Andre Bartfield and Aisha Klein lived in seclusion in Orb. They had agreed at the beginning that they would live a plain life. If there was a war, they would stand up, but if there was no war, don't disturb them. And now, Yang Hui was going to breach the contract. If Yang Hui and his friends invited them, Andre Bartfield and his wife would most likely not agree, but if it was Lux, she would definitely be able to convince them. Chapter 415, Surprising Gift. Are we there yet? Orb. The warship slowly entered the port. The dark-skinned man on the deck was leaning on the guardrail and looking at the land that would become his new home. Beside him, there were 4 people. The woman with short blonde hair leaned her head on his shoulder, looking forward to a better future. The woman with her black hair tied up in a high ponytail had a deep and thoughtful look, and finally, the blonde man and the man with long black hair had very complicated expressions, and it was obvious that they did not come here completely voluntarily. Don't worry, everyone, your identities have been dealt with, and you can start a new life next. Cruz came behind the 5 people, and his hoarse voice was unpleasant. Of course, it was not just the voice that was unpleasant, but also the existence of Cruz. Among them, except for the man and woman who were snuggling together, the other 3 had to follow him to Orb because they fell into Cruz's evil plan. However, after the anger and unwillingness, they also had fear in their hearts. They had never seen Cruz's face, nor could they see through his details. Just standing in front of him and doing nothing gave them a lingering fear, fearing that he would plot against them again and leave no trace. I just completed the deal. You helped my hometown, so I naturally have to repay Orb. The black man said calmly. Unlike the others, he went to Orb voluntarily. This was his deal with Cruz. Haha, after saying so much, you still want to use us to fight? The blonde man sneered. Fighting is different from fighting. At least in Orb, unless a war breaks out and affects Orb, you don't have to fight to the death on the battlefield. Cruz replied calmly. Oh, do you think I believe it? Don't think I don't know that you planned the South American incident. What? I don't know what you are talking about. Humph. I don't care about anything else. Just help me find where Kira Yamato is and let me defeat him. I'll give you my life. The black-haired man said impatiently. Of course, I won't regret what I said. Cruz smiled and said nothing. This person's obsession is very deep, but it's not for him, so he doesn't care what the result of this person's fight with Kira will be. It's enough to just add some strength to Orb. The warship entered the port, and Cruz led the 5 people forward and found Yang Hui in the Commander-in-Chief's office at the National Defense Headquarters. You're back, huh? They are. Yang Hui knew that it was Cruz who came in, and he had contacted them in advance, but when he looked up and saw the 5 people who followed Cruz into the room, he was stunned. Is this the souvenir you mentioned? Of course, it's not bad. It's really good. More than just good, this gift can be described as luxurious. Yang Hui knew all 5 of them. It felt that Cruz's biggest gain from this trip was not the mine, but bringing these 5 people back. Are you Yang Hui? The one called the Golden Angel. Although I don't like this title, if there is no second Dawnbreaker, it will be me. Edward Harrison, please teach me more in the future. Yes, the black man is really the former Earth Union ace pilot, Edward the Ripper, the pilot of the Sword Suit Disaster Gundam. He himself hates the title, Edward the Ripper, because he is gentle and kind, and he is also deeply loved by his subordinates during his service. As for how he got this title, when he was still a fighter pilot, he dared to fly a fighter to engage in close combat with Ms. and use the wing to cut a Dean in half. The fuselage was covered with the oil of the enemy plane. After he obtained the sword-equipped Disaster Gundam, the same thing happened, so the title of Ripper was established. Ripper Edward, welcome to join us. Yang Hui stretched out his hand and shook hands with Edward Harrison. Calling a title he didn't like was also a counterattack. Ahoho, if you can, don't call me that, it's scary. Then don't call me Golden Angel, it's embarrassing. Ahoha, it seems that the days to come will not be boring. Not only Edward Harrison, but also the four people behind him were shocked by Yang Hui's attitude. Yang Hui is not only the commander-in-chief of the entire Orb army, but also the highest leader of Orb. The highest rank among them is only a captain. It was the first time they saw such a high-ranking official treat them, who had just surrendered, so casually and friendly. Hey, you are the one who knows where Kira Yamato is, right? The black-haired man asked Yang Hui hurriedly. His tone and attitude were very presumptuous. But Yang Hui didn't care, and raised the corner of his mouth with interest. Kanad Pars, the ace pilot of the Eurasian Federation, Kira's younger brother. I'm not that guy's younger brother. I will definitely prove that I am better than Kira Yamato. I am the finished product. Kanad Pars rushed to Yang Hui and roared, grabbing Yang Hui's collar. Don't you have your own ideas? How can there be a failure? Yang Hui looked at Kanad Pars with a smile. You bastard. Don't call me a failure. The three words failure are a taboo for Kanad Pars. Whoever mentions it, he will kill him, so his fist has been raised and hit Yang Hui's face like a cannonball. Kanad Pars' sudden rampage scared Edward Harrison and his men. No matter what, they had come to Orb, and Yang Hui was their highest commander. The crime of assaulting a commander was against military law in any country or any army. Except for Edward Harrison, the other three were not familiar with Kanad Pars. They were just a temporary team formed to hunt down Edward Harrison. So if you want to die, don't take us with you. Don't affect our future lives. Bastard. But before they could step forward to stop him, they stared at Yang Hui in amazement, because Kanad Pars' fist was caught by Yang Hui with one hand. You. Oh. Before Kanad Pars could get angry, he felt a huge force coming from his wrist, which turned outward little by little, and then pressed down, causing Kanad Pars to kneel on the ground in a twisted posture. Let go. You bastard. He's quite energetic, but he's not very polite. Compared to you, I think he's more worthy of the title of Mad Dog, isn't he? When Yang Hui said this, he was looking at the blonde man. The blonde man's title was Mad Dog Under the Moon, and his real name was Morgan Shubari. Like Kanad Pars, he was an ace pilot of the Eurasian Federation. He was also one of the only two people present who had the ability to identify space and could control wired pods and dragoons. The other one was naturally Kanad Pars. When he said this, Morgan Shubari clearly felt that the air temperature in the entire room began to drop, and even the veterans who had been through many battles were frightened. This was also done intentionally by Yang Hui. From the moment the five people entered the room, Yang Hui could tell their mentality. Edward Harrison volunteered, and the others were more or less rebellious. The most serious ones were Kanad Pars and Morgan Shubari. One had the rebelliousness and pride of a veteran, and the other was a mad dog who only cared about his own obsession. As for the remaining two women, it can be seen that they did not dislike Orb, but they also had their own concerns. Released, Kanad Pars, Yang Hui looked down at him. No one will use you as an experiment here, and no one will treat you as a failure, but you treat yourself as a failure, then you are a failure, do you understand? The person you want to defeat is never Kira, but yourself. You. Kanad Pars was still angry, but he was thoughtful about Yang Hui's words. Although he was judged as a failure by Dr. Yulian Xiong, he was also a real adjuster, and he was the work trained by Dr. Yulian Xiong himself, and his IQ was definitely not bad. Seeing that Kanad Pars did not flare up again, Yang Hui came to the two women and took the initiative to extend his hand. Welcome to Orb, Ran Ying, Rena Amelia, White Whale, Jane Houston. Sure enough, you know our intelligence. Rena Amelia heard this and shook her head with a wry smile. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will lead to victory in all battles. You are all the ace of the Earth Army. I have a question, Mr. Yang Hui. Excuse me. You asked this. Mr. Vital. Rena Emilia looked at Cruz with lingering fear. What is the purpose of bringing us to Orb? Huh? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, glanced at Cruz, shook his head and laughed. You are all ace pilots of the Earth Army. Orb welcomes talents from all over the world to join, as long as they accept Orb's philosophy and do not violate Orb's laws. Speaking of ace pilots, I'm afraid there is no better pilot in the world than you, right? Jane Houston said. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Houston, but Orb's strength and world peace are never maintained by one person, so Orb welcomes and needs more people with lofty ideals to join us and maintain the continuation of peace. How do you plan to arrange us? Rena Emilia asked. People are like five fingers, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. I plan to let everyone play to their strengths. For example, Miss Emilia, you are originally an Ms. Instructor of the Earth Army. The 5 pilots scheduled for G were your students, so I plan to let you join the teaching brigade and be responsible for training Orb's Miss pilots. Miss Houston is good at underwater combat, and Orb has also formed an underwater force, so I hope you will lead Orb's underwater Miss force. Mr. Shubri said that your spatial recognition ability is a rare talent, and you will be temporarily arranged in the Dawn Society to assist in the development of space weapons. Of course, nothing will be done to you. Do you know Major Muflaka? He will be your companion. As for you, looking at Canon Pars, the only one who has not been arranged yet, Yang Hui had a faint smile on his face. Chapter 416, Threatening DSSD. Why should I follow you? Inside the shuttle, Kennard Carls kept muttering while looking out the window. His voice was quite loud, and Yang Hui, Cruz, and Aslan, who were sitting in the shuttle together, shook their heads and smiled bitterly. I really don't know why you brought this naughty kid back. Yang Hui complained to Cruz. His driving ability is beyond doubt. Cruz replied, because Aslan was right beside him. In order to prevent him from noticing his true identity, he not only did not take off his mask, but also kept his voice hoarse and changed his speaking style to be concise. Okay, since you brought him back, leave it to you. No matter how strong his ability is, if his mentality is unstable, he is also a time bomb. Understood. Under the mask, Cruz's mouth twitched wildly. Cruz was very aggrieved because he had countless complaints that he couldn't spit out. If Aslan wasn't there, Cruz would definitely scold Yang Hui for being a black-hearted entrepreneur. He had just returned from South America and was taken to the universe. Now he had to take care of the child. Who could bear this? If the intelligence work had not been temporarily handed over to Wang Liumei, Cruz might have directly refused Yang Hui and refused to go to the universe. He also sighed that Yang Hui was really bold. His identity was originally a secret, and now he was going to take him to Planned, the place he was most familiar with and the place that was most familiar to him. Wasn't he really afraid of his identity being exposed? That? Yang Hui, is it inappropriate for me to go back to Planned? Aslan didn't want to go back to Planned just like Cruz, and he was completely different from Cruz. Cruz had a brand new identity that even Aslan couldn't recognize, but he went back as Aslan Sarah. Although many of the hidden Sarah factions were found, it was unknown whether they were completely destroyed. Once someone made a fuss about his identity, it would have an impact on both Plant and Orb. What's inappropriate? You are one of the heroes who ended the war, and you should accept the cheers of the people. But your father is your father, you are you, and you still don't understand why I must take you back to Planned. Bait, right? Aslan replied with a complicated expression. That's right, Yang Hui is not Kigali. He wants Aslan to hide his identity and not be discovered, and he wants to take him to Planned. If he needs escorts, he can have as many as he wants besides Aslan. Moreover, Yang Hui brought a Dawn Gundam with him, and Cruz also brought a temporary special machine. The two of them together can't threaten them much. Not to mention, after learning that Yang Hui was going to plan for negotiations, Mina directly arranged 8 ZC-class frigates to protect Yang Hui's safety. So the reason why Yang Hui must bring Aslan is to use Aslan as bait to see if he can lure out the hidden Sarah faction. Although there are very few people left in the Sarah faction, and the core of the top leaders have been wiped out, it is also a time bomb. Instead of waiting for it to detonate and cause trouble, it is better to clean it up in advance if possible. Lord Yang Hui, the DSSD is coming soon. At this time, The captain's broadcast came from the shuttle. What is the other party's attitude? They have agreed to our entry into the port, and there is no resistance. Well, follow the other party's guidance to enter the port, and the escort fleet will be on alert around. Understood. DSSD, the full name of which is the Deep Space Survey and Development Organization, is an organization jointly established and participated in by the Earth Federation, planned, and non-aligned neutral countries. Its purpose is to explore and develop areas beyond the orbit of Mars. Its philosophy is advancement of the frontier, that is, to transcend all countries, systems, religions, and ethnicities, and send the species of human beings to a more distant universe. This organization has not failed to live up to its original intention, and has always maintained research on external exploration, without any war behavior, and has always focused on research. But they have not changed, but some people have changed. Since a year ago, the Atlantic Federation has been constantly pressuring DSSD, especially after learning that DSSD's research has made certain progress. It has increased the intensity of oppression. Although in the original plot, the time when the Phantom Pain Force launched an attack on DSSD was after the fall of Julius 7, in CE 73, the world has changed dramatically. Yang Hui was not sure whether the Atlantic Federation's attack would be launched at the right time, so he decided to take the lead and bring the fleet to receive DSSD. The shuttle arrived at the port. Yang Hui took crews, Athrin and Kennard Pars off the shuttle and saw the people who came to greet them. Welcome to you, I am President Soroi Aztec. First meeting, President Aztec, thank you for your welcome. Wow, it's my honor to receive someone like Mr. Yang Hui, please follow me. Under the leadership of Soroi Aztec, they took a simple tour of DSSD and saw the Stargazer Gundam that was still being debugged in the hangar, and also saw the two test pilots of the Stargazer Gundam, Chelene Markgrave and Sol Arun Runge. Of course, neither the Stargazer Gundam nor the two people are Yang Hui's target. His real goal is to find out whether the Stargazer Gundam is equipped with a Glorious Transmitter system. The Glorious Transmitter system is an interplanetary propulsion system that uses the capture of solar wind to propel objects forward and can maintain a constant propulsion force. Therefore, according to Newton's first law of motion, the machine will accelerate infinitely and eventually obtain a speed sufficient to navigate between planets, and obtain a long-lasting high G-thrust accompanied by a strong luminous phenomenon, so that the machine can accelerate infinitely and have a permanent propulsion supply. The first second of acceleration can only move 0.5 centimeters, but after 1 minute it can reach 18 meters away. After accelerating for 1 hour, it will be 64 kilometers away from the starting point, at a speed of 128 kilometers per hour, and once started, it can accelerate infinitely. At the same time, Glorious Transmitter is also a special weapon that integrates offense and defense. Under the action of the anti-neutron jammer, the light energy protection circle formed by Glorious Transmitter can run for 17 minutes. These light wheels can not only intercept the light beams that attack the machine body, but can even capture the light beams and generate a beam-cutting field to counterattack the enemy. Whether it is an engine or a special weapon, the Radiance Transmitter is an extremely excellent technology, and Yang Hui will definitely get it. After arriving at the conference room and taking their seats, President Soroi Aztec asked Yang Hui why he came. Then, Mr. Yang Hui, although we all welcome you to come and inspect our work, please let us know your official purpose. Since the President has said so, I will get straight to the point. I want everyone in DSSD to move to Heliopolis, and hand over the technical information of Radiance Transmitter to me. I'm afraid I will disappoint Mr. Yang Hui. We are safe here, and there is Radiance Transmitter. I don't know where Mr. Yang Hui heard the news, but the research and development of Radiance Transmitter has not been successful, so you may have come in vain. Salu Aztec replied regretfully. Is it really safe? President Aztec, you asked me to get straight to the point, but you yourself have no sincerity at all. This is not the right attitude for a conversation. Yang Hui said to Soroi Aztec with a smile. Sir Yang Hui, I'm telling the truth. DSSD is a research institute jointly established by all countries in the world. Even the Atlantic Federation can only put pressure on us, but they still dare not do anything if they really want to do it. Really? Then why did I hear your research funds have been stopped for 2 months? This. Soroi Aztec's face changed, but he immediately regained his composure. Sir Yang Hui should have believed the rumors. I can retrieve the funding records of the research society. You found your friends yourself, and you have your own assets, right? What? Without waiting for Soroi Aztec to refute again, Yang Hui gave Cruz a look. Cruz received it and took out his pad to retrieve a file. Yang Hui is not here to be a good man. How could he not be prepared at all? If there was no second stage mission, Yang Hui would not face DSSD with such a tough attitude, but now it is no longer possible. For this world, for the ties formed in this world, for his woman and companions, Yang Hui had to take a tough attitude, improve his own strength as much as possible, and eliminate all troubles in advance. Sure enough, after seeing the information Cruz brought out, President Soroi Aztec was dejected. The DSSD's budget deficits and his personal budget deficits were listed one by one, in great detail, leaving him no chance to quibble. Moreover, Soroi Aztec could see that Yang Hui had come with bad intentions, otherwise he would not have prepared so many things to force them, even worse than the Atlantic Federation. The highest leader and the strongest combat force directly brought the fleet to the door. Whether DSSD asked for help from other forces or fought to the death with Yang Hui, it could not do it. It seems that Mr. Yang Hui will not give up until he achieves his goal? How do you plan to deal with us? Soroi Aztec asked. That depends on your choice. Yang Hui replied calmly. The first question was clear to everyone present, so there was no need to answer. What if your request is accepted? Then everyone will be happy. DSSD will continue with its current research project, and Orb will not force you to research other projects. You just need to submit a copy of the research results, and DSSD will be transferred to Heliopolis. Since it is the first batch of transferred institutions after reconstruction, the Orb government can also provide you with some benefits, such as funding, material resources, protection of the space fleet, etc. You don't have to worry about someone bullying you. Being bullied by the Orb family. If you say that, it shows that you have a small vision, President Aztec. I said that Orb will not force you to do anything else. In other words, DSSD will still retain its autonomy, and you will still be the masters of your own house, and it will be safe. Isn't it better than the current situation? Sir Yang Hui, Orb's philosophy is absolute neutrality. Aren't you afraid of condemnation from other forces for doing this? Yang Hui smiled coldly, and he exuded an unbearable sense of oppression just by standing up. The current Orb no longer needs to look at other people's faces to act. Chapter 417, Phantom Pain, Troops Attack. Soroi Aztec compromised. On the one hand, although Orb was forcing DSSD like the Atlantic Federation, Orb was much better than the Atlantic Federation. Yang Hui had already promised that he would not force them to change their original intention to study other projects. They only needed to give a copy of their results to Orb, and they could also get Orb's protection. This gift was sincere enough. Of course, this was not the reason for Soroi Aztec to compromise. The reason for him to compromise was the soldiers behind the gift. The Orb fleet was eyeing them covetously. If he continued to refuse without knowing how to appreciate it, everything Orb promised them would become a deadly artillery fire, and everything DSSD had would vanish into thin air. I understand, Mr. Yang Hui. I agree to your request. In that case, happy cooperation. Yang Hui extended his hand to Soroi Aztec. Happy cooperation. So Soroi Aztec shook his hand back, although he was reluctant, but what could he do? The situation was stronger than the person. For the safety of all DSSD personnel and for their original intention and goal, he could only agree to Yang Hui. Then you should arrange to leave as soon as possible. Heliopolis is being rebuilt and there is a lot of work to be done. We urgently need a high-quality team like DSSD to move in. I will leave 4 ZC-class frigates to escort you. Surveillance, right. Soroi Aztec only dared to say this in his heart. On the surface, he pretended to be obedient and assured Yang Hui that he would arrange everything as soon as possible and go to Heliopolis. Then President Aztec, can you give me the technology of Glory Transmitter? Yang Hui had a warm smile on his face, but no one would doubt that once Soroi Aztec refused, the warm sunshine would immediately turn into ice. In silence, Soroi Aztec stood up and walked out. Seeing this, Yang Hui naturally followed with others. The research results of the institute were all secrets, so it was naturally impossible to carry them with you. After about 10 minutes of walking, the group arrived at the central database. After a series of tedious verifications, Soroi Aztec unlocked the system lock and gave up his seat. "Please go ahead, Mr. Yang Hui." He did not say whether the radiance transmitter was completed, but directly asked Yang Hui to check the database himself to see if he was lying. It was also an attitude to disclose everything about DSSD to Yang Hui, indicating that he was not fooling Yang Hui again. Yang Hui nodded and began to check the central database of DSSD, which recorded everything about DSSD, including personnel composition, organizational structure, financial bills, etc. Yang Hui did not care about these things, as there would be professionals to take charge of them later. He was only interested in the technical information of Radiance Transmitter, but after finding it, he frowned, because the information showed that Radiance Transmitter was indeed not completed as Soroi Aztec said. Yang Hui had no doubt about the authenticity of this information. After all, DSSD was just a research institute, and did not involve military, political and other secrets, so there was no need to open another database to hide secrets. However, in addition to the technical information of Radiance Transmitter, Yang Hui also found another technology that made his eyes shine. Nanomachine repair system can use nanorobots to automatically repair the body according to the program. It sounds like an invincible technology that can automatically repair the body's damage. It has the same effect as the terrible cells in a certain world, but, in fact, there is still a big difference. This technology can only repair rather than regenerate, so it cannot repair missing arms and legs, damaged parts and other injuries. But this technology can also effectively increase the fighting time. At the same time, this technology has a high development potential. If it can continue to be studied, it may not be impossible to achieve the level of repair and regeneration. Crews, send this technology to Ashiguang Society and Heaven's Pillar, and send a message to Liumri and Mina at the same time, and send a group of nanorobots and engine experts to Heliopolis to assist DSSD in research work. Understood. The DSSD people were silent about Yang Hui's approach and instructions. Yang Hui used a commanding tone, so he would not worry about their objections. Similarly, Yang Hui said to assist them, not take over, which shows that Yang Hui's commitment is still there, their autonomy has not been taken away, and the projects are still led by them. Let's go. Beep beep beep. Just as he was about to leave, Yang Hui's pad rang. Seeing that it was a communication from the fleet, he immediately answered it. What's the matter? Commander-in-Chief, we found the Atlantic Federation fleet approaching. What? Enter the first-level combat configuration, all MIS units attack, we will also attack. Understood. After hanging up the communication, he saw that everyone belonging to DSSD was sweating. It seems that the Atlantic Federation has failed your trust, President Aztec. Yang Hui said with a smile. Soroi Aztec complained about Yang Hui in his heart. Did it orb fail his trust and do the same thing as the Atlantic Federation? It's just a matter of who arrived first and who arrived later. Don't worry, since an agreement has been reached, Orb will protect DSSD. That's the best, Mr. Yang Hui. The group came to the dock, the cargo hold of the large shuttle opened, and the Dawn Gundam and the Justice Gundam stood up with the support. Yang Hui and Aslan immediately changed into their pilot suits and boarded the plane. They started their machines and rushed out of the port to meet up with the fleet. Tisk, why do you want to take me with you if you don't let me take my machine? Looking at the two people attacking, Canard Pars complained. He had escaped from Yurlian Shuang's laboratory by chance, and was captured by the Eurasian Federation and locked up in the laboratory for research. He had learned nothing since he was a child, but he could only drive Miz to fight. But this time Yang Hui asked him to accompany him as a bodyguard, but did not arrange a machine for him, which made him feel depressed as if he was called to be an audience. Your machine is still under development, and ordinary machines can't bring out your strength, so just watch it with peace of mind. Cruz said to Canard Pars. Without Aslan around, he didn't have to maintain his unaccustomed way of speaking. Tisk, what a nuisance. By the way, why did you talk like that before? This is a necessary means to hide myself. It's too easy to be seen through, and it's very dangerous. Really? Yes. In the universe, the Orb fleet has issued a warning to the Atlantic Federation fleet, but the other side ignored the warning and continued to move forward. The weapons system has been put online and locked onto the Orb warships. All MIS units have attacked to lead the fleet. The Dawn Gundam and the Justice Gundam reunited with the fleet. Yang Hui immediately asked, report the situation. We have issued a warning to them, but the other side has not responded at all, and has not stopped moving forward. It seems that they are planning to start fighting directly. The Atlantic Federation fleet has entered the detection range of the optical camera. Yang Hui saw the purple battleship in the fleet, the second ship of the Gadailu class, the Nanabruku. The affiliation of this fleet is already very clear. You really haven't learned your lesson. You dare to fight me with such a small number of people. The Phantom Pain Force, namely the 81st Independent Mobile Group of the Earth Union, is a special secret force under the Earth Union. Although it is affiliated with the Earth Union, it is actually directly led by Logos and has priority in action. It can request support from other conventional forces and even directly command other forces. The exact time when Phantom Pain was established is not clear, but it is speculated that it was established before the First United and Plant War. Most of the members of Phantom Pain are members of Blue Cosmos, or supporters of Blue Cosmos. They have their own training camps. The training camps find children from all over the world for training, brainwashing, transformation, and instilling hatred of the adjusters. At the same time, the Redonia Laboratory provides biological CPUs to serve as pilots of the Phantom Pain Force. Most of the missions performed by the Phantom Pain Force are black missions that cannot be seen in the light, such as attacking civilian targets, attacking non-belligerent countries and targets protected by the Junius Treaty. At the same time, they also use many technologies prohibited by the treaty, including phantom colloids and neutron interference eliminators. Since the Atlantic Federation sent out the Phantom Pain Force, there was no room for negotiation. As for the Nanabruku, it should be them, right? That guy is a bit interesting, and the others, huh? Chapter 418, another heavy hit, Phantom Pain. The MIS troops in front of the Atlantic Federation fleet were led by the Jet Black Strike Gundam, the Emerald Storm Gundam, the Azure Dual Gundam, the Jet Black Thunder Gundam, and the True Red Aegis Gundam. Following behind them was the Slaughter Dagger Squad. At this time, Yang Hui was not surprised by the appearance of the Slaughter Dagger. In fact, the Slaughter Dagger was not much different from the Dagger. Because of the special nature of the Phantom Pain troops, the low-color black and dark gray paint applied to the entire machine enhanced the secrecy during combat. The body was light-weighted, and the OS was updated to be easier to operate. The communication and search systems were also improved. At the same time, multiple night combat lighting lamps were installed in various parts of the body. And for the needs of suppression operations, the body also installed 2-foot 12.5mm anti-infantry machine guns on the soles of the feet. In terms of armament, it is basically the same as the Dagger, mainly relying on a variety of assault backpacks. The standard configuration is a flying wing backpack with enhanced output, and the others can also be replaced according to the situation. The appearance of the Black Strike Gundam, the Verdant Storm Gundam, and the Azure Dual Gundam was not surprising either. In the original plot of Stargazer, it was the Black Strike Gundam and the Verdant Storm Gundam that led the attack on DSSD. The Azure Dual Gundam was eaten by dogs on Earth. What surprised him was that the True Red Aegis Gundam and the Ebony Thunder Gundam actually acted with them in the past 2 days. If I remember correctly, they should be on their way to intercept the Mars visiting group at this time. Forget it, why think so much? Since they are sent here, just eat them all, but 2 people can be spared. Thinking of this, Yang Hui connected to Aslan's communication. Aslan, among the 5 leading machines, the black and red ones are worth taking as prisoners, and the others are all diehards of Blue Cosmos, so don't show mercy. Understood. When the captain of the flagship of the Phantom Pain Force, Nanabruku, saw the Dawn Gundam and the Justice Gundam appear in the enemy array, he was completely dumbfounded. Why are they here? Did the intelligence say that he didn't bring his machine with him? According to the order he received, he led the fleet to raid the DSSD, kill everyone, and take back all the research data. When accepting the mission, the captain asked his superiors for relevant intelligence, and learned that Yang Hui was on the way to DSSD with his fleet. He immediately questioned the mission because his troops were no match for Yang Hui. Although he had never fought with Yang Hui directly, he knew that he was a monster just by looking at the video records, and they were just mortals. But the intelligence given to him by his superiors said that Yang Hui did not take the Dawn with him, so he dared to bring his troops to raid the SSD and kill Yang Hui. But now, there is a serious error in the intelligence, and this error will cost their lives. What should we do now? Fight or not? We will definitely not win if we fight, and we don't know if we can escape now if we don't fight. The captain no longer cares about the consequences of disobeying military orders. Even if he disobeys military orders and is tried by a military court or secretly executed, he has to survive first. But at this time, he had no time to think, nor time to execute the escape plan. Missiles are coming, 128 in number. What? Air defense interception. MiS troops assist the fleet in intercepting enemy missiles. The dense missiles were coming, and everyone's scalp was numb. This was the first time for the SYNOPSIS class frigate to be in actual combat, and no one knew how powerful it was. According to the analysis of the technical department and the staff, the firepower of the White Tiger was already very strong, and the high-profile appearance of the Killing class was a firepower monster at first glance. Based on the White Tiger and the Killing class, it was speculated that the firepower of the seemingly slender and compact SYNOPSIS class frigate would not be weak. But when they saw the first time that 8 frigates fired a salvo of missiles with a total of 128 missiles, they were still scared. The barrage of 128 high-speed missiles could not be completely intercepted by the hasty anti-aircraft firepower. More than half were intercepted by the firepower network of battleships and MiS, but more than a dozen high-speed missiles still broke through the anti-aircraft firepower network and landed on the battleships. In an instant, an Agamemnon-class, 3 Nelson-class and 3 Drake-class battleships were wrapped in the flames of the explosion. The flames dissipated, but the explosions continued. The fragile Nelson-class and Drake-class battleships were directly silenced by the direct hit of the missiles. Although the Agamemnon-class battleship was not directly silenced, several hideous gaps and constantly shining flames showed that the battleship was already shaky and had no ability to fight. Let the Brooklyn retreat. All ships. Artillery attack. What? After the missiles, there was the bombardment of high-energy beams. Dozens of thick green beams cut through the darkness of the universe, swallowed several MiS along the way, and fell into the fleet. The Brooklyn, which was turning, was directly penetrated by 2 beams and exploded. The Nanobroku had no time to care about friendly warships. 2 shells landed on its front. Because its armor was better than that of the Archangel, it avoided the direct sinking, but the violent vibration still made the people on the warship uncomfortable. Report the situation. The Kentucky, St. Louis, Missouri, and Brooklyn sank, the Yorktown was damaged, and the other warships suffered losses. The signals of Units 1 and 3 of Team B were lost, and the signal of Unit 2 of Team C was lost. The heat dissipation armor in front of this ship was damaged by 38%, 2 Gotfields were destroyed, and 3 Gotfields were offline. Damn orb. All ships fired anti-beam barrages and retreated. The MiS troops covered the fleet's retreat. The captain really didn't dare to stay here. The opponent's artillery fire from the battleships destroyed half of the fleet, and even the MiS troops suffered heavy losses. This was just the attack of the battleships. The monsters on the opposite side had not yet taken action. This battle could not be fought. But. No buts. They are consumables anyway, let them cover our retreat. Only in this way can we. The enemy MiS unit is approaching and making contact with our MiS unit. Hurry up and give the order. Do you want to die here? Yes, yes. After the order was given, the Nanobroku and the remaining fleet turned around and began to retreat. It should be more accurate to safely. Hey, this order is to send us to our deaths? After receiving the order, the pilot of the Verdant Gundam, Sam Zakoza, cursed. Tisk, coward. The pilot of the Azure Dual Gundam, Moody Holcroft, also cursed, and dodged the siege of the M1 Heretic Array with difficulty. Sven, what should we do? Should we leave or stay? Emilian Broderick, the pilot of the True Red Aegis Gundam, asked the captain of the team, that is, the pilot of the Black Strike Gundam, Sven Karl Bain. Prepare to retreat. Sven was not a fool to command and execute orders. Although Sven grew up in a cold and ruthless combat weapon and became a cold and emotionless war machine, he did not want to die. The enemy had an absolute advantage and the fleet had abandoned them and fled. It would be a fool to stay. However, some people did not think so. Dana Snipe, the pilot of the Black Thunder Gundam, was an uneasy person. After destroying 2 M1 heretics with 2 shots, he drew his beam sword and faced the Justice Gundam that was close at hand. Ha ha ha. Run away, you cowards. What, Golden Angel, what hero, look at me, I'll kill them all. The Black Thunder Gundam shook hard and forced the Justice Gundam to retreat. just when it was proudly preparing to chase. Dana. Be careful. What? Ah. The Justice Gundam that was forced to retreat did a perfect backflip backwards, and at the same time, the Dawn Gundam hidden behind the Justice Gundam revealed its figure. Dana only saw a flash of golden light, and then the screen went black, and then the steel in front of him was cut open, and the sharp blade was infinitely enlarged in his eyes, and finally cut through his body. Bang! Dana. Damn it. You bastard. Moody. Get out of the way. Ah. Moody was not angry about the death of his teammates. They all grew up in the same environment and no longer had the feeling of comradeship. The reason why she was angry was that she knew Dana's strength was not much different from hers, but he was killed in a single encounter. Moody was terrified, and from her fear, she burst into angry courage. But just as he was about to rush out, a beam boomerang flew over. If Moody hadn't subconsciously pulled the joystick, it would not be the Azure Dual Gundam's legs that would be cut off, but its waist. Damn it. Get out of here. Seeing that the Justice Gundam was about to turn the Azure Dual Gundam with one shot, the Emerald Storm Gundam also moved, closing its two cannons together, opening its entire body of weapons, and pouring firepower on the Justice Gundam. Seeing this, the Justice Gundam retreated with its pistol, dodging left and right in the barrage, like a slippery loach, but it couldn't catch him. Go. If we don't kill them, we will all die. Sven gave up the idea of retreating directly and gave orders to his teammates. They had been targeted by the Dawn Gundam and the Justice Gundam, and it was impossible for them to retreat without paying attention to them. Understood. Retreat. The true Red Aegis Gundam and the Black Strike Gundam were both ready to rush up to fight the Dawn Gundam and the Justice Gundam, but before they had time to move forward, they quickly retreated because a deadly golden light spot appeared in their sight. They knew that this was the most unstoppable and deadly weapon of the Dawn Gundam. While retreating, it poured out beams, detonating all the bits that rushed in like a wave, but don't. Boom 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 boom. The Azure Dual Gundam fell last. It was specialized in close combat and had the weakest firepower. It was unable to stop the bits from swallowing it. It was wrapped by the bits and turned into flying fragments in countless small explosions. Damn it. Moody was also killed. Swish, the golden waves parted, and the Dawn Gundam rushed out of the light curtain. Its wings were attached by bits, and it cut the Emerald Storm Gundam in half from top to bottom. Chapter 419, A Rich Harvest. The last two, Aslan. Understood. Justice Gundam released the Destiny 00 behind it and rushed towards the Crimson Aegis Gundam. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar machine, Aslan was filled with emotion. I didn't expect to destroy it again. With the cover of Destiny 00, Justice Gundam quickly approached the Crimson Aegis Gundam, and the two swords connected and collided with the Crimson Aegis Gundam. Damn it. Justice Gundam. Emilian pushed the control lever to the bottom and burst out all the power of the Crimson Aegis Gundam to ensure that he would not be repelled by Justice Gundam. At this time, Justice Gundam suddenly relaxed its strength and moved sideways to make way, causing the Crimson Aegis Gundam to lose balance and pass by. The two swords immediately separated and swung quickly, and the limbs and head of the Crimson Aegis Gundam were cut off in a row, leaving only the torso floating in the universe. The battle was not over yet. The pilot of the Crimson Aegis Gundam was the one Yang Hui specifically wanted to capture. Aslan was worried about leaving him on the battlefield. He was unlucky and was killed by a grenade from nowhere. So Justice Gundam hugged the Crimson Aegis Gundam and quickly retreated to the rear. On the other side, the Black Strike Gundam faced the Dawn Gundam alone. This was the first time he couldn't keep calm in a battle after leaving the training camp. Damn. It was not an exaggeration for the people above to call Yang Hui and the Dawn Gundam monsters. In front of this pair, he could only dodge Bit's attack in a panic. He couldn't even make an effective counterattack, let alone have the opportunity to regroup. The fierce attack was like a shark chasing and biting him, and he would never stop until he was completely devoured. On the other side, while chasing the Black Strike Gundam, the Dawn Gundam also assisted the Orb Army's MIS troops in clearing the Atlantic Federation's Slaughter Dagger. When the Black Strike Gundam retreated and evaded, it had already paid attention to the path and avoided the area where friendly forces were fighting as much as possible. But it was useless. The Dawn Gundam didn't follow the route of the Black Strike Gundam at all. Whenever it approached a battle area, it would help its friendly forces clear enemy aircraft, and then quickly catch up with the Black Strike Gundam. Have you had enough fun? At this time, the communication system of the Black Strike Gundam was hacked, and the communication of the Dawn Gundam was connected without Shiwon's consent. The voice of the devil came into Shiwon's ears. Play. Shiwon's heart was filled with anger. He had chased him all the way and forced him into a dead end, but for Yang Hui, it was just playing? It seems that you haven't had enough fun. Maybe Shiwon still didn't give up dodging Bit's attack. Yang Hui thought Shiwon would continue to play the cat and mouse game, but unfortunately, I've had enough fun. Bit's attack suddenly became more fierce and sharp. The Dawn Gundam no longer went on a picnic everywhere. Its wings shone with a golden light and rushed straight towards the Black Strike Gundam. What? Shiwon now knew what Yang Hui meant by play. It was simple and clear, and it meant literally that Yang Hui was really playing a cat and mouse game with him before. Perhaps it was because the genocide dagger troops were almost wiped out, and the battle in the space domain slowly subsided. The Dawn Gundam no longer needed to be distracted, and rushed forward at a speed more than twice that of the Black Strike Gundam. Bit was like a wave, surrounding the Black Strike Gundam from all directions, leaving no place to hide or escape. It's over. Looking at the screen filled with golden light, his hands tightly holding the joystick had loosened, and Shiwon closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. In a short moment, countless scenes flashed in his mind, including the miserable life in the training center, the good friend he killed looking at him with hatred, and the innocent people who were executed begging for mercy but only getting a bullet. Maybe, this is the best ending. Shiwon couldn't help but think so. Since he could remember, his hands were stained with blood. Trainees of the same period? Traitors? Enemies? Innocent people? There were too many things, Shiwon couldn't remember them clearly, but at this moment, the emotions and humanity that had been erased by the training returned because of the moment of life and death. Shiwon suddenly felt that it would be good to die here, at least, he didn't have to kill people indiscriminately. But his eyes opened because of the violent vibration. The screen of the cockpit was completely black, and the system was completely offline. Shiwon didn't know what was going on with the machine, but he was surprised that he was not dead. Zizzy. Zizzy. Are you awake? The emergency system started, and the block communication system started. It was still Yang Hui's voice. Why? Later, you, captive. Shiwon was silent. Seeing that the cockpit was not damaged, he took off his helmet and covered his eyes with his arms. He kept his cold mouth but smiled. Maybe, not bad. From Yang Hui's perspective, the Black Strike Gundam was the same as the true Red Aegis Gundam, with only the body left. At the moment when Bit completely covered the Black Strike Gundam, Yang Hui's fine control allowed Bit to only blow up the limbs, head and armed backpack of the Black Strike Gundam, leaving the body. Not bad? Haha, quite interesting. Yang Hui smiled, handed the body of the Black Strike Gundam to the friendly forces around him, and then went all out to chase the fleet that had already escaped. Since we are here, how can I let you go? Yang Hui didn't know how many people were left in the Phantom Pain team, but he would also feel sad if the staged new Gundam and the fleet including the new battleship Nanobroku of the Gadailu class were completely destroyed. The battleship retreated very quickly, but not as fast as the Dawn Gundam that was fully out. It didn't take much time for the space fleet that had already left a battle area to be caught up by the Dawn Gundam. Radar reacts, Ms. 1, database comparison. It's Dawn. Single machine pursuit? All ships turn around, all weapon systems activated. Kill him. The captain saw that only the Dawn Gundam came to pursue, and he still had about 10 warships on his side. He felt that he was successful again, and his relief immediately turned into excitement and enthusiasm. If he could kill Yang Hui, he would not be sent to a military court, and he would be promoted because of his great merit. But the excitement and enthusiasm only lasted for a second, and then disappeared without a trace. In the image of the optical camera, his own fleet had already started attacking without his order at all. However, unlike his order, it did not turn around and set up a formation to attack the Dawn Gundam, but poured firepower to the rear while fleeing. Although it was disorganized, the firepower network composed of about 10 warships was still dense. If it was an ordinary MIS unit, even a squadron would have to suffer in the northwest. As a result, the Dawn Gundam was as flexible as a fish in the water, shuttling back and forth in the barrage, and soon rushed to the front of an Agamemnon-class ship, stopped for a second, raised its gun and fired. The bridge exploded, and then looked for the next target. 10 battleships took less than a minute, and only the Nanobroku was still lingering. That's right, lingering. Without MIS troops and ace pilots, The firepower of the battleship alone could not stop Yang Hui and the Dawn Gundam. The reason why the Nanobroku stayed at the end was because Yang Hui wanted to capture this battleship. The battleship itself has no value. Although it is the most advanced battleship of the Atlantic Federation, it is still far behind the White Tiger, and it can't be compared with a Kirin class. The value of this battleship lies in the people on the battleship, or rather, the captain of this battleship. The Phantom Pain unit is a direct unit of Logos. A team that can have 5 Gundams will not be a consumable unit of miscellaneous soldiers and machines. Their chief officer must know a lot of useful information. At the same time, they can also collect intelligence about the Phantom Pain unit. This unit can only pose a limited threat to Orb, but the most troublesome thing is the rat hiding in the gutter. No one knows when it will jump out and bite you. It is better to solve this kind of trouble as soon as possible. 1 minute, disarm the weapons system and follow me. The Dawn Gundam stopped in front of the Nanobroku, with the muzzle against the glass of the bridge, and the cold voice was heard by all the bridge members. Okay. The captain wiped a cold sweat and answered Yang Hui tremblingly. He chose to surrender without hesitation, because if he didn't surrender, there would only be death. The weapons system of the Nanobroku, except for a few vertical missile launchers with more sensitive positions, whether it was the 6, Gotfield, or the 16, Porcupine Formation, had been completely destroyed and lost the ability to resist. After getting the answer he wanted, the Dawn Gundam put away its gun, surrounded the Nanobroku, and headed towards the DSSD. A great harvest. Cruz met Yang Hui, who got off the plane and asked, "We have gained a lot." Yang Hui nodded affirmatively. He destroyed an elite unit of the Phantom Pain Force, killed 3 elite pilots, captured 2 elite pilots and the flagship Nanobroku and the crew on board. "This ship is a problem," Cruz said. Because Aslan was by his side, he continued to be frugal with words. "Contact the Second Fleet to take over. It's just right that we don't have to detach warships to escort the DSSD to Heliopolis." "Understood." "Yang Hui, what do you plan to do with those 2 people?" Aslan asked. Shiwan and Emilian were different from the people on the Nanobroku. Aslan knew that Yang Hui had other plans for them. Send them back to the mainland and hand them over to the Emperor. "Emperor? Are you going to recruit them?" Aslan asked. "That's right. But, okay, I know." Aslan didn't ask any more questions. Although he had many doubts in his heart, why Yang Hui could distinguish who could be recruited and who could not be recruited and should be killed when he saw 5 Gundams for the first time. But Aslan thought of the intelligence capabilities in Yang Hui's hands, so he didn't say much. Maybe he had mastered the other party's intelligence. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.